Welfare check is early this month. Looking to chill, interact, and have fun. Open up my YouTube page, and I see your melting face. And when I hear you burn, I'm the only dent on earth. This is so meaningful to me. Yeah, you're hurting back, your greasy hair, your patchy goatee is meaningful to me. Yeah, is meaningful to me. Your shitty playthroughs are all I need. I know you guilty, but you're meaningful to me. Yeah, you're meaningful to me. Yeah, you don't work just like my legs. Fuck the stupid trolls saying that you beg. You're not the same guy you were yesterday. Here's 150 for the vest today. It's time for a silly bubble blow, or I'm gonna close the tab and go. What's your favorite type of food? And can you read my haiku? Yeah, you're hurting back, your greasy hair, your patchy goatee is meaningful to me. Yeah, is meaningful to me. Yeah, your shitty playthroughs are all I need. I know you guilty, but you're meaningful to me. Yeah, you're meaningful to me. Yeah, you're hurting back, your greasy hair, your patchy goatee is meaningful to me. Yeah, is meaningful to me. Yeah, your shitty playthroughs are all I need. I know you guilty, but you're meaningful to me. Yeah, you're meaningful to me. You're hurting back, your greasy hair, your patchy goatee is meaningful to me. Yeah, is meaningful to me.
Let me be clear. Now, I'm not a political guy, right? But this is twice in 1 year that I had stuff stolen straight out from under me, see? So, finally, at the end of the shopping trip, it hit me. I gotta get this cranberry sauce, because I'm grabbing now, I'm gonna forget about it, right? So, I'm not stupid. I grabbed my phone, I was gone for 2 minutes, someone stole my cart. My brain was addled, my head was being rattled. They're out of their fucking minds. They're going to keep getting away with it all the time. I was gone for 2 minutes, they stole my pumpkin pie. Just to confirm, I grabbed an employee, and they said, definitely someone stole. No worker took this cart. So I asked the checkout guy, was like, they're all getting some endorphin high. No logic, no reason everywhere. In this state, any opportunity, anything, they just take. Stupid kleptomaniac fucks stole my grocery bags for an endorphin rush.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing this morning? Sorry, I was late. There's nothing I could do, dude. I was finishing up something for the stream that I just didn't leave myself enough time to do. So I apologize. I forgot about it. So before the month ended, I did want to take a look at the aftermath of the SideScrollers interview because we did the 1 year anniversary style stream of the interview. So I wanted to take a look at the aftermath before the month ended, and there was nothing really I thought that I wanted to do this Saturday. So this is what we're gonna do. I want to say shout out to the 60 Skulls, which is now the new name for the Skeleton Gang. I thought that was necessary. I liked it too much when I seen it, so I changed it. And there's no, that's it. You know what? I'm done. We're gonna go in. I'm talking to you.
Still here, doing something that I didn't want to do, something that I didn't plan on doing whatsoever. All right, tonight is a stream that's completely random. That originally was supposed to be gameplay. All right, like I just want to get back to normality around here, but I'm not allowed to. So it's all right. Tonight, I basically am going to do something. I'm going to put an end to a lot of stuff tonight for once and for all, because basically I find myself in a situation that, I'll be honest with you, I'm not surprised I'm in this situation, but at the very same time, I'm disappointed for sure. But let's just say that this was not a shocker, nor is this something that has taken me by, oh my god, I can't believe it, nor
just remember how we ended with the SideScrollers. Like we decided that we were going to talk about did you find the restraining order, and then afterwards he was really excited to be done with it. He was like, oh, that went really well. Dave's too loud now. Oh, I apologize. My bad. He was really excited to be done. He was like, oh, I thought that went well. No, they were fair, you guys. Yeah, and I didn't show the bison hat because we were already there for a long time watching the whole interview. But yeah, he pulled out the bison hat. He went on their after show. He managed to wiggle his way into the after show. You remember. So, yo.
Iviga has joined the 60 Skulls. Incoming raid.
Thanks, Iviga. Appreciate it, brother. But yeah, he wiggled his way into the after show, and he thought it went well. But now we're very disappointed, and there's no way.
Aaron Tabor has joined the 60 Skulls.
There's no way we should be here. Thank you, Aaron Tabor. Thank everybody. I appreciate it.
Was it not?
And thanks, Iviga, for the raid. I don't know if I said that part.
Because I pretty much knew what was going on all along. But let us begin, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, today is Friday, March 17, 2023. Yesterday, I appeared on a podcast called SideScrollers. It was a 5-hour interview. A lot of people like to call it an interrogation. I will call it an interview because that's what it was scheduled to be. And I feel like, that's what it basically was.
It was an interview. This is true.
Backstory. I am a fan of an old website called screwtack.com from the mid-2000s. This website used to put out daily gameplay content way before YouTube even really was a big thing. And they used to have a podcast on there called SideScrollers. And I loved it. I listened to SideScrollers.
We were huge fans of SideScrollers, you guys. You guys remember SideScrollers? From Screw Attack style?
Diablo Lord of Darkness has joined the 60 Skulls. The whole Like a Dragon clip was so cringe, War was about to cry.
Oh, was he about to cry last night or yesterday from Like a Dragon? I didn't even see it. I was out, dude. I was hanging out. I have to watch. I guess I'll have to catch up. I missed most of Iviga's stream because that guy never goes to sleep, and by the time I'm waking up, he's got like an hour left.
Touch with them. Never really watched their content anymore. I was too busy making my own, just like I fell out of watching a lot of people's content. I was friendly with a guy named Stuttering Craig. He was one of the two at the time.
We were friends with Stuttering Craig.
The sole owner of the
friends.
And he was running a convention in 2013 called Screw Attack Gaming Convention. And so they're looking for guests. I reached out, said I'd like to be a guest, and now I'm a YouTuber. Here I am years later, used to be a big fan of yours, and now I'm a YouTuber. Can I be a guest? And Craig was super nice, nothing but cordial, one of the nicest guys literally I've ever met. And at that time, the internet was starting to turn against me with that whole "this is how you don't play" movement, and to have someone who was actually being nice to me was a rarity. Okay, that was the last time that I talked to Craig, 2013. All right, and it's been a decade. A lot changes in a decade, correct? So out of the blue, Craig emails me my business email.
Out of the blue.
It's nice of him to actually figure out that there's ways to contact people via business emails when they list it publicly, but we don't have to criticize.
Oh my God, dude, like literally a direct, oh, Keemstar had to call me. Like, he's so important. He needs a business style email when doing content creation online. Nobody interacts like that. If you want to just do something with somebody online doing content creation, you just hit them up. It's DMs. Like, I need a business email. That's so weird if you have other forms of communication with them. I don't know why he thinks he's some sort of big businessman, you know? It's still content creation regardless of how he looks at it. He takes himself so seriously for no reason.
That tonight, I guess, was someone else.
He thinks it makes him some sort of big boy adult style grown up.
Last month, middle or early February, I would say. And he tells me, you know, I'm rebooting SideScrollers, and your name came up as one of the earlier people that we'd like to have on the show as a guest. Would you like to be on the show? I took a look and I was like, you know, this would be interesting. Now, last year in November, I had it up to here with the internet. The internet had completely been flooded with people who wanted to dump on me, okay? Talking shit about me, constantly regurgitating the exact same memes that they've been regurgitating about me for 5 years. Oh, we have evidence of this and that and this and that. It's not true, all right? That's,
go off.
That's the whole thing in this whole situation is the things that people are saying about me are either completely untrue or partially untrue, with the actual truth being so ridiculously not what they're saying it is that you get fed up. And
he talks in such a weird way. Like, he had so many words that don't need to be there. I literally get lost in it all the time. It's the pignosis. It's actually the pignosis.
About me for 5 years. Oh, we have evidence of this and that and this and that, and it's not true. All right.
Yes, no, but they do. Like all of the evidence is literally your footage. That's it. That's where the evidence is. There's no question about it. When people are like, oh, he has done all of these things, there's evidence to all of it, and then that's the stream. Like,
that's
whatever,
the whole
man.
thing. This whole situation. The things that people are saying about me are either completely untrue or partially untrue, with the actual truth being so ridiculous.
Name one thing.
It is.
Name one thing that's not the escort, the exclusion to the rule. Like, name one thing that people say about you that isn't true and doesn't have any sort of evidence.
You get fed up. And for a while, I just ignored it. Every once in a while, I would mention something on my stream. Sometimes, as I said yesterday, sometimes it's a little white lie. Right? Like, instead of admitting that I'm playing a certain mobile game, say, I just don't play it at all. Why? It doesn't affect my streams. Why would I even bring it up or whatever? So anyway,
oh my God,
all these memes going on, people always dropping me in a negative light, and it actually irked me. You know, Moist Critical had said in one of his videos that he felt like I was one of the biggest e-beggars and all of this, and it pissed me off.
No, it's 100% true. I mean, look, there's probably people who are like really out there e-begging, but DSP is just so obnoxious about it. And I think that's the thing about DSP is a lot of people get away with a lot of things because they're just not nearly as obnoxious as he is about it. If that makes any sense. Like, people are bad at games, but DSP was so bad at games and obnoxious about it that people actually took a way bigger issue with it. He just sucks, dude. He just sucks and people don't like him. He's got a personality.
I don't want to be known like that. So I said I would change my style, my content, and everything. I'd try to do it less, right? And at that point, I said, if people want to really talk shit about me, why won't they interview me? Why won't someone interview me? I want someone to interview me. Just give me a fair shake to talk to me. And if we have a fair conversation, at least I can tell you my side of the story, right?
So keep this in mind when you watch DSP in the present, and he'll tell you that the SideScrollers interview was like a bait and switch. He just wanted to be on the show because at one point he was looking to be interviewed and then managed to find himself getting interviewed by someone that he considered a friend. If that doesn't sound like he was looking for that, I don't know what does, man. I really don't understand.
So, originally I was working with a couple big YouTubers on possibly doing this. It never came to fruition because what ended up happening was...
How's the gout, Atlas? I haven't had a full-on gout attack since, like, this summer, dude.
History of Dark Side Phil on
you guys think gout is funny?
And after kind of working...
Look at that. Fall gout.
I was like, you know, I really don't want to do that right now. It's too much for me. Especially now this year, I wanted to kind of, you know, change some things up. And...
yeah, we're changing things up.
Essentially, I wanted to continue to change and listen to my audience and do better content. I can't open a whole new channel called DSP Reacts and focus on React content and reviews and things if I'm embroiled in making a freaking documentary about myself. You understand? So I actually turned down the offers that I got from multiple different people and said, I'm going to move on from this. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, because we spent so much time focusing on DSP Reacts. You guys remember we watched a couple of long form style videos and then we didn't have a reaction to any of it and then anything after. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And by the way, cat agrees. Yeah, he's got a weird sip face too. Yeah. Why is he's like looking he's watching the corner demon actually while he's sipping. You can't take your eyes off him.
When SideScrollers, I should say, actually started.
Do you think Phil binge drank the gin too much? Probably. Yeah, he's an alcoholic. There's no way. I was actually talking to this. I was talking about this to my girlfriend the other day. There's no way you can spend the amount of money at Total Wine as he did without having a drinking problem. There's just no way. You cannot excuse that. Like, that's it, man. You lost.
He emailed me in February. That is not what he offered me. He didn't say, hey, let's do an interview. He said, let's have you as a guest on our show. And to that, I said, yes, let's do it. After he announced publicly that I was going to be on the show on March 1st, which I advised him not to, I outright told him, don't do this. This will not be good because I just want to be a guest on your show. But he did it anyway. Don't know why. He went against my advice. When he did it, the internet blew up. Oh my God, Phil's going to be on a show? Phil never goes on a show. I can't believe Phil's on a show. So what happens is all of my detractors.
Okay. I'm not going to let him cook. I'm not going to let him cook. So he tells this guy, hey, don't tell anybody that I'm going to be on the show or you're going to get a bunch of, bullshit. Does this guy who's, starting his show up and wants to have guests on not immediately look at that and go, I'm going to get Ice on the show. Oh my God. Like, why wouldn't he do it? That's the only thing that makes sense. It's like that was the entire point, was to get eyes. And now he's done it. He's got the way. You handed it to him, stupid.
Who make it literally the reason for their existence on the internet is to regurgitate the horrible negative memes about me and profit from it. Like, literally, that's what they do. There's entire channels and businesses based off of hating on Darkside Phil on YouTube. We all know.
Oh, yeah, it's us. It's us. Let's go.
Everyone knows there's a cycle of drama on YouTube that makes profit for everybody, correct? So they all reach out to him.
Jesus Christ. Thanks.
And he entertains it all, basically. He's like, whoa, I'm so blindsided. I didn't expect that this was going to happen when I invited Darkside Phil onto the show, right? That's what I warned him about, but he didn't listen.
Yeah, exactly, Nugs. He basically didn't want Craig to advertise his own show. I'll never understand why he thought that expectation was acceptable and that Craig was really going to follow through on that. If you're going to have a semi-controversial style figure and, you're a grifter like Craig, you're going to absolutely take advantage of this.
He didn't actually take it seriously, okay? So he gets bombarded.
Oh, it's the Nutshell. Big ups for joining the 60 Skulls.
And all of a sudden, he's seeing a lot of attention that he's never seen before. Keep in mind, the SideScrollers podcast has just started. This show, on average, was pulling in between, I'd say, around 200 per show live. After.
Wait, something's not working. I'm going to dead air you for a second. Something is supposed to be playing. Oh, also, those are the short versions of Still Squad. Let me know if we prefer those, okay? Because the other one was a little long, but I don't know if that's too short. Yeah, it stops midway. That was on purpose. I'm trying something.
What in the goddamn?
Yo, Jewel Rowe with the 5. He got that L. Ron Hubbard speech, including the slurring and ignoring blatant evidence from himself. Tom Cruise would love this guy, and Pignosis. Dude, I agree. Yeah, that's what it's giving.
Afterwards, you give a few.
It's giving that religion we can't talk about.
So it's not a huge podcast. It's not a tiny podcast by any means. It's not like 2 viewers, but it's a growing podcast. It's a work in progress, and he's trying to rebuild it from the ground up, which is very respectable. Trying to bring it back after that long hiatus.
Yes.
And so he's basically sees, oh, here's all these people who are now interested all of a sudden in my show, and they're basically telling me you absolutely must grill Phil. You can't just have Phil on the show as a guest. You have to grill Phil.
Well, if he's going to be on this show and they're trying to build this from the ground up, and he's obviously wants to keep some of this audience. I would imagine that's the entire point of doing the show. He would want to try and like appease the people that are coming to see him. No, he's gonna, especially because he doesn't owe you anything. So they're like, hey, you need to be a little stern on Phil because he's like this. And then you go, okay, well, let me look into that. That's the point of the interview. Like, none of that is, all of that is business, man. You want to be a big businessman. You want to do things by email, and you don't understand actually making a move and doing something. Not a SideScrollers fan, but I understand this. This doesn't, I don't know.
Because we don't like him, and here's the reasons why.
That's what you agreed to,
things, right?
That's what you wanted.
So Craig is
A
bombarded
fair
with
shake.
these
That's a
tweets.
fair
He
shake.
contacts me again. He basically says, you know, well, actually, I think I wrote to him. I said, I saw on the show today we were harassed basically by these people or whatever, and you know, I told you this was going to happen. And he basically says, yeah, in light of this, we want to do an interview. We don't want to have it be you a guest on the show like we normally have. Normally what their show is, it's a variety show. There's
Variety
segments.
style show.
There'd be a segment about news. It'd be a segment about everyone just shooting the shit. They have segments about people's collectibles at their house and what they do, and they show their collectibles. You know, fun stuff like that. Gaming and pop culture. It's a great show.
Shit like that.
So he says, I want you on as an interview instead. We have to basically have you on as an interview because
What
I
up,
don't
good?
see how we can just have
What
you on
up, good?
all the hate
What's
against
up,
you on the
Bradley?
internet, and I agreed to it. I'm like, yeah, I'm down for this because this is exactly what I wanted to do, you know, months ago. And I actually felt that these guys would be a good neutral party to actually essentially do the interview because I don't think they had any vested interest in either making me look bad or good. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay? That's the problem, is I was wrong. I didn't understand until basically I found out exactly what was going on, which I have now.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we were wrong. They totally had a vested interest. You remember Adam, the guy who didn't really even know who you were before? Yeah, you remember that guy? Yeah, he had a vested interest. In the first 3 hours, you could see him turn tractor, dude. Craig definitely knew a little more. He talked to the tractor styles, but Adam didn't know. Literally didn't know. I just don't know how he's pignatized himself like this. That's kind of crazy to me. It shouldn't be, but it is. Jay Wuso, 989 with the 2. The Level 1 podcast is an assault on the senses. I agree, dude. But every piece of DSP content is an assault on the senses. It's because he sucks.
But they did have vested interest. It sucks that they did because I didn't know that they did, okay? So, you know, for the last
Yeah,
week,
exactly. Then let's not forget that it took him an entire day to figure out all of these points, because afterwards he was the complete opposite, even though people were telling him it didn't go his way and that he didn't look good and that they had some sort of agenda, which, you know, obviously they gotta protect Adolf Pigler's feelings.
I'm under the impression that I'm going into this interview and it's going to be a very long, very grilling interview. I'm going to give them my undivided attention. I gave them unlimited time, and I said, you can ask me absolutely, positively anything. Anything.
Ask anything.
Okay?
And then they did.
I don't care what it is. Just ask it. And that way I can answer it. And we actually have a place where I've answered all these hard questions about all the negative shit that's been said about me over the years. So
You really didn't, hang on, but you didn't really answer anything, though. There was definitely a lot of dodging, a lot of fence sitting, and a lot of denial. You didn't really answer any questions. In fact, you kind of did the exact opposite. Yo, big ups, Drax. Appreciate it. So,
thinking this is going to be a show where if it's going to be a very long show, they're likely going to be doing segments about all the stuff. I thought for sure they'd be bringing back the racist stuff I said in 2010. You know, how I got...
But they didn't have to go back to 2010. That's the funniest thing to me. Oh, they were going to bring up the racist stuff from 2010. They didn't have to go back. They went to the summer previous, literally within the last 6 months. How did you mess up that bad? You do this so frequently that they didn't have to go back far at all. But you're not the same guy you were yesterday, though. Okay.
From all these different services and things and how that worked out. You know, the history of me essentially making mistakes on YouTube and, you know, all of that. All right. That's exactly what I thought. And I thought it would keep going. I thought it would just keep going, like, through the history of all the messed up stuff. And what it would be is it would tell a narrative of how over the years I make mistakes. People call me out for the mistakes, right? I either really, really failed to live up to that and improve, or I did in some cases. Essentially, that's what I thought it was kind of gonna be. Okay.
And it wasn't that.
But that's not what it turned out being. We'll talk about that in a second.
No.
Okay? But so yeah, so that was where it was left, and I was assured by Craig that there was not going to be any doxing, there was not going to be any harm to my family or anything like that as a result of being on this show or anything like that whatsoever. Now,
so it wasn't what he expected. They didn't do this huge narrative style that he was expecting them to do, and then he didn't get insane harassment doc style. Okay, this all sounds fairly positive. This sounds meaningful to me.
Got to be a little skeptical, because as we're getting closer and closer to this interview, I start getting wind that, did you know that Craig is like directly talking to all of your detractors every day? Like he's talking to.
Well, there's a lot of them,
these
so
literally have entire giant video series about you that are all monetized and profitable, and the reason why they go down this rabbit hole is to make money. It's stupid, but that's why they do it. They know that the day that they talk about dark side, feeling negative light, it's big dollars for them because people like this internet drama, and that's who he's talking to. Okay, I'm like, no, I'm not aware.
Yeah, Michael Anonymous. Yeah, Wind on Discord, but we don't have a Discord presence. That's why we can't do that show from the other day. You guys remember? No Discord presence. But I heard about it through a lot of people. They were saying it in chat, of course.
For that, I figured he was bombarded by detractors or whatever, but what can you do, right? I mean, it's public record. He's talking with them on Twitter and everything, right? So basically, I'm going into the interview, and I'm trusting Craig. I am. Stuttering Craig, the owner of Screw Attack, and now the person who runs SideScrollers. I'm trusting him. This is going to be a fair interview. This is going to be unbiased, right? This is going to be neutral. That's a good journalistic interview, is a neutral interview, a neutral stance. You ask questions, you get answers. Then you make your judgments based on said answers, okay? So the interview lasted over 5 hours long.
Yeah, we watched the whole thing. It was robust.
5.5. I even stayed extra to help out their patrons, because their patrons get extra. I stayed extra as a favor to them. Said I will stay late.
Yo, yeah, that's why he did it. He was like, oh, that went so well and people loved me so much. I'll go into your after show and do this favor for you. He totally didn't just weasel his way in like a slimy snake, bro. They very clearly did not intend on bringing him. He was a tag along they didn't ask for, but it was a favor to them. Okay. Yeah, pignatized himself. Exactly.
All right? It's by far the most popular piece of content they've ever put on the internet. All right? And I'm talking about the SideScrollers show from now. I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm sure Screw Attack probably had way popular stuff. I'm talking about in the modern era. By far. You're talking 30,000+ views in less than 24 hours. The thing blew up and is getting bigger and bigger. You know, everyone clipping it, restreaming it, talking about it, getting a buzz. From what I'm going to understand, okay?
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is true or not, because I didn't tell you guys this. I couldn't see the stream chat. Like, I purposely was not in the stream chat at all or paying any attention to it. I have no...
Dude, I would hope not. It's an interview. Why would you even think that you have to say that? I mean, if you ask me, that's only common sense, that you wouldn't be looking at the stream chat the whole time you were trying to do an interview. But yeah, Aurora Master, now that he mentioned it, that does sound exactly like some DSP behavior. You know he likes to watch the stream chat.
No idea what happened. They made thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars on that show. Okay? Who did they make it from? The detractors. The detractors were there. And every time that basically they were asking a prying question or, you know, twisting a little more, there was more contributions coming in.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I've been told. I didn't sit there and count the dollars as they came in. That's what I've been told for people who actually were watching the stream. You could see it coming in. People were...
The Flying Monkeys came back to me and told me they made a bunch of money, you guys. I didn't look into it, I promise. Yeah, jealous. He's just jealous because he really thought he was gonna get some of that. At some point, he was like, oh, I did them such a favor. I did such a good show. They love me and I'm gonna get a cut. Like, you're out of your mind, dude.
Adding up to like, oh my God, it's thousands. That's thousands of dollars.
That's thousands.
Okay. So, what did I think about the show overall? I talked about it on DSP Gaming yesterday as soon as it ended. I felt that it was a fair interview because even though I'll admit, I think that Adam, who's one of the co-hosts, it was Adam and Craig that were interviewing me. I think that Adam was basically kind of very, very critical and or didn't believe me. outright. I can tell you right now, I don't think Adam believed me.
Dude, no one believed you.
I lied about everything I said out of my mouth. It's kind of
Yeah, we kind of did.
Craig seemed more neutral. So it kind of it was like a good cop, bad cop interview, correct? And it ended, and I did my own content for the
DSP really thinks that his life is a movie, and he's the main character, dude. Like, I know that good cop, bad cop is a technique, but like, I don't know. When you say it out loud like that on a stream, in like a stupid like interview drama style, like, yeah, whatever, man. Whatever. Oh, and since we're here and everybody's here now, I want to give a shout out to Danny. This was Danny's idea to do this stream when I was coming up with ideas of what we're gonna do this Saturday. So big ups Danny. He reminded me that this existed.
The rest of the
Appreciate
day,
it.
I was fine doing it that way, and that's where everyone thinks it ended. Okay, now actually that's not the case.
He knows he's the main character.
Is what actually happened. Okay. Because that's not where it ended, because we have to talk about actually some of the topics discussed during that interview and where they led, because you guys don't know this, so I'm going to tell you right now. All right, one of the major things that happened during that podcast was discussion about a part 2, and that I would be back to keep answering questions, because I felt there was a lot of stuff that was left out, but we already went 5 hours. They're out of time.
Yeah, there was so much stuff that left. Dude, I had so much defending left to do.
Follow-up, all right? So I'm under the impression if you're going to do a follow-up, right, you're going to save further discussion about Dark
No,
Side.
because we'll get a Danny segment eventually. I love Danny. I'll bring him back. In some way, Danny will come back.
It was off camera or whatever, but basically it would be about a month or longer until there would be a part 2. That it would be at least like mid to late April, maybe early summer.
Yeah, we were going to... Yo, we thought it went so well. We were going to do a part 2. You guys remember that? God, we thought there was going to be a part 2.
But they were very interested in having me back for a part 2. That they wanted this to happen, because I even said to them, I said, there's a lot of stuff we didn't cover today.
That's so much defending left, man.
Like the WWE Champions thing, the $5,000 expenses thing, which I still don't understand because we really didn't fully explain it. We can talk.
Yeah, Iviga's right. It's do-rag, Danny.
But anyway, you harped on certain things. Then we had Keemstar on for like an hour, right? And it's like, so we kind of derailed, and we didn't really get to a lot of stuff that I think people would have liked to hear me address. Okay.
Yeah, because they were going to be there for like 3 days straight if we addressed all of the things that people want to address that you refuse to answer or straight up lie about. Yeah, we could have been here forever, dude. We derailed. Did we?
Or that I maybe would have liked to address. But after you're going for 5 hours, you forget about what you want to really talk about, correct? So that's where we left it, that it was supposed to be, I was going to do like a part 2, okay? But another big thing that happened during that interview was that there was essentially an opportunity, all right? An opportunity during the interview.
Yeah.
Where I was told that if I were to send the actual screenshot of my WWE Champions mobile game account, can't even say it.
I can't even say it, you guys. I definitely don't play it. I can't even say it. How could I play the game? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Disgusts me so much that this fucking thing is so stupidly important to people.
Shut up.
I can't even say the words.
Shut up.
That if I sent the screenshot of my actual account over to them, all right, like live, if I sent it to Craig,
yeah,
to show that that's not my account that everyone thinks it is, that would be the end-all be-all of it, right? Now I explained to them, no, I'm not willing to do that right now live, okay? And there's various reasons for that, as I tried to explain, but
that's where you lost your opportunity, man. Because what could have happened if you gave out your stupid, WWE Champion's name is it would have cleared your name, and what you would have had to have like maybe made a new account or something. I would almost say that trade is worth it if that's really what happens. But okay, all right.
Basically, let me put it this way: number one, did I trust Craig yesterday? About 98%. All right, I really did. I trusted Craig about 98%. I'm not saying I trusted him 100%. Maybe there's always a chance, right? That this guy.
Well, yeah, there's always a chance,
right?
But what are we doing here, man?
Trusted him, and it's going to be a gamble, right? The other thing is you got to factor in other things. There's actually been situations where, I've sent things to people who I trusted, and then things that were out of their control happened. I actually had, this is years ago. You guys don't know this, but there was someone who I had sent something to, and their account got supposedly hacked. Did it really get hacked or not? I don't know. Bullshit. They could have been lying. And then all of a sudden, there you go. fucking stuff's out there, right? So I'm not.
Okay. Ivica, could you send me a screenshot of that? Because I would love to show that on the stream of his stupid small shirt that was holding on for dear life. That was the first time I seen it last night. I would love to show it off again. I don't even remember what he was talking about. It doesn't matter. I'll run it back a little bit.
I had sent something to an.
Oh yeah, guy got hacked, some stuff got out there. Shut up. Who cares? I don't even know what this is in reference to right
and then all of
now.
a sudden, there you go.
It's so not like useful information for this.
I'm not saying anyone's ready to hack Craig's email or anything. I'm just saying, you know, these thoughts are going through my mind. It's not safe. Not 100%.
Yeah, you're
really
paranoid side Phil. I
now,
get
on the
it.
flip side of that.
Yeah, if you could pull
all
that
right,
up.
As he's asking me to do this, all right, live on the show, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, I know that if I send this to this guy right now, the only person it may convince is him. That's it. That's literally it.
Or it could convince, you know, all of the people that are watching the stream. But okay, go off.
You know, Craig's not stupid. He'll be able to figure out if this is real or not or whatever, right? But I don't think that sending that in any way, shape, or form would have actually made my detractors change their minds at all. That wasn't even why I went on the show. I didn't go on the show for the detractors at all. I just wanted to have one focal point where I've answered all of these questions. Now, if you want to hear my answers, go watch that show and leave me alone. I want to do.
And what Craig asked you for was any sort of evidence that you could provide where if people came to that stream and watched it, that this question would be put to rest because there was evidence provided by a host that you're supposed to be trusting when doing an interview. That was the whole point, DSP.
Good morning, Kanye.
And by not allowing that screenshot to go to be sent, you failed. You fumbled. Because you know what the truth is. That's your account.
My own thing over here, my own content.
Paul J. Brazel with the 2. He hasn't talked about admitting to tax fraud. I guess he didn't do it then, of course. Tax fraud didn't happen. The IRS is still judging that.
I don't want to have to be sitting here every night answering questions about this shit, okay? I just want it to be done with, right? So, in my mind, it's like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to send him stuff. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it after the show. And I'm going to do it right. I'm going to make sure that there's no way that people can say that I faked this. Because what if I did send it to Craig, and then all of a sudden, that's photoshopped anyway. Phil was ready for that. Phil made a photoshopped, you know, screen grab or whatever, right?
Oh, but we know that DSP is incapable of anything of the sort. Because he doesn't have a photo editing software, Doob, and the Dents totally couldn't figure it out or have one at the ready. Don't worry about it. Well, maybe the Dents don't. They are kind of dented. You see the things they do.
You can say that too. You know what I'm saying? So I was going to say, you know, definitive way to prove that what I'm sending him is real. All right. And I'm going to explain that in a moment. All right.
All right. Let me take a sip first. Triumphant style sip, of course.
So anyway,
yeah. Anyway, here's that shit.
Hello, everyone.
I miffed it. I miffed it. No. Made us go back. I hate it here. I have no idea how far we were. It was all for this shirt. Look at these buttons holding on for dear life. I can't believe it. Tell me this shirt fits right now. Anybody's leaving the house like this. Maniac style.
It disgusts me so much that
Yuck.
this fucking thing is so stupidly important to
Finding
people.
the spot.
Every
Keep
time a
looking at the
super
shirt.
chat comes in, it's literally from one of my detractors. He would probably be talking to these guys. No response at all at that email address. So, saying on my 90-minute decompress stream. Here you go.
Okay.
And it was
all
around
right.
6 p.m.
Keep looking at
And I
the shirt.
sat down after dinner with my wife on the couch, and accounts. You know, fielding every question, even Keemstar and things that were out of their control happened. I actually had, this is years ago. You guys don't know this, but there was someone who...
Where were we? Where were we?
Correct?
Disaster stream.
So that's where we left it, that it was supposed to be, I was going to do like a part 2.
Yeah, part 2. We remember
Right?
that part.
That
Yeah.
this guy's going to try to screw me over somehow, right?
Yeah.
Hacked.
Always
did
a
it really
chance.
happen?
Hacked didn't
That's it.
happen. That's
That's
it.
literally it. And maybe his
literally it.
co-hosts, right?
Okay.
They can,
Oh, because this is the people we're convincing. Okay. Oh, we're here. Shirt's gone. Bye.
to figure out if
Bye,
this is real or
shirt.
not or whatever,
Everybody
right?
say bye.
But
Right.
I don't think that sending that in any way, shape, or form, actually made my detractors change their minds at all. That wasn't even why I went on the show. I didn't go on the show for the detractors at all. I just wanted to have one.
Yeah, we didn't go on for the
where I
detractors.
answered all
Focal
these
point.
questions.
Yeah, there we
So
go.
now,
All
if
right.
you wanna hear
This
my
is about
answers,
where we
go
were.
Watch that show and leave me alone.
Disaster stream and a half. It's all right.
I don't want to have to be sitting here every night answering questions about this shit. Okay? I just want it to be done with, right? So, in my mind, it's like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to send him stuff. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it after the show. and I'm going to do it right. I'm going to make sure that there's no way that people can say that I faked this. Because what if I did send it to Craig, and then all of a sudden, that's photoshopped anyway. Phil was ready for that. Phil made a photoshopped, screen grab or whatever, right?
Okay, yeah, again,
that
that's where we were. That's where we were. Can't do Photoshop. I don't have an editor or a video editor. I can't do any of my own editing. It's fine. Yeah.
So I was going to say, definitive way to prove that.
Sorry, it really is a disaster stream.
Right?
I'm slow this
I'm going to
morning.
explain that in a moment, all right?
Triumphant sip. All coming back to me.
So anyway,
Boomerang style.
I didn't send him anything at all. Send him nothing during the show.
Nothing.
Let me clarify that. I did not send him anything during the show. When we ended the show, the discussion was, after 5.5 hours of me giving them my time, all right, and fielding every question, even Keemstar, and playing a stupid clip from It's a Gundam that was a waste of everybody's time, and fielding all the nonsense that happened, right? The agreement with WoW, that went well.
The agreement, well, wow, huh?
I did not send him anything during.
Didn't send him anything, though.
When we ended the show, the discussion was, after 5.5 hours of me giving them my time, all right, and fielding every question, even Keemstar, and playing a stupid clip from It's a Gundam that was a waste of everybody's time.
Yeah, shout out Gundam, though.
And fielding all the nonsense that happened, right? The agreement with WoW, that went well. You know what I'm saying? And
the agreement, went
let's
well.
Go ahead and talk about the follow-up or whatever, which we agreed, maybe a month and a half, maybe we'll see. All right? So, after the show ended, I did my 90-minute post-show. I went downstairs and I ate dinner with my wife. All right? So now it's around 6
my wife.
PM, and I said,
It's
you know
6
what?
p.m.
I think I am going to send him it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to him so he knows I'm not faking. So, for you guys...
No, the way that would have been proven is if you just sent the screenshot live because you didn't know it was happening and it was raw and actually authentic style. The fact that you're doing it afterwards completely negates any buffs that would have been had. You're stupid and dumb. An actual clown.
No, might or might not know. Because one of the questions that actually came up during the podcast, this was a really interesting one to me. They said to
interesting.
Me, Craig said this specifically to me, how can you dispute all this when they say it's tied to your phone number? To which I said, how could it be tied to a phone number? I've never once, ever, on any mobile game I've ever played on my phone, never once have I ever entered my phone number. It's all tied to your Apple ID or your game account. Because Apple has a game account in your phone, right?
Line app. Line app is
thing
the answer.
That determines your account. Because you could have a completely different phone number, but still have the same Apple ID. And therefore, you can still have your same games that transfer between phones and stuff. That's how it works.
Yeah,
right?
two-factor authentication, line account. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't understand.
Dude, and anybody who has ever set up an account for anything pretty much knows that at some point they're going to ask you to two-factor authenticate. Like everything does it now. And one of the biggest ways to do that is through a Google account or your phone number. Or like a backup email or something, right? Obviously. So... yeah, whatever. Nobody knows anything but me. I'm the guy. I'm the main character. It's the truth, dude.
When they were saying that to me, it didn't make sense because that doesn't. How again?
What
it's bullshit.
in the goddamn?
It's stuff that
Wesley H. with the Fiverr. This Photoshop lie doesn't make sense because Craig said he wasn't gonna show the audience, just confirm or deny if it was a suspected account. Exactly. Which I guess you could argue that, oh, the image is going to come out, like, they're, of course, going to leak it, like maybe he was trying to imply before, but I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Never.
Tractors make up.
But the guy said it, so it's true.
Well, can you
of course.
fucking prove that? Because games aren't tied to phone numbers. They're not. They're tied to accounts.
They can be, yeah. Accounts are tied, attached to phone numbers. What are you talking about?
Don't question what they're saying. Question me, right? Anyway, so what I was going to do was I was going to send him my actual, Apple ID and my game account in my phone that lists every game I've ever played on that phone. Literally. Actually lists every single game that I've ever played. I'm serious. It was good.
This is the second time that he's done this strategy where he says that he's not going to show you something, and then when he basically refuses to do it properly, he tells you he was going to give you way more information that you were asking for. You just weren't patient enough about it, right? You just didn't wait long enough for him to get the evidence together. It was the exact same thing when he was like, oh, you want to see the paper? You want to see where my expenses go? Like, nobody asked for all that shit. And he made such a spectacle about it so that we would move on. It was it was actually the point of the entire thing. Whatever. It's this. So it's the same shit here. He wasn't going to show you anything, but because you didn't wait long enough, he was totally going to give you all the information, guys.
Gonna have all of that listed, all right, and it was gonna prove.
It was going to 100% prove
everything. It was gonna prove account, because actually I usually have used the same account in all these games, the same name and everything. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna send him the screen grab from WWE Champions. And I was going to actually send him what we had talked about on the show. I was going to send him a screen grab to show it's the same account that I actually use in the new Street Fighter game that just came out.
Yeah.
And I actually was going to take another screen grab of an older game that I've played in the past, one that I've never even mentioned. I didn't even mention it on the show. I never mentioned it here. It's a game that I played. So here you go. Here's the same account that I use on all my games. Here it is. It could prove not only is there crossover between all of their games, but also here's the Apple ID it's tied to, and it shows the evidence. And here's the actual game account that's in the phone. I was going to send him literally all of it.
Dude, he was going to send him everything. Just everything. You guys, it was going to clear his name. He was basically going to be president of the world afterwards. But you guys just didn't wait long enough. Stupid.
Okay? And it was around 6 p.m. that I sat down after dinner with my wife on the couch, and I'm about to do
Yeah, and he wouldn't do it live.
So I email Craig, and I say to him, "Are you ready
done
for
off
this?"
the show, of course.
Because now you're gonna get the full story. You ready for this? Here's what actually happened. Because I'm tired of the bullshit.
Tired of the bullshit.
This is literally, I'm reading you the email I sent him word for word. Ready?
All right, before we get into the word for word, I want you to listen to everything he says. Because I'm not sure he's gonna twist and pignatize style these emails, but I'm like 90% sure that he can't get through them without doing it.
Hey Craig, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I hope that this was a big benefit for you guys. If so, this might have actually been the only time in history my infamy has actually helped something. I know that you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. Now, what I did here is I shared some thoughts about what my viewers had been saying on my 90-minute decompress stream. Here you go. You ready? My viewers are telling me they think you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. As I told you on the podcast.
Let me suck you off.
Fair. There is pretty much a 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, and it gave him free plugs for his own content, and it took away.
We hated Keemstar, of course. He was mean.
You know, I don't.
He had a beard.
I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. It would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us, to avoid people feeling that it's a surprise or a trick to shock me on the interview. Okay?
Yeah, next time don't bring anybody on that might actually make me look worse than you already were. Don't do that. I didn't appreciate that. It's pretty much I heard people in the chat saying, a lot of people.
And now, the key part of this whole message. How often do you actually check this email? Because I'm 50-50 on showing you my Champions account, especially because of what Keemstar said on the show. If you don't know what Keemstar said, it doesn't matter what you send to Craig, it's too late. It's literally what he said. Makes no sense, but, you know, that's what he said.
No, it does. It makes absolute sense, though. It makes 100% sense to anybody with 2 brain cells kicking. So, okay. All right. And yeah, the email is to ask if you check your emails. Why does it matter? And that's why emails are strange in this space anyway, right? First off, why does it matter? Because, you know, you get it out there, you get it to him, eventually he will, you know, confirm or deny within your next meeting on the second show, which you were supposed to do. That was the expectation on your end. And whatever.
I feel nobody would really believe, even if you vouch for me at this point, you know. But I respect you, and I'm still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly scared that my info will once again leak and hurt me. Word for word, I just read it from my email. There it is. Okay. I sent that again.
Word for word style.
6:18 p.m. yesterday.
That was at 6 p.m. Well, wasn't at 6 p.m. It was just a few seconds ago. The Baron, with the 5, plays video games for a living, terrified of people having a list of games he plays. Yeah, dude, that's too much information. It could hurt his family.
All right? So the show, you know, my show ended at 4. I uploaded. I had dinner with my wife. Everything cleaned up. Sat down on the couch, and I sent it at 6:18.
No, Pop Cultivation, do not send a chat. I'm not ready to read it. Why
did you just send everything? Because, number one, again, I'm not 100% trustworthy yet. But I want him to say, yeah, I'm going to be right here tonight on the email. So you can send it and I'll look at it. I'll immediately delete it. That way there's no risk. That's what we had said on the podcast. That if I'm going to send him all that information,
yeah,
he would immediately delete it the moment it comes in, he would check it. Okay, there it is. There's the evidence. Got it. And immediately delete it, and it's safe, right? Because it's gone.
But
So
that's
what I want to know. That's what I asked
so.
him. How often do you check the
So we asked him how often he checks his emails because we want to make sure that he immediately deletes it. How strange is that? That he's that tight about this information, right? That not only does he's only willing to send it to one person, it won't be shown, and the likelihood that it gets hacked and stolen is our biggest concern. Actual paranoia. Okay.
this email? All right. I did not receive a response. Okay.
Yeah, Ludwig, we're the paranoid ones.
Until today at 5:45 p.m. All right. So we can pretend like that's where it was at that point. Okay.
Yeah. Big sip. Hell yeah. Thanks.
So I sent him that.
Ooh,
last
the double
night,
smack.
18 p.m. Zero
Eat
response.
shit.
Ain't no way.
No
Ain't
response.
no
at all.
fucking way.
Wesley H. just super chat $10.
What did he say?
If he cared about actually proving people wrong and clearing his name, he'd post any evidence he had. The fact that he doesn't means he's guilty. An innocent person would care how they look to others.
Exactly, dude. That's why it's so important to remember that when you have interactions with the cops that you don't talk to them, because innocent people are like, dude, I'll show you anything. And that's kind of a bad idea. Yeah, you would think that he'd just show some evidence if he really wanted to convince people, but that's not how the brain works of a pig roach.
Off at that email address. So last night I do a 2-hour level 1 podcast over on DSP Gaming. Of course, people are asking me more questions. At that point, I'm still feeling positive about it. I'm like, hey, you know, it's exactly how I wanted it to go. People kept telling me on the podcast last night that Craig and Adam were unfair to me. I will say this publicly again. I don't think that's the case. I think
Wait, yeah, dude.
that was exactly how I expected the interview to go.
It was fair style, dude. But if you listen to him now, it was totally a 100% 3-ring, circus, and they totally came in with the worst idea of DSP ever. But the day after, even when he was upset about how it, like, he figured everything out, he still thought it was fair. Come on, man.
I thought that's exactly how it was supposed to go. Okay? I didn't think they were going to believe me and be blown away by the fact that I sat on there and I really couldn't show them the definitive evidence. But I emailed Craig and said, I'm going to send you the evidence.
Gotta tap the phone.
Are
That way you know I
monitoring
sent
this
it.
email?
That's how you
Okay.
indicate that. It's the thumb, for his my wife. She gets the thumb. Tap the phone for an email, obviously.
Read it word for word to you guys right out of my email. Okay? So anyway, that's where we left it. All right? Overnight, nothing happens. In the morning, apparently they turn on their show. Now, here's where the bullshit starts. Okay? They had advertised all week long that on Friday we're going to do a decompression stream from the Dark Side Phil interview. We're all going to be playing Mario Kart together. It's going to be the whole
Hell
show.
yeah,
It's
Mario
just one
Kart,
gameplay
dude.
of us kind of messing around and playing Mario Kart to decompress from the drama that likely will have happened Thursday. This was advertised all week long. Is that what they did today on their podcast?
No. Yo, doesn't it, hang on real quick, doesn't it say something that there has to be a decompression stream after doing a Dark Side Phil interview? That says something. I don't know. That shouldn't be I don't think that that's something that you should have to do. A decompression stream after just talking to somebody else. People do interviews all the time. They don't have to do decompression style segments. But with the guy, yeah, you need to take a vacation,
Dark Side
bud.
Phil Aftermath Side Scroller podcast. Let's see. 2.5 hours long, way longer than their show usually runs. 13,000 views. Gee, I wonder why. So what they had said they were
Pull
doing
out
all
some more
week,
chin
what I
hairs.
was
Hell yeah,
under the
dude.
impression they were doing all week, they decided not to do. All right, they decided to do something completely and utterly different this morning. Now, I did not watch this show.
I didn't even watch it,
My own
dude.
content this morning. I played Hogwarts Legacy on my stream and I beat it over on DSP.
Oh
Gaming.
my
I played it.
god.
I'm happy because it was
How is
really
he
long
still
game.
talking about the Hogwarts game?
And so I decided,
Even to
I
this
think I'm back to
day,
normal,
act.
right? I won't even probably be talking to these guys. If Craig comes back at me and responds to the email, right?
Yeah.
Then, we'll have a discussion about possibly sending him all the stuff or whatever. that he wanted on the show.
Got to email me though,
right?
business style. Can't communicate any other way.
I'm streaming and people are like, Phil, did you just see that podcast they just did? I'm like, no. Again, to my knowledge, it's over. That was the interview. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what what are you talking about? No, do you understand the whole show was dumping on you? Like literally every host came on and essentially said they didn't believe a word you said. You're a filthy liar. You're not that they were like totally saying what a scumbag or anything.
Okay, yeah, let him cook. I've let him cook for a while.
They're all sorry for me because I'm such a person who apparently is really just a sad guy.
You are. You're very sad, yeah.
He's addicted and, he's a liar and it's all bullshit. And essentially, it's funny.
Okay, essentially it's funny, but that's not really what happened either. They read the chats, they read the super chats, or rather that is really all they did. They read the super chats from the day prior during the interview, and the people who weren't on the show got to say something about how the interview went and what they thought of you, which is an interesting thing to do on their show about their show. But they didn't, the actual people who interviewed you, I thought Craig was fairly decent on you. Everybody else thought you were a lying scumbag piece of shit, because you are. But, like, that was expected to happen, right? You went through the interview.
Right? Because they're doing the show, all right? And apparently, when...
Yeah, and exactly, Brian. The reason they had to do that show the next day was to read the super chat so they didn't derail the interview, because it was a stream regardless, and normally they would probably, react to some of those super chats. But you're such a special snowflake style case. You're a unique, not like other style girl, that you didn't get your super chats right. They had to do the stream.
They're doing the show. Every time a super chat comes in, it's literally from one of my detractors. And every super chat,
there was a lot of tractors.
And they read it, and they all collectively laugh at it. Ha ha ha! That's funny.
Ack.
Ha ha ha!
Yo, that's how the guy laughs. Ha ha. He laughs like ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Not like ack.
Ha ha ha!
Thank you. Exactly.
Ha ha ha!
All right.
Let's laugh at Phil because he's
Cringe.
not here.
Stop.
Ha 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 ha! They didn't do that when I was on the show.
I hate the phase zoom in.
They waited till I wasn't. That's funny, isn't it? Very funny. Ha ha ha. Right? And they're showing on for 2.5 hours. All right? Now, I got a question for Craig and the SideScrollers.
All right, we're asking questions.
Really
what do we got?
Genuine question.
What's up?
All right?
Yeah.
Let's actually ask the question. We all know that my appearance on SideScrollers is the most popular thing they've ever done, correct?
As far as I know, yes. But I also don't know shit about the SideScrollers because I don't like them. They're kind of cringe. But nice face. Hell yeah, dude. He looks like a maniac. Yeah. Awesome. Who cares how big the piece of content they did on you was? It wasn't good for you.
Keemstar.
Move on, bro. Keemstar was there.
Keemstar. Big ass YouTuber. All right?
Big ass YouTuber. Keemstar? He's thick, boy.
Keemstar would have ever appeared
Watch
on
out.
SideScrollers podcast if I wasn't on there.
It's also fast as fuck.
Right? Okay. So they see, oh my God, this is the biggest thing we've ever done, and we just made an insane amount of money, thousands of dollars from detractors. So what do they decide to do the next day when I'm not there? Which is not the agreement.
They read their super chats.
They do the DSP Pylon show, where we're just going to sit there and we're going to take a big dump on him. Because he's not here.
Scat style. We're going to have a scat style stream on the guy.
There's a difference between journalism and online drama for personal gain. It's cause and effect here. They saw the money rolling in on Thursday, and they decided instead of doing our Mario Kart show that was planned and we were supposed to be doing on Friday...
What in the goddamn?
Didn't want to play Mario Kart, dude. Yo, Wesley H with the $5. Thank you, brother. Phil, we get it. It's been years since you laughed with friends. It's okay to cry. He would be so much better off if he just had friends in real life. I think that would be so much better. If he went outside, dude, he might almost be tolerable to some extent. Like maybe a little bit. No, but still close. He just has to go outside and have friends. It's an impossible task for the guy.
Dump on Dark Side Phil show, and it became a 2.5 hour clown show of them essentially taking in donation after donation after donation from every detractor under the sun to read it, laugh at me, make jokes
I wasn't.
about
I
me.
mean, I was a detractor
and then
then,
make
but
money.
I did not donate to the side
Okay.
scrollers.
So here's the question I have for Craig and the Side Scrollers crew. If the Dark Side Phil interview on Thursday
Yeah.
only had 100 viewers, and if you had made $5 the whole show,
Okay.
Would
But how would that have happened though if you know that your detractors get way more views than 100? Of course people were going to show up to the side scrollers interview. You knew that that was going to have, there was no way it wasn't. It's kind of crazy that you would think that a piece involving you was not going to be popular. Because the detractors have huge communities around
Hey, good
this.
morning,
Like,
Kanye.
come on. Big ups all to you guys for being around the content. It's super cool and robust. Jewel Rao with the 2. Oh my god, we gotta milk the DSP cow, the side wigglers. Pretty much. Kind of.
would you have done the Dark Side Phil Aftermath show on Friday? I would love to hear their answer. I'm sure they will. All right. But, you know, like I said, it's cause and effect. The reason that they did the show is because they wanted the money, right? Or else
Yeah,
there's no
of
profit there.
course.
Why are they going to do it again? There's
Yeah, they were having you on their show that they operate as a business to make money? Are we surprised by this?
no point. They got to ride that popularity out while they have it. All right? This is literally the same thing that all of my detractors have done for years.
No,
Wait
it's
a
not
minute,
though.
Drama sells?
It's
Wait a minute,
that's
making fun
okay.
of someone
All right.
and you know, bringing them down at their own expense
Yep.
is profitable? Oh, well, who cares about morals, right? I mean, even though
Okay.
we promised Phil a completely fair shake on the interview,
Which they gave you and you still think.
him we wouldn't destroy him the next day when he's definitely not there and not knowing we're going to do it, right?
By reading
It's
their super
literally-
chats, which they have no control over, literally just reading what other people were saying.
It's being completely two-faced. It's completely unfair. If you're going to have another entire show about Darkside Phil, you should let Darkside Phil actually respond to your stuff. Not, oh, guess what? We had a whole show, and then after that, the beat-up show. The pummel Darkside Phil show when he's not here. That's not fair. at all.
Almost side Phil, let's
Okay.
go.
Let me give you some
Also, why does he think that he's owed some sort of say in what their next piece of content is when he's not a part of the thing that they do, you know? Like, it's not his show. He doesn't get to tell them what they can and can't talk about on their show because he was on it.
comparison here, all right? Yesterday on the podcast, Craig said something to me that actually really, really resonated with me, okay? He said, you know what, Phil? People who you've wronged in your past, whether or not you really think that saying, you know, you're sorry to them or making amends would ever change or do anything good for them, correct? Basically, it's still worth it to reach out and do the right thing. Do you want to know what I did last night? I actually DM'd
What did you
that
do?
person in the Street
Did
Fighter
you?
community who I used to
Yeah.
bully.
Oh
actually
my
DM'd him
god.
and
I
apologized.
forgot about this.
I knew he wouldn't. But I apologized to him because I felt so
LOL.
bad after Craig saying that to me on the show. I was like, he's right.
DSP, the result of that interview is that DSP went on Twitter and cringily apologized to somebody back in the day. I believe it was Shady K, who he was a huge piece of shit to, because he felt so bad about how he used to bully him. Incredibly cringe. Come on, man. You thought that was a good move?
I should do that. Do you want to know what else I did? I went out and I publicly apologized to ReviewTech USA. because I
Oh
felt
yeah, we
like
apologized to
even though I feel like
RTU.
he's unfair to
Super
me,
cool.
It's not fair for me to then be unfair to him, which I do feel like I've been harsh to him recently with some of the stuff I said and did on my streams. And then you know, last night someone had told me his daughter is sick, and I felt so bad. I was like, dude, the last thing he needs is drama and stress around this time in his life. So I publicly apologized to the guy. And now I'd actually like to have him on the show to just have a civil conversation about stuff in the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I'm sure RTU feels so much better knowing that DSP doesn't dislike him and forgives him. Who gives a shit what DSP thinks about you? Maybe RTU does. I don't know. I don't care. But DSP's head is so big, like he thinks that people give a shit what his opinion of them is. Who are you?
So that's what I did when I got off the show. I actually I thought, wow, out of the stuff that just happened, you know, Craig had some really good advice. I actually like that. I'm going to go run with that and try to be a better person. They felt the best thing to do with that show was to do a show to shit on me for 2.5 hours and make money on it. That's what they felt.
No, they already made the money. He's failing to see this. They already made that money. They made that before they shit on you, when they were doing their supposedly fair interview that you agreed to. So don't misrepresent the situation now. Be honest about it.
It was the best thing they could possibly do out of a show like that. Someone giving them 5.5 hours of their time that normally I'd be working and making money.
You agreed to. You agreed to do this. You wanted to do this.
You know, giving them insane amounts of views and popularity, getting Keemstar to show up on their show, giving them a giant boost, making what? People, I actually heard the number, and I can't confirm if this is real or not. I heard they made $20,000 yesterday alone in the one show. Now, I've never...
Bro, $20,000 on one show? Is it like... I don't know what the real number is. Somebody tell me how close that is. Do we have because that sounds insane. Yeah. $20,000. Like,
never made $20,000 in one day in my life, and I never will. Apparently they made it. Why did they make it? Because
he must have added another zero in there in his anger.
Phil was on their show. Okay,
$20,000. Like who?
Said, wow, that was pretty amazing. We'd like to have him on in a part 2. So let's say, okay, that's enough. We'll talk about him later. No, next day it's Dark Side Phil part 2 without Dark Side Phil. The show continues without me, completely unfairly, and they make a ton of money on it. Okay, it's completely unfair. It's not
completely unfair. They didn't give me any of the money, dude.
There's no integrity there at all. If there was integrity, say, listen, we had him on the show. He answered the questions. You judge for yourself what you think. All right, maybe we'll do a 10-minute segment where we all talk about what we thought, and then we move on. We want him back.
There was so much to talk about. There was so much to talk about, though. It couldn't have fit in a 10-minute segment. DSP, why don't you fit your stupid goddamn pre-stream in a 10-minute segment? There's actually less to talk about there. I hate this guy. Oh, you guys should only do a 10-minute segment on your show that I have no control over. But my pre-stream, dude, here's the schedule for the 9 millionth time. It's RPG overload, you guys.
We'll talk about it when he's back.
I know this is like obviously over a year ago, but
now, immediately once it's over, okay.
The guy is cyclical, dude.
Then
everything always applies.
And again, do I really believe they made $20,000 in a day? No, I don't. Maybe they made a few $1,000. Even then,
yeah, a couple.
Even then, that's something they
even
never
then, dude.
The show. And if you're actually showing, oh, okay, wow, that's nice that Phil did this for us. We're gonna be nice and grateful. We won't beat him up the next day. Well, they did. They did a 2.5 hour beat up Phil show today. Okay.
Where they read their super chats
constantly, right? Laughing. I actually heard, and we might because we might react to it live here. They all did the ack laugh together in unison. Which I didn't do.
They all did the ack laugh. I totally don't do that, you guys. I don't ack.
Okay, making more money constantly, right? Laughing. I actually heard, and we might because we might react to it live here. They all did the ack laugh together in unison, which I don't do. I've literally never done an ack.
I've never done an ack.
Like that's funny. Oh, something that people say about me all the time that's terrible is funny, right? Right? Oh, it's hilarious. I don't even know where it comes from. It's just one of those memes, right?
I don't even know where it comes from.
So anyway,
I love that more recently he reacted to that ack compilation and he still says he doesn't ack. It's plain as day. And he goes, that's an H. Nah, it's not.
I hear all this on my stream this morning and I'm like, oh, that's, I first I didn't believe it. I thought people were basically over exaggerating. All right, I did. I thought people were making shit.
Yo, I don't know when the super chats are gonna come through. I don't know why they're so delayed. Turtles Game Kingdom with the 10. He's just jealous he didn't get any of the money. Boo hoo. And they didn't have to have you back on their show. It's not his show. So suck it up, princess. God damn it. Appreciate it. Appreciate the 10. Yeah, he is super jealous. He wanted that money, especially after he was convinced that it was 20K. Of course he wanted a cut.
What in the goddamn?
Hosky with the 2. Phil can't even fit an eat it segment in 10 minutes.
What in the goddamn?
This is true. King Be Cruel was here. Turtles Game Kingdom with another 10. Really, I don't believe their so-called emails on his phone. You know what he did? He went and cried in Kat's boobs saying, why don't they believe me and like me? I don't think he cried into her boobs, though, dude. He'd have to touch her first. Can't do that. That's not in the agreement. Wesley H with the 5. Does Phil think he can handle responding to these super chats after that interview happened? He was looking like a punished school kid after an hour. Yeah, I think that's exactly what he wanted. He was, I guess, expecting them to hold all of these super chats in for the part 2, which if that was the case, he wouldn't have wound up doing anyway. I don't know what his expectation was, but he couldn't have handled it regardless. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Up, or maybe, you know, what it is they want to start trouble. And I actually felt, and I defended those guys last night. I said, no.
I defended them. I was on their team, doob.
I do. I think that they, you know, yes, was Adam harsh? He was. A lot of people thought he came off very abrasive and like a dick. All right, while Craig was more neutral and or.
Well, that's a natural reaction when people discover DSP.
I actually didn't feel that. At the end of the day,
get kind of angry about it sometimes.
I mean that, and I defended them. My audience was telling me the opposite, and I said, no, I think you guys are wrong. I think that it actually was fair. Okay, I did. All right. So anyway, when everyone's telling me this on my show today, I'm like, I don't believe it. I'll watch it for myself later or whatever. But over the course of the show, people were progressively getting worse and worse. Telling me, no, Phil, you have to understand, this was really bad. Like,
the flying monkeys kept flying around and telling me over and over and over again, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. So of course I had to go check it out.
This was 1 million.
They hyped it up to be, and that's exactly what it is, right? He wasn't interested in seeing it. I'll check it out later, whatever. They hyped it up to be something, and of course, like, that's gonna have a sway in how he viewed the whole thing.
Tractor show. Craig is saying he's going to go on to tractor shows now. Really, Craig, the guy who literally said, "I'm going to be neutral about."
And that totally happened, dude. You remember all those shows he went on?
Show. So not only is it now, it's on their own content that they're now. It's going to continue. It continues into other people's content as well, right? Right? Okay, this is interesting. So again, all this is happening, right? And I'm just doing my content. I get an email. All right?
Get an email. We love the emails.
Oh, the fan, you know, I'm not going to reveal the fan's name or anything.
I'm not going to dox him.
Here's what the email I get from a fan today.
I guess I appreciate him not doxing the fan. If we give DSP any credit for anything today, he didn't dox that guy. Cool. Bare minimum style.
Feedback.
Acknowledge it.
The Aftermath stream by Craig and Company, it's clear there was never any intention
from this fake fan.
Yes. They're quite
You're right, from this fake fan.
Darkslayer Don 213 has joined the 60 Skulls. Atlas, did you see the new Yakuza clip?
Is that the clip where he's about to cry or something? Somebody was telling me about it this morning. I have to catch up after the stream. I haven't seen it yet.
open to admitting.
Thank you, Darkslayer Don 213 for the 3 months.
To the point, they openly belittled and laughed at you all day long today. They openly said to your face that they contacted most of your detractors to get feedback. Every single super chat that mentions something negative about you, they
Tapius with the $5. He's so sensitive about his laugh. It's so weird. You'd think that would be something to lean into. I always talked with Inked about how in a parallel universe, DSP is a loved creator, and the ack is like synonymous with him, and people love it. Like people love PewDiePie's bro fist thing. Yeah, dude. I wanna see what that's like.
They read out and believed without hesitation. It's clearly difficult to believe this wasn't their initial intention, and they lulled you into some kind of false sense of security over the previous week, giving you the impression they wanted to be neutral. You basically went to a detractor.
Yeah, they're ack t-shirts. Hell yeah, dude.
Ambush was just
and people would come up and be like, "Oh, you watch Dark Side Phil?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, dude, I'm a huge fan." Yeah, they'll go to conventions with ack shirts. It'd be super robust and meaningful.
On top of this. I might not be a big fan of yours. So here you go. This guy's even admitting he's not even a big fan. Even I can't ignore the fact they obviously just want to ride this detractor wave of popularity. And even
Yeah, they want to make this money.
Detractor streams in the future. The hefty donations that they're now getting during their streams show that they were just hoping to get these. Now they're basking on having grilled and exposed you to the world, and they plan to do it again and again and again as long as you keep allowing it. Honestly, if you really think that they are your friends or even remotely impartial, you're sorely mistaken. You're just
Shout
a
out this
lolcow
concerned
and a liar to them.
Yeah. Sorry. Shout out to this troll. Big huffs.
Frequently have said this now. It's a viper's nest, not a single friendly hand to be found. Be careful if you really plan to appear on their podcast again. They'll go twice as hard. They claim to have only gone through half the questions that they have for you. Okay?
Yeah.
They can't wait to eviscerate you.
You said yourself that there was so much that they didn't have a chance to get to. So, yeah, of course they only got to half the questions. You were apparently aware of that because there was so much left to cover. Just because someone sent it in a mean way in an email, doesn't actually change the information you already knew.
The only good that you got out of this.
But yeah, he is a lolcow and
now
a liar.
you've
That's
kind of
true.
Validated that maybe that Craig is now becoming a detractor, even after 10 years of history with the guy.
Oh yeah, 10 years of history where you talked to him like what, once or twice? Maybe? I actually think it's once. Yeah, 10 years of history. You guys were like best friends.
Take this
business partners almost.
There you go. Okay. All right. That's an email I get during my first stream today. No, I didn't write that. It's from a fan. Well, actually, I guess the person said I'm not even a big fan. Right? So anyway, I hear all this, right?
I hear all this from my
dude,
dents.
I got to see this stream for myself. I have to now. Like, I have to watch this for myself.
You have to watch it.
I can't believe that this is what I'm hearing, but why would people be saying this if this was not true? Okay?
To get you to do content like this and milk you, stupid. Well, what? Well, like, how is that even a question? You're being milked, you idiot. Not even for sustenance.
So I announced during my
Pickups
first stream, the late stream tonight, I said this on Twitter, and I said this on, posted on my channels. My late stream tonight will no longer be gameplay. Instead, I'm going to watch this.
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah, Aaron Hines, he did say that Kat watched it, and she was like, oh, it's so bad, you guys. It's so bad.
Watch this together, and we're going to see, for ourselves. Oh, here it's playing now. We're going to see for ourselves if everything that's been said is true. Okay? There you go. So I
Redbird with the 2. My 3 months of history
morning,
here
Kenny.
is meaningful to me. Big ups. I appreciate it. I'm glad it's meaningful.
So now it's public that I'm doing this. Okay? So I go downstairs to have dinner. My wife is pissed.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. She's so
I
upset.
say, what's going on?
She's floored.
Hopefully
She's
nothing's
crying
happened
downstairs.
bad in the house. She says,
Yeah.
oh no, but I saw that you announced that you're going to watch their show from this morning. Did you watch it? I said, no, I haven't seen it yet. He said, oh, I did. She was not happy. And she only watched maybe 10, 15 minutes of it. And she said she couldn't even continue.
She couldn't even continue 10 or 15 minutes into this. So I don't remember exactly how tame it is, but when I've watched this before, 10 or 15 minutes into this like 2-hour-long thing or whatever is almost nothing if my memory serves me correct. They literally were just reading super chats and ha-haing, laughing. They were jaw-jawing, if you will.
She's like, literally, it's a shooting.
But she
gallery.
couldn't make it 10 or 15 minutes in.
Like,
she was
literally,
done so,
it's just-
brother.
They're just 100% reading every super chat. And everyone is a detractor, a known detractor. And they're laughing at you and they're making fun of you the entire show. And I was like, wow, that is shocking to me, again, because I was led to believe these guys were going to be legit, right?
They were going to be legit,
Apparently,
dude.
this is not it. This is not what it was supposed to be. I was supposed to just be treated fairly. Now, fairly, if you want me to be an objective, right? That means that you're going to listen to answers, but you're not going to do this show after. You're going to, okay, listen, now you judge for yourself, and maybe you ask for 5-10 minutes on your show. What do you guys think? Here's what we think. Okay.
Why does there have to be a time limit on it, though? Why does it matter how long they talk about their thoughts and feelings on the interview? If I don't understand why there needs to be an arbitrary time limit on a piece of content like that. They're in charge of it. They can talk about it however long they want.
It's a topic for later. He's going to be on again, right?
The fact that it was 2 hours is the
Okay.
problem, I guess.
Now, that's not where it ends, ladies and gentlemen. Because as I said, I was still fully intending that tonight we were going to sit here and we were going to react to this, which we still might do.
You're gonna react.
There's a new update, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember, I told you that I emailed Craig last night at 6:18 p.m. saying I had a 50-50 thought I wanted to send him all the evidence of my innocence. All I needed to know was how often he checked his email. Because I want to be sure if I'm going to send this to him, he's going to check it, he's going to see it, see the evidence, and delete it right away. Right? And by the way, I already said, I know probably this won't change public opinion, but at least then you'll believe me. Right? He emailed me back. Are you ready for this one?
You guys ready? I'm super ready. Tell me.
Are you ready for this? I don't think I was ready for this one when I read it. You ready for this?
I hate when he hypes this shit up, dude. Are you ready for this? I'm about to show you. Here we go. I can't stand it, dude. It makes the content so much worse. Just stop doing it.
Here's a response I got at 5:45 p.m. today, 2 hours ago.
Why does my bad, Wesley H with the 5. Why does his wife know who his detractors are? If he truly has separation for work and life, then it doesn't make sense for her to know. Dude, you know he has to be talking about the trolls offline. Like, he's sitting at the dinner table talking about, do you want to hear about what they said about me today? So Duty said, and then he like reads off the title. Like, that has to be his real life. What else does he do? Drink? Gin tweet? Or he doesn't really gin tweet anymore, does he? So he drinks, pulls Hogan's, and is upset about trolls all day. Very cool.
I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at length on today's show as a debrief. That's what he called it, a debrief. You shitting on me for 2.5 hours is a debrief. Interesting. My debrief was saying, you guys did a great job interviewing me and defending you for 2 hours against my fans. That was my debrief. And then also apologizing to someone who I harmed in my past and apologizing publicly to Review Tech USA. That was my debrief from the show. Your debrief.
Yeah, I'm so much better than you. I did all of these super cool, positive style things. And you guys were mean. I'm better than you, obviously.
It's a 2.5 hour Destroy Darkseid Phil show and make money on it. Okay, let's continue. I think we all left the interview mentally exhausted and feeling incredibly frustrated. At the end of the day, we want what's best for you. The things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile game, the bank stuff, it doesn't make sense. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is you saying it's not. I'm going to address that in a second.
You should address it piece by piece, actually. That would make more sense to me. But that's exactly it.
I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this around, but you seem so dug in. Even in the face of insanely detailed evidence, you wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you.
Yes, he did.
They've seen online, and it was
What?
And they're 100% right. He's 100% right. The way that DSP treats Keemstar. Whoa, I saw some things online about you. Those are the same goddamn people not the actually same people, but that's the same shit that people do to you. And you get so upset about it. But it's okay when you do it. Rules for thee and not for me, I guess. I hate that. I can't stand when he does that shit.
like that's not even a point. It has nothing to do with anything.
It has nothing to do with anything because that's not what the interview was about, stupid. Even though it's true, it has nothing to do with anything. We're not saying that it's not true. We're just saying it's irrelevant.
It has nothing to do with any point at all.
Very cool.
Honestly, I'm disappointed.
Debunked, guys. I said
like
so.
I said, we want what's best for you. We very much do. You have to help yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I'll gladly help you on your journey. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it.
Big ups for the level 2.
What does that sound like to you?
I don't think that honestly sounded all that negative. They're like, the things that you say don't make any sense, even when presented with evidence and even after bringing in somebody and showing you how you're being hypocritical. Nothing you say makes sense. I would like to help you. What a classy style email, I would say. Obviously a little trolly, but given the circumstances, I thought that was okay.
Does that sound like a neutral party?
Yes.
That email proves that he went into it with 100% preconceived notions of what the
No,
truth
it doesn't.
was.
No, it
Based on
doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. Because part of what his, takeaway had to have been when bringing all of these things up to you was your response to them. So he went through the interview after hearing all of these things about you, getting them confirmed by you, hearing your answer, and then still walking away like that. There was no preconceived anything. I mean, there was a little bit on Craig's end, but definitely not with Adam. And you could still see it, like it really sinked in for Craig at a moment.
Talking to detractors for 2 weeks.
Yo, big ups Little Crow Gaming with the $2.99 Australian. Hashtag level 2. DSP would never. Big ups.
Right?
And 100 likes. Bubble time. Hell yeah.
I will give you absolutely full disclosure here because
shout out Iviga's bubble animation. Actually,
after about
I
a
didn't
week
do
of
that.
him
Shout out Iviga's bubble animation. I think it looks really nice. I was super jealous. So have these bubbles instead. Don't go to Iviga's stream and steal his bubbles.
directly talking to the detractors.
He's not even live anymore.
He emailed me once.
You
He
can't.
said, "What would you like to see?" Or excuse me, try that again. I misspoke. What would you like me to see? Right? He says, "What would you like me to see before your interview?" And I sent him my react to my Down the Rabbit Hole video, all right, from last year. Which
I
really
sent
covers
him my
Street
react.
Fighter.
And he looked at that shit and went, this is, how long is that? It's like 2 hours, 3 hours, something like that. And he's like, this shit is 3 hours? Nah, I'm okay. I'm not watching all of that. That sounds stupid.
My early days as a YouTuber all the way to 2017 covers it all.
Yeah, Nugs, Iviga probably did actually go to bed. I didn't expect him to still be here. He's been up forever, dude.
Said, listen.
Wesley H with the 5. It's not like he could talk to Derek between WWE posts and posts of Yonkers. It's true, dude. It's true. You ever tried to message Derek while you're looking at Yonkers instead? Not gonna work. I have no experience in this, but Ink told me that it's difficult.
I'm sorry for a lot of the wrong things I did. I admit that they were wrong. Here's some real
What
bad
in the goddamn-
misconceptions.
Appreciate the 5,
about
brother.
a lot of that. Okay? So I sent him that video because I wanted to basically give him an idea of how there's been a ridiculous amount of misconceptions about me on the internet. And when I address them fairly, you see how they kind of, at least make sense. Not to say that I'm infallible. I mean, I'm making a lot of mistakes. But at the same
I'm human,
time,
you guys.
I'm changing for the better.
I'm
Which they laughed
changing.
at during
I'm changing at 40 or 41 years old, however, old he was a year ago or so. Yeah. I'm changing in my 40s. Like, yeah, you changed forever, right? You always change a little bit, but like DSP is, having these realizations that you were supposed to have decades ago, right? But he's been LARPing as an adult for so long, and even now, he's not really changing. That's who he is.
the show yesterday, by the way. Oh, change, you're changing. Yeah, it's called human evolution. Do you not understand that someone today is not someone last year, is not someone 5 years ago, is not someone 10 years ago? It's a constant struggle to improve yourself. And when you make a mistake, you admit you made the mistake and you move on for the better. If you keep making the same mistake a million times, that's a different thing. They laughed at me when I actually...
Okay, but when's the cutoff then, DSP? Because you've been making the same mistakes for as long as you've been on the internet, and that mistake is being a piece of shit to everybody that you've ever interacted with. Okay? That's really the problem here, is it not? You want to say you're changing all the time, but you are still a piece of shit. That's all you gotta fix, man. It's really not that complicated. If you really want to boil it down. I go through like every day just thinking, like, when I don't want to do something that's productive, I'm like, that's a very DSP move. And then I go and do it. I'm motivated.
Actually admitted, like, Adam was laughing about change and everything. Ha ha ha. Right?
Ack.
So anyway, this email essentially what this email says to me. All right?
I hate his fake laugh. Shut up.
Was, man, I'm glad you guys made a lot of money, and I would like to actually send you the evidence of my innocence, but I need to know how often you check the email, because, you know, I want to be sure that you're going to get it and delete it right away.
Yeah, it's super important that you delete it as soon as possible, dude. What if you get hacked? Keenan Traum with the 50. I don't know what currency that is. Thank you. I appreciate it. Pig demands 100% loyalty without requiring proof. Well, of course, dude. That's how the cult has to work. It doesn't work any other way.
Did you hear a response to that anywhere in his email? Did he even mention it?
No, because he wouldn't be interested anymore. No. Because he's not interested. It's because it's too late, dude. Because it's not even relevant. Because you missed out on your opportunity and he knows that. He understood what Keemstar was saying. Up until you were off the show, you had the opportunity and you missed the whole thing.
he already believes that I'm guilty. He went into the interview.
Big ups Crimson Red. I appreciate it. Thank you.
100%. He had a preconceived. He talked to detractors for 2 weeks. Some of them who he likes, because I hate to tell you this, I really feel like he loves, he absolutely loves, like, It's a Gundam, right? He loves
a lot of people like It's a Gundam.
He thinks it's funny.
People think It's a Gundam's funny.
Mentioning It's a Gundam. All right.
Shout out Gundam.
Shows over the past couple of weeks that It's a Gundam is a troll of Dark Side Phil. So
he definitely brought some levity to the interview though, DSP, because it was just kind of absurd. I believe was doing that on purpose. Obviously, he knew he was guaranteed to be played. He had fun. Big ups Repsy with the 5. I'm glad he's done with his Like a Dragon playthrough. I'm getting sick and tired of him comparing his life to that he himself fuck over to a fictional game. Me too, man. In all honesty, I'm super happy we're done with Like a Guy and Baldur's Gate 3. I'm over it. I'm so excited for anything else. And I'm sure ALT will be too, because we don't have to watch it. Tonight on WPIG, 1651 at 8 p.m. when we do Axe the King. And we stay over a little bit to see the first tip.
Obviously, he watches his content.
Not a self-plug, obviously.
Why do you think that of all the detractors, what's the first clip that they played in the interview and then they ran out of time? It's a Gundam. He's a fanboy of them, right? So anyway, he's been talking with these guys for weeks and weeks and weeks. And all he's listened to is them. I got an honest question.
He asked.
The Side-Scrollers. How many of my fans have you talked to?
Didn't they ask? Didn't they ask for DSP fans? Because that's the thing with DSP, right? Just like with Mike Klum, his fans are not willing to go out there and bat for him. Who, like, Derek will run into the shadows because I think even Derek knows he's a weirdo, right? Nobody is going to bat for the guy. Who do you want them to talk to? Point somebody out. You want them to talk to 1 Minute Man? Come on.
How many people who actually watch my content on a daily basis?
Me.
Who like my
Free.
content, who would actually tell you why they tune
What
into my
in the
content?
goddamn?
Wouldn't it have been fascinating to maybe talk to someone and say, hey, why do you like Phil despite all the hate against him? Why do you believe the hate? What do you think? Right? Did they do any of that? No, they talked to every detractor.
Because you have a larger detractor community than you do actual fans. I know that you don't believe that because your subs say otherwise, but obviously those are all sock accounts. Come on now. He doesn't legitimately have 200,000 subs or dead accounts straight up, right? DSP's, his community is not as large. There's just not a big enough polling size. Like I said, he's going to talk to Derek, Jade, OIC. And then what? Are these the people you really want speaking for you anyway? I don't know if that was a good idea.
They literally talk to the people who benefit the absolute 100% most from me being the villain. And that's all they talked to. Right? There was no evidence they ever went out and actually gave me a fair shake. At all. It was just detractor, 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 detractor. Because all the detractor questions we have to ask Phil, and then say, hey, Phil, what would you like to watch? Or what would you like us to watch? Watch the Down the Rabbit Hole. That's it. That's not a fair take.
So you had the opportunity to provide them a bunch of information before the interview of things that might be, relevant to watch. And the only thing you sent them was this egregiously long react that you did, expecting them to watch the whole thing.
Ain't no fucking way.
Wesley H. just super chat $10. Phil is trying to change himself for a girl that already broke up with him and is shocked it's not working. You can't change for people after they stopped caring.
Exactly, Wesley. Big ups for the 10. Exactly. He thinks that by changing now, he's gonna get some good graces back or something. Dude, you are who you are at this point. A clown.
That you have 99% information from over here, 1% information from over here. Ask me questions. I told you I can't show you the stuff, right? I'm not going to show you my bank statements or whatever. And a lot of the questions they asked...
Nobody asked for your bank statements.
Were completely unprofessional because they weren't prepared for the questions. Can I give you an example here?
Oh, yeah. I would love an example. I would love it. What question did they ask that led you to believe that they weren't prepared?
When they're on...
Oh my God, actually, I know which one it is. They're talking about $5,000 or whatever.
On a show, and you say, Phil, tell us about the $5,000 of business expenses a month.
Yep.
What $5,000 of business expenses? Well, you know, the ones that everyone knows about. Everyone, what are you talking about? I want to know what is. Are you talking about?
This is, you know what? You know what? I hate to do it. I actually agree with this though. They didn't know enough. Which, like, how could you blame them for though? What the DSP lore goes this deep, dude. I think with the 2. Can I get a bedtime sandwich to help me sleep? That's bad for your tummy, V. I couldn't do that to you.
What in the goddamn?
Wesley H with the $5. They didn't talk to his fans, and yet Phil made some of his fans into detractors multiple times that year. Also, detractors actually give to charity. They do, and he did. Not in that order, obviously. Yes, DSP absolutely makes his fans into detractors all the time, and I'm suspecting Theo Theory that 1 Minute Man is on that same path. Redbird with the 2, your vids get more views than you have subs. Hype. I agree. Always hype. Always hype. I'm so appreciative for everybody that watches this stuff. I really am.
From my bankruptcy? Oh, yeah. Is that what it is? He's like, turn to Adam. Is that what it is? Yeah, it's from the, yeah, you know, I need to know. What are you talking about? Right? And ultimately, they couldn't even answer the question. Yes, it's from the bankruptcy. Well, what from what in the bankruptcy? Is this something that's listed from my tax return? Is this something that's listed on a generic form that was filled out? That was
I'm being told they said it was from the
I don't even know what you're talking about. You know, how can I
bankruptcy form? Yeah,
I've heard that,
but they weren't too confident about it, so they just went, "Oh, I don't know."
Business expenses. I don't know. I never saw that. I don't even know what you're talking about. When I went into
no idea what you're talking about. He does. So he either there's 2 answers here. He's lying. You're lying to people's faces, or he straight up does not understand any of the information that he filled out for his own bankruptcy and straight up lied because he didn't understand the paperwork. Those are the 2 options. I guess pick one.
See, proceeding. I went in, okay? And what did I do?
Lied.
I gave them all the information they needed. My bank.
They needed to believe me. I gave them all of the information that they needed to believe my side of the story. Not you know, whatever.
Properly with all the data.
And the only thing he sent them was the one React style.
Bankruptcy people, right? Yes, that was, I guess, a public-facing form that was presented. And apparently somewhere in there, apparently one of the detractors say it says something about $5,000 in business expenses. Ladies and gentlemen, never, ever have I spent $5,000 on just video games in 1 month. That's insane. I don't know.
So what did you spend the money on, dog? What does that line mean in the bankruptcy form? Please let us know. If it wasn't on video games and that's what you do for a stream, what did you spend the money on, man?
Know where that number comes from. I'm not a bankruptcy attorney.
I don't even know where that number came from, dude. I don't understand my own bankruptcy.
Judge who stamped my bankruptcy. That's not my job to know that.
I don't have to know that, dude. He said it's good. It's good, I guess.
Where that number came from. No, I don't have $5,000 in business expenses every month. I don't know. Okay? What I can tell you is it was 100% kosher according to the bankruptcy judge. Because again, because the trolls were harassing everyone involved with that bankruptcy so badly,
yeah,
I had to go in.
Okay, what did you do?
Just listen to this.
But buddy, I'm listening. Trust me, I'm listening.
Hours and hours and hours of work.
Yes.
Explaining away all the transactions that I did related to my business, not even related to my, like, I was explaining everything.
Dude, he wasn't though. He wasn't though. This is just such a lie, dude. He doesn't even understand where the number came from in his own bankruptcy. You're expecting me to believe that you went through this itemized list of all of your expenses and didn't lie or forget anything at all or misunderstand anything, but you don't even know where the line came from.
All of it. This is not.
Yo, big ups the offended gamer for the 5. DSP's ship is sinking. He shouldn't be grabbing he shouldn't be grabbing a bucket. He should be grabbing a bathing suit. Exactly. Dude, his numbers are worse and worse all the time. Every day. Every day. Wesley H with the 5. How did he spend $27,600 on bills in 4 months, i.e. the vest streak money? That's also a great point. Where did the vest streak money go, DSP? Who cares about the load anymore? Where'd the vest streak money go?
Not something they have to do.
We're never ahead.
But because so many people were basically contacting the bankruptcy judge and saying, Phil's a liar, Phil's a fraud, all this. I had to go through
Those are
all
true
this.
statements.
It was insanely stressful. It was one of the most complicated bankruptcies probably they've ever done. All right. Certainly was the only one where someone ever called in and impersonated one of my debtors. All right. Certainly. Okay.
Certainly.
But the point is,
Big sip.
you got me in the interview. The question is, explain the $5,000. Okay. What $5,000? They never even got around to explaining what they meant. So I try to say, I don't know. Is it maybe the mortgage? Is it, because I don't know, because my house is also where I work out of. Is it medical?
Which I still find crazy to believe that they allow that, given his condo association or HOA or whatever, kind of crazy to me that they would allow him to do his stupid little business style.
What in the goddamn?
Usually that's against the rules.
Medical expenses? I don't know. Why would you ask me this question? That's a stupid question.
Don't ask me, dude. I don't know shit.
Like, I'm going to have the
I
answer.
just filed for bankruptcy.
But to them, that's a valid question. So I answered it, right? And some of the other, again, the bank statements. The thing is with these bank statements, all right? I talked about it today on my show earlier. I'll talk about it again. You can say there's all this circumstantial evidence that says it's yours.
Yeah,
correct? And you can also say there's circumstantial evidence that it's not mine.
Like
the
what?
fact that there's all these transactions that are crazy big transactions for pets.
Yo, big up Skeen and Trom with the 250 of that currency. I don't know what it is. He withheld Jasper behind a 2K paywall, only to outright lie about not having a pet on his bankruptcy form. He consistently lies about everything, no matter how mundane. No wonder he creates detractors. He's a compulsive liar. He always has been. It's one of the things that's the most interesting thing about him. Or what? Yeah, that's a sentence. His web of lies is so not intricately woven because it's so see-through and plain, right? But he thinks he's like a masterwork.
When I have one cat, one freaking cat.
Yes, and this was also explained.
Dogs. I have one cat. How am I spending like $100 a week on pet supplies? What am I buying him?
iTunes gift cards.
Cat food?
Like, yeah.
What are you talking about?
You're buying iTunes gift cards.
That's just as circumstantial to prove my innocence as the things that prove my guilt.
And you go so frequently, it's also so, like, you add how much he was spending supposedly with how frequently he's going, and those two things, they look horribly suspicious next to each other. Nobody is going to the pet store that frequently without ulterior motives.
Already said it didn't, and again, I explained it to them, and they didn't understand what I was saying. When it comes to those mobile, apparently not even mobile, it was iTunes transactions, right? They're saying here's a bank account, right? And in that bank account, it's showing that there's these transactions coming out of iTunes. And I'm like, okay. And, right? And like, the accusations against me for my detractors.
Okay, hang on, what was that defense even? Hang on, wait a minute. They said, here's the transactions. And he goes, okay.
When it comes to those mobile, apparently not even mobile, it was iTunes transactions, right? They're saying here's a bank account. Right?
Yeah, here's a bank account.
And in that bank account,
here's your iTunes transactions
coming out of iTunes, and I'm like,
yeah.
Okay.
With all of the other places where you spent money that kind of correlate to how much money you made on the stream, and they're in your local area, and they track your pattern. Okay, how does that make sense?
Right? And like the accusations.
Okay, cool, great.
Are that
what pet place? Baldric, PetSmart, I believe.
My PayPal account.
Does it go to a basic ass PetSmart?
On mobile games. Well, if I did that, it would be coming out of my PayPal account, not out of my bank account. Why would I be doing transactions on money I made today on stream coming out of my bank account? My money doesn't go there. Think about how dumb it would be if I'm making all this money, it's going to my PayPal. Then I transfer the money from my PayPal to the bank account.
Yep.
Right? And then I take the money out of the bank account.
But he does this. He does do this, though. He's said before, he's been on stream saying 100%. At the end of every day, he transfers all of his money out of his PayPal into his bank account because when the chargebacks come through, they will then make the PayPal account negative until they get sorted. But once they get sorted out and he wins whatever money back or whatever, it's no longer negative. So it doesn't get taken out of his bank account and he can still pay his bills. He said this before. He cashes out every single night. It's a tactic that he has confirmed. If you're going to ask me for the evidence, I don't have it right now. But me and Inked were talking about it the other day, and I was absolutely 100% he has said this.
I'm losing money. When you transfer money from your PayPal to a bank account, there's all these fees involved.
Yes, and you pay the fees at the end of the day every day.
It doesn't make any sense. What they're saying, it logically makes no sense. But again, Everything.
So he's just confirming the thing that he does doesn't make any sense to a normal, rational thought style. But it makes sense given his situation where he has to gamble every night.
They say that's circumstantial, correct? Circumstantial, right? Can also be countered circumstantially. Because the truth is, when Craig wrote this email and he says, we have all this evidence, there's no...
Meth Bear with the 2, he said his mortgage and taxes exceeded $5K a month. Good Lord.
Evidence. There is circumstantial evidence. There is no evidence without a shadow of a doubt of anything these people have said about me whatsoever. None. It doesn't exist. It's not provable because it's not true.
But when you take all of these circumstantial pieces of evidence and put them together, it forms a cohesive, a cohesive train. Train is not the right word. Picture, plan, plot. It's something like that. I mean, big up's Crescent Cannon with the 2. He can't stop ratting on himself. He's the worst about it. He always got to tell on himself. Rap snitch Canisius, telling all day business.
So here's the thing, and here's where sadly...
Yes, preponderance of evidence. There we go.
All right.
Yeah, it's circumstantial my fingerprints are on the gun. It's circumstantial that my hair just happens to be in the location, right? And it's circumstantial evidence that I happen to be caught on CCTV footage walking down the street where that guy had got blipped. Okay, all of that's circumstantial. But when you put it together, oh, maybe we can convict this.
When they interviewed me yesterday, they were interviewing me from the perspective of I'm already guilty. They already believe it. And all they
I apologize if I'm yelling
hit
today.
me with the question where I'm finally either going to reveal something that I didn't intend to and show that I'm guilty, or else I'm just going to confess. Adam was even saying it multiple times during the show to Craig. He says, Craig, it sounds like you're trying to get him to confess. And that's actually not right. Because he was.
I don't think that he was. He was giving you an opportunity to say something that was so obvious to everybody else. He was giving you an out. Like, didn't directly have to be a confession, but he was giving you an out to confess, given that you are very clearly lying.
He wanted me to confess. You could tell from where the interview was going by the end. Did you notice? Did you really notice that during the interview, they were only harping on the 100% questions, right? That could not essentially really be like debunked without exposing
Couldn't be
myself.
debunked, dude.
Correct? There's easily debunkable questions that could have been asked.
Like what?
None of those were asked.
Name one. Name one.
It was
One.
all
Name
the
one.
ones that...
Name one. Name, please. Just God. I hate that. Oh, there was so many questions that they could have asked. Not a single mention of one that would have been a good example. Give us something to go off of so that you could actually be, proven that you would have accepted it, right? Literally anything. Can't name one thing. Very cool. You totally mean it.
Because all they've done is talk to my detractors for 2 weeks.
Yeah, escort. And that's exactly what I expected, was the escort saga, which isn't actually an example I would have accepted, because we all know how the escort saga goes. It's the exact exclusion. And by only naming one and that being it, you've actually further proven the point.
Imbalanced interview. That
or I mean, he would have rather, not you,
all
obviously.
the tough questions right up front. Then get Keemstar in here, which
yeah,
tell
get
me
Keem
what
in.
that did absolutely nothing except gave them a popularity boost to have a big YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? All this.
You know what I'm saying?
bullshit.
Did he just what I'm saying twice? Am I insane?
Popularity boost to have a big YouTuber. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
And you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm
All
saying?
this is just bullshit.
The double down on the you know what I'm saying. Yeah, sounds good to me, man. I love it. Wesley H. with the 5. People have gotten convicted / investigated with less evidence. He couldn't even provide any counter evidence. Well, you just didn't give him enough time, dude. That was your problem, not his. He totally had all of the evidence. He was going to show it. You guys were just mean first.
You have it up to a certain level, and it's like, I gave them the benefit of the doubt that this was them being objective. They were not. By the time that I got on their interview yesterday, they were 100% sold that I was guilty. And this was a phishing interview to try to get me with a gotcha thing, or got him.
You would know all about gotcha. He very specifically said gotcha. Like I know that's the name of the thing, right? But like, isn't it ironic we went with gotcha instead of got ya? Suspicious style.
Got him right there. There's the evidence. Now
Got
you're
him.
guilty. Now he'll admit it publicly
Got
on
him.
our show and we'll blow up. Or to just get me to admit that I was doing it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Listen.
Okay, hang on 1 second. 1 second. I won't leave you with dead air, but I do. I have to go to the bathroom. So we're gonna listen to Origami
What in
Killer.
the goddamn?
I got the paper right here.
Hopefully it's
All
not
my
incredibly loud.
expenses written on it. Right here. No more defenses. Because I wish I could have
This song
folded it.
bangs.
The people won't believe you. Talk about disingenuous. Won't let me prove what he's saying is true. I want to show them it's too hard to expose. There's like 2 accounts that are personal accounts. They cannot be disclosed. I have to fold it 400 times. They think they really got me. I can't show you my bank account because this shit's origami.
Make it make sense.
I'm being honest.
I don't buy it.
I'm being honest. There's writing on this paper. Proving my behavior. They asked me about 5,000. I can't explain what's considered business expenses. It's a complicated game. A pull up my expenses. I wrote everything by hand. It's literally still at my fucking desk, you idiot. Let's see what I spent. Hulu, phone bill, my monthly condo dues, attorneys, mortgage, taxes, premium, YouTube, garbage, water, car payment, Amazon, Comcast, health insurance, medical payments, electric, and Game Pass.
Make it make sense.
I'm being honest.
I don't buy it.
I'm being honest. There's writing off this paper. Proving my behavior.
So it's very clear you're hiding something, and people are making really good points that you're probably scared you're going to get in trouble from going through that bankruptcy.
All right, very cool, very robust. Shout out the Misery Merchant. I know I didn't change the little title thing on the bottom, but Misery Merchant makes fantastic songs and I love them.
Listen to me. It's not true. And
Not
I'm
true.
not going to admit something that's not true. There's a lot of things that I've done wrong in my life. A lot. I'm not going
It's
to
true.
admit things I haven't done. It doesn't matter how much circumstantial evidence there is. This would never, ever, ever fly anywhere legally at all because it's all bullshit.
And that's why we're not in a legal court system, DSP. We're doing an interview where people are going to think whatever they want to think after you answer the questions. Why does it have to pass, you know, some sort of trial system? That's not what this is. This was never a trial. You're not going to prison or jail or getting sentenced to anything other than public ridicule, but that's your own design.
It's all circumstantial nonsense.
Yeah,
okay?
but you're right. He absolutely would be convicted in a trial too. I don't know why it has to meet that, but it, you know, even if it did, he does.
This email I got from Craig, literally word for word, is saying, I never trusted you. Okay?
All right.
And that's why. He even says, does he even say, oh, yeah, send me the evidence? Doesn't want it. He doesn't want the evidence.
Because it wouldn't be useful.
You
it's
know?
not. There's no
He doesn't
point
want
anymore.
what would've
It's a waste of
actually
time.
Proven, right?
Proven.
That's absolutely.
again.
Send me the evidence. Doesn't want it. He doesn't want the evidence. You know, he doesn't want what would have actually proven, right? That's absolutely ridiculous. That he's supposed to be a neutral party, and he just doesn't care. He doesn't want the evidence. You know, instead, I believe everything the detractors have said. Sorry. So anyway.
Okay, but if so the answer is, I don't care, we're not doing the second show, move on with your life, or you can address all of this on the second show if you still want to do it with him and respond to his email and bring this all up. Like, those were really the two options, and you managed to choose the secret style third, where you get on your own stream and bitch, moan, and complain and act like a victim. Very cool. Very cool. Hoskew with the two. Dave trying to use the OJ defense without Kardashian. Yeah, it's just not going to work. It's not going to work out for him, man.
You know, I actually did respond to him.
He's his
And
own.
my response
He's
was,
got his
well,
own
the
Chewbacca
broadcast tonight on
defense.
DSP Reacts. I'm directly reacting to this. Watch if you like. I figured at least want to know what I have to say about it. And he says, okay, buddy, hope it's wildly successful. And I said, you know, I appreciate that, but I'd just rather be playing games or chilling with my audience than wasting time on this. But now my hands are tied. I got to do something, right? I have to address it.
I have to address it.
Oh, just play games then. As Adam said yesterday, you do you and fuck everyone else. Good luck. Yes, because you would like
Facts.
that. Because you would.
Would they would hate if you did a back and forth that they could continue to capitalize off of. Boy, would they'd be so upset if you kept drawing eyes to their program. That would suck, wouldn't it? If you started drama online that people could watch. Jeez. Man.
Actually
Don't
like
do that.
for me to not say.
Yo, Redbird with the 2. Imagine the jury who hears Phil's life story. Guilty. Yeah, they don't even need to know what the crime is. They would hear back in 2010 when I worked at the helicopter company, and they'd be like, "Oh, we've heard enough." We all agree unanimously.
Anything and just take the punches, and you completely benefit out of this whole thing. That's what you would like. You'd like everyone to think, right, that you were the big innocent guy. You did the great job, the pat on the back, right? No, you didn't. You went into it in the completely wrong fashion. You listened.
No,
to
they
the
didn't.
for 2 weeks, and I answered every question. Gave you 5.5 hours of my time. Who else would have done a 5.5 hour interview for you with your little podcast? And I'm not insulting it because I'm small too. But who?
Oh my God.
Would have done a 5.5 hour interview for you?
He's literally flexing on them. Actually flexing, as he's also a nobody that anybody cares about, right? Oh, who would have done your show for 5 hours? You're not even like big time hot shot high rollers. There we go. I figured it out. We got there.
And you went into it completely in the wrong manner. I thought I was being interviewed fairly. Your actions directly today on your show and in this email prove you never did. You never had an intention of giving me a fair shake. A professional would have said the interview's done. Maybe we do a 5-10 minute decompress session today about it. We move on.
There's the time limit again. There's the time limit, 5 to 10 minutes, and then we have to move on because DSP said so. That's the only way to make it fair, dude, is if it's 5 minutes. Jewel Rowe with the 5. A bit under the weather. Have fun, skulls. I'll try to make it later. Have a good Easter without Pygnosis and Ligma. I agree, dude. I agree.
Maybe we'll have Phil back in the future for more. Now,
yeah, have a good Easter without me, guys. Had to cancel the stream. I'm doing stuff.
Just got from all the detractors. That's literally what he's done. That's disgusting. What was I talking about yesterday? I was talking about something I like to call on the internet. It's called a misery broker.
Shout out Misery Merchant. Hell yeah, dude. A little different, but hell yeah.
When someone has a bad
We just
day,
listened to one of their songs.
they have a good day.
They bang.
They make money off of talking about other people's misery. You have literally turned the SideScrollers podcast, which used to be the show that was supposed to be the #1 gaming and entertainment podcast on planet Earth.
Yeah.
And you turned it into the Dark Side Phil shit show where you profit from my misery.
They did a fair style interview on a controversial figure in the gaming space. That sounds like something that they would be able to do on their show, and it makes sense. Shout out Wesley with the 5. Phil wants to provide evidence after the stream. Phil proposes to Panda to try and keep her there as they grow apart. Doesn't help either time. Yeah, he just misses all of his opportunities. He just spits it in their face, dude. It's the circle of his life, really. It's all cyclical. It's like a pendulum style. Ag.
You failed.
You failed.
You destroyed your own show.
You chose to broke the law.
Wow.
Wow.
Amazing. Because
Crazy.
right now what you've got temporary popularity based on the negativity being thrown towards me. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. You're making a lot of money, that's for sure. Congratulations, right? I certainly haven't seen any benefit like that from this, nor was that my intention. But it sure seems that way when you're doing an entire show today.
What
you're
in the
still
goddamn?
rolling into the gravy train, right? So, hey, you be you. And again, with the hilarious
You be you. Boo boo.
stab here, we want to get you to level 2. You want to get me to level 2. You want me to be like you? You want me to stoop to your level. So you want me.
You want me to stoop to your level? You want me to stoop down from level 1 to level 2? Okay. And who says that the SideScrollers are on level 2? They have an audience and get guests on, and again, not a fan of their content, but they do stuff and there's some sort of production value, and you get 300 views on a video and nobody watches and they're all LARPers. Maybe they're on level 3. How do you know what the next jump up is?
Have someone on a show, interview them, and the next day do an entire show shitting on them for profit. That's what you want me to do. You want me to be like you. I will never be like you. That's not me. I've never done that, and I never will. I don't make that shit. Right?
I don't make that shit. I don't make I don't make that shit. I make a different kind of shit, special to the DSP specifically, dude. No one can shovel garbage content onto the internet quite like DSP. It's truly unique, really. Always has been.
I'm not Keemstar. I'm not gonna. Again, why was Keemstar on the show yesterday?
What up, Arkham?
Pretty obvious, right? You wish you could be him. Why else do you think he's on the show? That guy.
Because he had a direct interaction with you. That it was a large part of a lot of the drama that you were in recently. Well, recently when the interview happened. That's why they brought him on. Oh, you want to be like Keemstar? Shut up.
Is fucking reprehensible. Everyone knows it.
Yeah, Keemstar basically a murderer.
Far more people that he's ever helped. And any moment that he pretends like he's doing something to help someone, look how he's doing it. Oh, I'm helping Wings and Boogie.
Arkham, what's he talking about? This is the day after the interview.
That's insane. You're out of your mind, right? And you want to be like that. That's who you want to be. You're telling me that's how you need to be successful. That's how the internet works. No. That's how this low level of internet works. And the thing is,
what does DSP know about how the internet works? The guy's a lolcow. Here's an idea, if you're going to take advice on how the internet works, don't take it from a lolcow. Take it from a normal style person who just kind of exists on the internet, not someone who gets milked for content. It's like taking advice from a guy who, financial advice from a guy who declared bankruptcy. It just happens to be the same person.
There's a monstrous amount of people who are successful doing really immoral, underhanded things on the internet. Okay? Tons. And what you essentially are telling me is that's what you think I should be, and that's what you sure as hell want to be. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, dude, everybody wants to be Keemstar.
Leave me the fuck out of it. I want nothing to do with being that. I never do. I just want to play games, talk to my audience, have a good time, and have nice, chill, meaningful, good time. I said yesterday.
Nice, chill, meaningful, good times. I don't have a definition for any of those. All of those are subjective and cannot be actually quantified. Very cool. Thanks, the guy. How does DSP know how the internet works when he can't even restart his own modem? Great question. I'm going to have to get involved with the Comcast techs. I'm going to ask around.
Meaningful content for my... what does that mean? Well, when people tell me...
Actually, what does that mean? Thank you.
Show, they actually felt relaxed. They had a good time that day. They had a bad time. They come watch my content. They had a conversation with me. And, to them, that didn't even click. That I said that. Meaningful content. Yeah, meaningful. I didn't shit on someone for 4 hours and make them look like
Wait, is he talking about how they asked what meaningful meant?
Meaningful content for my... what does that mean? Well, when people tell me... that when they came to my show, they actually felt relaxed. They had a good time that day. They had a bad time. They come watch my content. They had a conversation with me. And, to them, that didn't even click. That I said that. Meaningful content. Yeah.
Yeah, meaningful content. Because it doesn't mean anything, DSP. The way that you use the word meaningful is so meaningless. Everybody is confused when you do it. You just use it as a buzzword to encapsulate so many things that don't actually correlate to what people would consider meaningful. And all of those people that do that in your chat I'm convinced are a LARPer, because who is going to a DSP stream, a live stream, and going, yeah, I'm totally relaxed as this guy complains about all of his financial woes and all the bad decisions that he's made every single day, even when it comes to playing video games and how he played the wrong ones too quickly. Yeah, I'm super chilled and relaxed.
Meaningful.
Yo, Keenan Trom with the 50, whatever currency that is. I still don't know. Pig didn't pay. Respect the pack. He had diarrhea. Exactly, dude. That's the kind of guy we're dealing with. I can't pay you money. I'm too busy shitting.
I didn't shit on someone for 4 hours.
Speaking of.
And make them look like a villain on the internet, and then I made a bunch of money doing it, because, I don't care about hurting people.
Yo, big ups Dynamite Head. Appreciate it, brother.
What else can I say? It's a vile business being on YouTube. And what's hilarious,
yeah, it's crazy vile, dude.
Something that
tell you what
Adam kept saying yesterday, right? Something that Adam kept saying yesterday that was very, 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 very interesting. He kept
Yeah.
saying, dude, it's the internet. It's not real. It's the internet. It's not real. It's the internet. No, 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 no. For some people, the internet is their life. The internet is my life, dude.
And how sad is that? I get owning and operating a content style business online or whatever you want to consider DSP doing, but like just saying out loud, the internet is my life is incredibly depressing. You have to have something else going on, dude. Anything else. Yeah, big ups the tongue on the pause. Ack, ack, ack. It's just, that's so sad. I have so much fun doing the streams and the videos and all of that stuff. I really have a good time, right? But I also have the full-time job, and I spend time with my girlfriend, and I visit my family, and we go out and we, you know, do activity style events, right? I do stuff. This is all he has. This is it. It's not, dude, this is his real life. If people are mean to him online, people are mean to him in real life.
Like, this is my job. 6 days a week, full time. I'm in this office. This is it. This is, you know, how I make my living. You think it's all jokes because you don't make your living on the internet. I do. That's, you know, no, it should not be allowed. Maybe the internet is bad. Oh, that's just how the internet is. No,
Yeah.
The internet shouldn't be like that. The internet shouldn't be people just shitting on each other for profit.
It's always been like that. Maybe not for profit. In the early days, you know, people weren't making the biggest amount of money on the internet or whatever. But like, people have always shit on each other on the internet. It's like one of the key things you can really do. It's inherent in internet behavior. It's not always the kindest thing. You don't always want it, but it's always been there. You should know more than anybody, DSP. You've been on the internet forever. Way too long, in fact.
How do you not understand that we can aspire to be better? That we can aspire for something good or something better than what we have, this shit show. We don't want an endless shit show on the internet, right? I went on your show and I decided I'm going to actually grow and reach out and do things. You decided to shit on me for a whole show afterward. Like, do you see the discrepancy there?
They answered their super chats and responded to them. There's nothing wrong with responding to super chats. You do the same thing on your show every single day. At the end, during the shout out segment.
You went the opposite direction.
Shout out Soulja Boy, obviously.
But it's fine. Because I can't make anyone be a better person. I can't make anyone, you know, have a moral compass. Sorry, I can't. All right? The whole funny part, and I'll end it like this, and then
The whole
we'll
funny
some
part.
reacting to actually the show.
Are we gonna laugh?
Did anyone, literally, did anyone on that show?
What is with the... Watch his face and neck when he does that. Can I slow it down? How long does it take me to slow it down? Because I always forget. I'm actually regarded to. Fun fact, if you've never watched an Atlas stream. What? Huh? Who? What? Oh yeah, slower. Well, that wasn't what I was looking for. Disaster. Shut up.
Go into it with an
That error.
actual thought in their mind that I was innocent. That's the question.
I run it back. I don't even remember.
One, be a better person.
This bit's over. I've lost it.
Did anyone, literally, did any...
There it is. Yeah. Watch his face and his neck. Did anyone?
whole funny
He
part,
freaks
and
out. That's what it
I'll
was.
end it like this, and then if you
End it
want,
like
we'll
this.
do some reacting to actually the show here.
Watch his face and his neck. Just the weird twitching.
Did anyone, literally, did...
Both sides all, you know, like, what was that? Why are we doing that? What's going on? I understand his face doesn't work most of the time, but his neck too. That bad? You need to get that looked at, brother. It's not supposed to do that.
Go into it with an actual thought in their mind that I was innocent. That's the question. Because if they did, I feel like it would have went a lot differently. I do. I feel like if you actually went into it saying, hey, Phil was innocent or could be innocent, right? Then it would have been fine. That never happened.
No, because there was really never a doubt.
Intention. You could tell that. You could tell that because I already had said I wasn't going to say much or anything new, right? At all. I wasn't. It was just going to be stuff that I've already talked about and reiterated because I don't have anything new to say because I'm innocent, but I can't expose myself. And then when I finally tell them,
I had nothing new to say. I decided to do this interview where I was going to say the exact same shit I always say and bring nothing new to the table. Sound good? Sounds good to me. People are going to love this piece of content where I say the same shit over and over again. They show up every day for it. It's a tried and true formula I have, actually. Yeah, Paul Turner, the toilet seat goes on. I like that I could hear it beep into the microphone, too. Very robust and meaningful.
All right, I'll do it. I'm thinking of doing it. Oh, I don't want it anymore. Oh, okay. So you didn't care to begin with. I mean, let's be honest. You didn't care to begin with, or else you would, you know. There was no integrity there. All right?
Integrity.
There was no integrity there. Huskers fan, you're already
Shout out Integrity. Rest in peace.
banned from DSP Gaming. Now you're banned from here. Congratulations.
Ban
You're a
world.
winner today. All right. Anyway.
And I tried to find a version of this that still had the chat on it, and I did not see one on first glance. Or I would love to see the hyper chat to see who got banned.
So, I think now
I bumped the
it is
microphone.
time.
I
We'll do a little
apologize.
bit of reacting. I'm not going to do this all night. We'll skim through because their show's long as shit. Their show
Yeah,
is
it's
like,
2 hours or something.
an hour and a half. Excuse me.
Hour and a half.
I don't have 2.5 hours. I got like an hour.
You have
we'll
infinite
skim
time,
through it.
DSP. You
We'll
don't really
watch a
have a
little bit of it,
job.
react
This
a
is your
little
job,
bit.
actually.
I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of nonsense. I have a few tips to take a look at. They're probably
Literally infinite time.
Yep, there's one. There we go. There's another. Yep. All right, this one might not be a troll tip. So Alex to me $5.
You're right. It's 2.5. Ludwig's right. His reaction is longer than theirs. Theirs is actually 2.5 hours. His is 2:32, and he's only skimming their shit. So that means he talked for ages. We're an hour in, and we haven't even looked at the goddamn video yet. We were sitting here reading emails.
He says it took balls for you to go on that podcast.
It took balls.
Stayed on when Keem came on. He says what Craig and everyone did today is scummy and underhanded. It shows they can't be trusted. I would recommend staying away from them, but it's your call. Thank you, Alex, for the tip. I appreciate that. There's a couple other tips that came in, but again, they might be trolls. Let me take a look quick.
Yeah, they could be trolls,
Yep, there you
dude.
go.
Let me check. Yep, banned. Stupid.
And
I have your name. I have your IP. I have your address.
just saying, all right, just tipped me $1 and says, yeah, we were all saying yesterday it kind of felt like it was kind of a backstabbing or not fair. I don't think the interview was because they made it seem like it was neutral.
It was
but
fair.
Now, no, it's not. I mean,
Oh, okay. I guess hindsight is 50-50. Even though earlier in this very video we said that we thought it was fair, all of a sudden it's not. We found that out. I don't know when we found that out. I guess the next day when they responded to super chats, but I don't know how that conclusion was really came to. I'm not falling for the pignosis on this one. It still doesn't make sense.
It's proven. I mean, evidence. I just read it. That he's saying, no, I never believed you. Like, it literally says that in the interview. There's so much evidence. Well, you saw the evidence, which it's not. It's circumstantial evidence. It's not.
It's not evidence. It's circumstantial evidence. Hey, DSP, what is the last word of circumstantial evidence? What's the last part? Are those two words the same thing? Evidence and evidence? I think maybe it's a piece then. Huh? What? Big ups Kobold Wrangler, the 5. Big ups to DSP having no integrity. If anybody has never had integrity, it's DSP. He's the guy. It's him.
Factual proof. It's circumstantial evidence. You saw the evidence before the interview, so you already were convinced. You didn't see evidence after the interview. You saw it before. So
Yeah, because you didn't offer any evidence during or after the interview. That's why they didn't see any.
You've been convinced, and you had no intention of actually believing me. It's scummy. Wow, that's a huge super chat from Seraph.
Shout out
Said,
Sarah.
I'm actually a long-time detractor, but their treatment of you has let me sick to my stomach. They use your trust, backstab you, use you for profit, and they'll keep milking DSP drama for money now while pretending that they wanted to help. Yeah. You know, just like King.
Yeah,
King
of
wants to
course.
help everyone.
Agree with me.
Yeah, he really
Don't
wants to
care who
help
you
everyone
are. As long as you're
possibly.
agreeing, we're on the same team.
The worst possible way, but he pays them to do it. Like, that's okay, right? No, it's not.
Yo, big ups Lord Kane, 666 with the 2, popping in style. Sup, y'all? Huh? What? It's the guy. I'm watching his Twitch. Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate it.
Absolutely not. Okay.
Yo, did DSP last night say one more word in your band last night to Sarah? Big ups, dude. I gotta catch up. I fell asleep early last night. I didn't watch shit.
Anyway, I guess we'll do a little bit of reaction.
I didn't even watch
Check out
most of
an
the
hour here.
pre-stream, dude.
And we'll do what we
Whack
can. Here we go. So we're gonna skip the intro.
Oh, and he miscalculated the tip? Damn.
Intro here, right?
Exchange rates are hard.
That's not good. Why do I not hear anything? Hold on.
For
I still
SideScrollers
hear
on
nothing.
YouTube.
You guys hear anything? Oh, there it is.
Yes. DSP, we hear it.
Okay, let's fast forward.
Very cool.
Let's get everyone on the show. Blah, 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 blah. Here we go. So they talk about the
Good
guests.
morning,
And here we
Kanye.
go.
Base F Monday, guys, and Darth Call, Quarter Black Garrett, Flawdzilla, Andreas Exer.
All right, so nothing to do with anything.
I like that our camera is directly over one of the people we're going to be complaining about. Can we rearrange
Well,
that?
covering Adam's face, and there's nothing I can do about that.
Oh, okay, no, nothing we could do. We totally couldn't shrink our camera and frame and just put them in the center where it won't be obstructing anybody's actual face. We couldn't do that. Couldn't figure that out on the fly. OBS is too hard. It's way too hard to just take your avatar and put it on the other side of the screen. Nobody could do that. It's actually impossible. If you say that you can do it, ban world, buddy. Sorry.
With me and
Moving shit in OBS is far complicated.
Hey, good
You wouldn't
morning,
know you're
Kanye.
not a streamer.
We'll be in touch very soon for sure. Jason came in as a member for 5 months. Says also, if you're on the Patreon, make sure to fill out the survey for the SideScrollers feud.
All right, so let's skip ahead.
Yeah,
Let's see
skip
what this
ahead.
is.
Don't care about your plugs.
Thanks again for the interview yesterday. Definitely a new fan in me. Let's go, Rise.
Oh, Rise FM. Yeah, he's a
Appreciate
troll.
that.
I recognize the name.
One day at a time, baby. One day at a time.
Okay.
And Joe came in. Says props to you guys, Adam and Craig, for the interview yesterday. You guys were
Toxic Crusaders game. All right, cool. Ignore that. Let's fast forward.
Yeah.
There's a giant one.
Not relevant to me. Let me skim through.
All right, no, this is
Something for
legit.
the
Okay,
hidden
that's
work.
Invigelis. He's a normal fan. Let's actually, they're still not talking about me, so let's get to the.
Dude, look at how far he's already into this video and they're not even talking about him. 8:57. We've heard what, one thing about the guy? But they spent 2 hours just talking and shitting on him. Kat was almost in tears already at this point. 9 minutes in. She could only make it 10. They're not even talking about him.
Get to the actual part.
Yeah, let me get to the actual
Oh, there
part.
you go.
Really
Yo, big ups Darksea. DeFlo with the 11 Canadian.
do.
Darksea
Pay the bills,
DeFlo.
the electric bill, the internet bill.
That man makes bangers.
All true. All true.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Not wrong at all. Not wrong. Look at this. Anatard, Lord of Derps. Says Adam should change his name to Giga Chad.
Because
Nice,
Okay.
nice. Dented style. We're moving on.
Eyebrow
Dragon
stuff.
Punch. Down
There we
forward
go.
punch.
Hey, down forward punch.
With the East Coast Italian style interview with the robust style question.
questions?
and
Yeah.
Star style appearance.
yeah,
Thank
you
very
know,
much.
shout out to Keem for jumping on, and honestly,
Shout out to Keem for jumping on and
Dude, and this is exactly what the entire stream was. It was them reading the super chats and then not really saying anything that bad about the guy. There's a bunch of meme references to detractor style stuff, and then they go, "Yeah, shout out Keem for showing up." As somebody who showed up on a on the fly style stream to, do this interview. Didn't know he was going to do it. Had no pre-planning about this. Thanks for showing up. Like, that's real. You thank people for showing up to your shit unprecedented like that.
interview he had.
That's not a
absolutely
negative
nothing
on
to do with
him.
it completely because he added nothing to it. But then he promoted his product. Okay, why are they?
Well,
why
he's
are
a
they giving
businessman.
shout out to Keemstar, because Keemstar got them even more attention. When Keem showed up, all of a sudden, even more people jumped on, and they want that notoriety now. They think, oh, you said Keemstar was on our show.
Yes, DSP, if PewDiePie showed up on your stream and a bunch of people tuned in because PewDiePie was there, you would thank PewDiePie for being there and doing a piece of content as well as he did on the fly. That's a kind thing to do.
Keemstar was on the show because of me.
Yes, and you said you were okay with
Keemstar
it.
never would have been on the show if it wasn't me on your show. Shout out to Keemstar. Okay.
being
Yes.
really respectful. Like I don't know when Craig was like, "Oh, we got a special guest. Is it okay?"
Can I move
And
my
it's like-
camera
I
down
was like,
here?
oh shit.
Yeah, move it anywhere.
Go sour. Because I felt like the whole time, it was tense. Like it was a tense interview. I wasn't letting off the steam.
Oh my god, guys, we did it. We moved the camera and frame. It took us this long. Remember when we said there was nothing that we could do about it? Can't do it? Yeah. Well, apparently we could the whole time.
The whole time. 'Cause
You want to know what the funny part is?
What is the
It
funny
wasn't
part?
tense at all. Like for me, it was a normal day. Like seriously, didn't you hear at the end of the interview? I was like, let's keep going. I was like, let's just keep going.
Yeah, your last ditch effort. It's just a normal day for DSP. That's why he put on the soy voice for about the entire thing and almost started to cry. This is a normal day for DSP. He always does the soy voice and cry. I don't know if that's sadder than the actual normality or what. but it was totally normal.
I'm fine. But then
I'm
we're like,
fine.
nah,
I cry every day.
Now let's keep going. We didn't answer all the questions that you guys, I know that people want answered.
I talk about my wife's restraining order all the time, guys. Every day. I am constantly bringing it up as a shield. The mailman says a hurtful word about pothole in my yard, about a hole being in my yard, and he trips on it. I tell him about my wife's thing. God, I'm slow this morning.
For
Joke's
me, it was
over.
fine.
I'm done.
I mean, maybe for them it was tense, right?
It's just not who I am. But then Keem came on and he said, you know, I'll be respectful in private chat, and like he said, and he was. It was actually really cordial. And, you know, I have some things to say about that, but shout out to Keem for joining. I'll talk about it later.
For sure.
That was the most calm I've ever seen him.
Yeah, yeah. It was
Yeah, shout out Keemstar. He did a piece. Very cool.
Habitual liars will often admit to part of their
Just listen to
accusations,
this.
but not the whole thing. In order
Yeah.
to appear honest, Phil was doing that all day.
Yes,
Yes.
because the accusations that get thrown at me by detractors are partially true, and then they take a part of that and turn it into something that's not, and that's how they claim oh, don't you see that the evidence is that this part was true, so the whole statement must be true. No, half of it was true.
I don't think the DSP understands that both of those things can be true, though. Like, they're not mutually exclusive. He is cherry picking specific examples all of the time when debunking all of this, so that he can say this piece is true, they're exaggerating. He's picking some of the worst examples, like he does with the escort saga all the time. That's why he gets to say nugget of truth, because he's decided to bring these things up all the time.
And then you made up the other half, but somehow now the whole statement's true. That's what they do. That's how the detractors have always made up shit about me. For example,
Yeah.
and I know people say, well, this one's already been disproven, of course, but it's a great example.
Go ahead.
The escort story.
Eat
Was
shit.
It true
Eat
that someone
shit.
flew in to visit me? Yes. Was it true that we made brownies together? Yes. Was it true? This and that and all that. But then what you do is you take the things that are true
Awesome.
and you turn it to the half
Yeah.
that's not true. Oh, well,
Yep.
it was an escort that Phil paid for to fly in, which never happened. You see?
Oh, thank the detractors,
that
buddy.
gets thrown away. It only goes to the statements that can't be disproven, or I can't disprove without exposing myself or my family to risk. And then, oh, well, those are the true ones then, see? Habitual Phil will admit to someone, not the other. No, I admit to what's actually true, and
Yeah.
then I'm going to tell you what part isn't.
You know, it's still kind of scummy, though. Even the part that is true. Did someone fly across the country to see Phil? Yes. Did they make brownies or whatever and spend time together while DSP was complaining about how he didn't know how he was going to pay his taxes, but yet he's paying for her flights? Yeah, that's still scummy. Admitting that is still terrible. That still wasn't an okay thing to do. So this is not the defense that you think it is.
Again, they went into the interview.
And again,
100%
thank the trolls for uncovering the escort saga.
that everything was true. So, of course, they're going to
Not
think
me,
that,
obviously.
you know,
I didn't
it's
do
all
anything with
online
that. I
constantly,
wasn't around.
right?
I wasn't born.
Well, I think that's one of those things that you know, we were talking about body language before the show.
Body
And,
language.
people's body language, and you know,
Yeah.
most of the time when I was talking to the camera and not necessarily looking at the screen itself. So I wasn't. It's different when you talk to somebody.
Yo, big up, Super Sentai guy. Further to, all hail the bookkeeper. No, I'm not a figure like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. We just hang and bang, brother. Don't hail
How they're
nothing.
looking, how they're interacting, if they're leaning back, if they're leaning forward, read their body language. But it's a lot different when it's online, because I'm looking here, whereas I'd have to be looking here if I was looking at Phil the entire time. And if I'm doing that, I'm not, you know.
Yeah.
So
Looking at the camera.
I'll be
The thing that
interested to
Kat
kinda
can't do because she's not a
What's funny is
full-time
someone
streamer.
said you look visibly distressed. You were rocking a bit. I literally rock every single day on my stream because, as you know, I'm uncomfortable if I sit still because of my back injury.
My back,
This
dude.
is something. Watch every one of my streams and I'm rocking. Everyone even criticizes me for it. Can't you sit still? Right? I mean, yes.
It's a criticism that he still doesn't have a solution for. Big ups. And just like, okay, sure, maybe he is always rocking all the time. We'll give him that, right? We'll be fair here. They don't know that. Why would they know that? They're hosting an interview. It didn't get brought up in the interview. Why would they know that you constantly rock back and forth all of the time? The only way that would get brought up is a detractor content, which you said you didn't want them to watch. So, of course, their natural conclusion would be this guy must be super nervous or something. He's rocked back and forth all the time. Not, he's just some crazy mongoloid who has these weird back problems that got healed by the Seattle air but didn't at the same time.
Correct. It's 100% true that this happens all the time.
VLX11387 has joined the 60 Skulls. Wants redemption, but at the same is holier than thou and never needed redemption to begin with. Contradictions galore.
Contradictions galore indeed. Absolutely.
The Rock, if you make jokes,
He's better than them, but also
correct.
Yeah,
So,
needs
yeah.
redemption.
But outside of that, it was pretty.
I have
much
to explain
normal.
myself, but
Yeah,
I'm also
we
way
sit
better
for a
than
few
you.
hours.
Why would
It
I have to
hasn't been
explain
a
myself to
bathroom
you?
break or nothing, and your legs are feeling tense. Yeah, you're gonna feel like shit, but I still pushed through it. I was ready to go further. Body language. No, body language is a tell. Like, for example, you ask me a tough question.
Explain body
Immediately
language.
Before I answer the question, I'm like going like this. Oh, you know, oh man, oh, because I'm racking my brain for an answer. Did that ever happen? I mean, I don't think it did.
The most exaggerated tell on the planet is the example that he gives, right? Actually the most exaggerated. That has to be what he had to be doing in order for them to be telling the truth. He does this shit all the time. All the time. He'll give you an example, and if it doesn't meet that very specific hyper example, everything you say is a lie. Common DSP tactic that I hate.
But
surprise, surprise.
That would be body language.
Yeah, LA Noir style, noir style hints for sure.
I don't know.
Comes together, and once
I didn't do the thinking man and then pull my scalp back and then tap my foot and go so I must not have been lying. Of course.
Said Travis, the body language experts kind of get a hold of everything.
Who?
Yeah, it's gonna be
Who?
fascinating.
What?
love watching
I never said that.
The Wandering Travel Blog says, on a scale of 99% to 100%.
There you go. This is another thing. I just skipped
sure
this
are you
one
that
because you're just joking about they don't believe that the account is.
Okay, but hang on, I want to read it, and since you're not going to let it play. On a scale of 99% to 100%, how sure are you that DSP is the owner of the Down from the Rafters account? Also, under $1,000? Hilarious. Why is this not worth addressing, DSP? Why do we have to skip this? What's going on here? You don't want to address this?
The Wandering Travel Blog says, on a scale of 99% to 100%.
There you go. This is another thing. I just skipped
sure
this
are you
one
that
because you're just joking about they don't believe that the account is not mine, right?
About himself.
Okay, but maybe they said why they don't believe that the account is yours, right? Maybe they provided some sort of, circumstantial style evidence. Maybe they brought that back up, right? That would be relevant if you're going to sit here and try and debunk all of the things. But now we'll never know because DSP skipped it. We have to make our own narrative. We can't just let shit play. We can't give the context. No.
All of his
Why would we do that?
expenses that no one cared about, no one talked about, and talk about his wife's restraining order, which he seemed very apprehensive at first to talk about. Before the show, he didn't want to talk about it, and then he said he's like, "Fuck it, I'll talk about this." And then, but you're not gonna just show your username on a.
He told me to do it. Wow, what a disingenuous asshole he's being right now.
Yeah.
He's being a 100% disingenuous asshole because you guys didn't know what happened before the show. Before the show, we were talking about exactly, what'll be brought up. And they said, what are things that you are off the table or whatever. And I was like, nothing. And they were like, well, we're not going to bring up anything but your wife. And I was like, but why not? People talk shit about my wife. They talk about shit about how we met. They say horrible, horrible things about me and her.
Please talk about my wife. That's what he's asking for. They said, we're going to leave your family out of this because we don't want to do that. DSP goes, why not? Just do it, dude. It's totally normal. Talk about my wife. You wanted this then. You wanted this to be brought up. If you didn't, you wouldn't have mentioned it. You'd have said, oh, thanks, guys, and moved on. You wanted to talk about your wife. You scummy piece of shit. God damn, dude.
All the time. Why
all the time.
And that motherfucker right there said to me, then bring it up. He's like, well, for example, what? And I told him the story. And he's like, well, then you know what? Bring it up. His exact words were, bring it up because I hate shit like that. I hate to hear shit like that. And the truth should come out then. He said that to me.
Yes, because you were so distraught about the entire thing that they thought that it would be good for you to get that out onto the content. But after experiencing exactly who you are and the things that you had to say, it kind of changed the context of the entire thing. And it was completely out of the blue when it happened. Your Hail Mary feel bad for me was embarrassing and should make you feel bad. Come on, dude. That's nothing to do with Adam.
Before the show started. So now it's okay to talk about that, but why wouldn't you show something else? You told me to talk about it.
You told me to talk about it, dude.
Or not even to the public world, Craig. in a private email for him to be like, okay, it's not him, everyone. You know what I mean? Like,
and I already explained in this show why.
I already explained.
Because just showing you any screen
I already explained. If you want to hear it again, rewind the stream. Not gonna repeat myself.
grab doesn't mean anything. You have to corroborate that it's real. So what I was going to do, because I didn't know he was going to ask me that on the show, I was going to say, okay, if he really wants this, if he's serious about it, I'm going to send him not only the screen grab from WWE Champions, I'm going to show that it's the same account I use in other games, all the same name.
All the same names, dude. I was gonna get all of this evidence, and you guys just weren't patient enough. Big ups, Wesley H for the 5. Wait, but they still didn't ask him anything about his wife on the interview. Phil brought it and accusations of grooming. Exactly. Exactly. The dude wanted to talk about these things. He brought it up. He has no one to blame for this but himself.
Everything
Stupid.
And I was going to show him my Apple ID and the game account all together. Now that's pretty much indisputable proof. If you had all of that and you're looking at it like, okay, it literally lines up. Boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. That's what I was going to show him. And I emailed him after the show. That 6:18 p.m. yesterday.
Shout out boom, bada boom, bada
exactly
boom, though, I guess.
For him to respond back, say, yeah, I'm at the email. You know, why? You know, you're going to send it? Yeah, I'm going to send it. No, he literally didn't do it. He at that point, he was already 100% believing that I wasn't going to do it and I was lying. So he doesn't even want to see it.
really?
I think
That?
Yeah, because it's not useful anymore. Nobody cares. You're the whatever. Game Gunk 69. What is that tongue roll that you always do? I don't know. I really don't. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why I do it. It's just the way I talk, and I've talked like that for a very long time.
What in the goddamn?
I'm just a weirdo. I apologize.
yeah.
I don't know, man. It was fucking weird. And then he was saying like, I'm not addicted to this mobile game, but I'm
not, dude. Not addicted.
Previous
How could I be?
version of the game that people claim I'm addicted to.
No, not the previous version. That's not even the previous version. They're completely different games. Supercard and Champions are completely different games. Supercard is one of those card style games, and this is completely different games. Wrong.
Dude, it's completely different games. This is that exactly again, where he's being very, very specific about exactly what you said when it comes to which game it was, because he thinks that that's going to be the thing that debunks, right? It wasn't Supercard. It was WWE Champions. You had a spending problem in both of them, or have a spending problem in both of them. Doesn't play Supercard anymore. But, like, the evidence is out there. Go watch the WPIG streams on them. They're great.
Just because it's WWE, it's not the same game. But yeah,
It might as well be. Who gives a shit?
To the actual thing I did wrong,
Big ups Hosku for the 2. I was going to. Yeah, story of his life. I was going to do it.
which is where the whole meme came from. The meme of the WWE Champions thing came from the fact that there's documented evidence on the internet. I used to play WWE Supercard. I used to post up about it. Same thing with Dokkan Battle. I used to play it and post up about
There's
it.
evidence of both.
Shit. I would post up, look what I just got. Look, look at this pull. So obviously that's 100% documented stuff. Yes, I did it. That's the truth. Why would, of course I'm going to admit to what I did. What do you think I'm going to do? What are you, stupid?
And also this other game.
But he's not even pointing out the fact that it's so unbelievable that he would play a WWE game, plays 2 of them. On the first one, he had a spending problem and an addiction. But he plays the second one and he's totally not addicted, you guys. Even if you're confusing the 2 games, that's still not a good look, DSP. That's not true. Because if you're an addict, you're an addict. It doesn't matter what game you're playing. If you're an alcoholic, you're an alcoholic. There's no, oh, well, like, I used to drink really hard, but now I only have a couple of drinks. Like, that doesn't change the fact that you're an alcoholic. Like, that's not how those things work. I keep touching my microphone. I'm sorry.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
Good morning, Kanye. Lord Kane, 666 with the 2. When was he going to show it? Immaculate cap here. Absolutely, dude. He was going to show it at an undetermined amount of time later when it was no longer relevant and could only be used as a defense.
That I was addicted to, but I had a problem, but I beat that addiction and I'm good now. Like, it's fine. Like, come on, dude. Really?
What do you mean? What about it? What about it? Because people don't ever improve or change? Never. People never overcome problems in their life. That's apparently. Dude, I used to be 240 pounds. Now I'm just over 200. I overcame that problem in my life. I used to be a raging alcoholic where every night
my God, here we go.
myself into a stupor.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then I stopped doing that shit. Like, how are you going to tell me people don't change over time and get better? If you admit your faults from the past and you overcome them, that's something that should be applauded, not criticized or be, oh no one can ever improve. This is the same guy who on the show is laughing when I say, well, I'm changing now, I'm trying to be better. Ha 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 ha. No, it's not funny.
It's not funny, DSP. It's sad. But sometimes the only way that you can really confront something that is sad is with humor, right? It's probably the best way to deal with a lot of things. You are not changing, though. They didn't have to go very far to find you being racist. They don't have to go very far, literally at all, to find you begging, because it was probably the day prior. You're not changing at all. You never have been. You've always been the same person. Shout out Wesley H with the 5. Of course, I'm gonna admit to what I did, but he lied about champions for years and then tried to justify it on the interview. Yeah, how long did he say that he didn't play WWE champions anymore just to get on the interview? And when they ask, he goes, yeah, I do, in his little soy voice. Actually a liar, but it's a white lie. What's the difference, dude, if whether he plays it a little bit or not at all? If it doesn't matter, then why did we go out of our way to specify one that is, in fact, the lie? Man, that was a bad sentence.
You're an idiot. People
I'm losing it.
Better.
It's your username.
I think that, I think it shouldn't be lost that we greatly appreciate Phil coming on the show and being.
Look, they're appreciating
What
DSP.
in the goddamn?
That should be it. We greatly appreciate it. All right, let's move on.
And on that note, major props for staying the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, I was shocked, and I said this to him. I don't know if we were still live before I dipped out after I said this. I was like, bro, like, props for staying. Like, you got some major balls for like dealing with stern interviewers, because like we didn't go easy on
which is
it
what I was there
yesterday.
for.
And then
Yeah, we're all on the same page. Very
I'm telling you the
robust.
truth. Do you think if I mean, no, really? Okay, now we got to be real. Hold on one fucking second here.
Now we have to be real. Before, we were fake as fuck, dude. Now we're real. Real shit.
If someone is guilty,
Real
why
trap
the
shit.
fuck would they stick around for 5.5 hours? Are you crazy? Why would they even agree to the interview? Why would they do it? It doesn't make any fucking sense. But that's what I mean. Like,
I love the
That's why
wheeze.
for so long, people said Phil would never do the interview, right? Never. He would never do it. And I said, fine. Eventually, I'm gonna fucking do it because I had enough of this shit. I had people saying this about me constantly. I'm gonna do it. So I sit for 5.5 hours. Oh, just guilty. Like, what? What do you think I was there for? Why do you think I could take it? Why do you think I could?
Why, pause? Hold up. Were we taking what now? I do want to point out the timestamp that we're on right now, so far into this interview, 13:41. Have you heard anything yet that is an outright shit on Phil session where Kat would have thought that we are, it was nothing but bad for DSP? They just made fun of him the whole time, because we're getting to the end of how far she could make it. He said 10 or 15 minutes. We're almost at 14. And apparently this was enough for Kat. She's crying, dude. Tears rolling down her face right now. She's getting ready to, hit the power button on her phone and turn it over and walk away.
Take it for so
Keem,
long.
he clearly had issues with.
And all they've said is, shout out Keemstar. We don't believe DSP. Big ups for being on the show, though.
All right, I'm going to have to deal with talking to Keemstar as well.
Yeah, because that was a waste of everyone's time, including mine.
And then the freaking Gundam clip, and he stayed, and it's like, you know what? All right, dude can take some punches. So,
yeah, out of you guys, did all of you think he would leave early or leave at some point? Because I did.
No.
Whoa.
Phil is
Their show
an
screwed up.
interesting dude.
Yours does that all the time. Shut up.
He's been dealing with this for a long time.
Yeah.
We dealt with
10 fucking years.
The overwhelming.
You got no one to blame for that but yourself, buddy. You're the person in charge of all of your own actions.
And
well, that's because all of you didn't believe that we were gonna be freaking do a good interview.
I did not.
I'm not upset because a lot of you have apologized and said we were wrong.
Yeah, a lot of.
Too. Apologizing is big.
Yes, a lot of people.
And the only reason that the interview was anything was because they did talk to detractors, and specifically ALT steered them the right direction. What a saint to take his time to do that.
So, okay, let's go.
All right, let's skip, though. Let's skip. We don't want to hear any of that shit.
The detractors aren't the monsters that.
They're not the monsters, really.
Yes, we're not monsters. We're goblins,
okay.
dude. It's different.
I was asked about it last night.
That was fair.
And they said, I would say in any fandom, there are people who can look at things logically, and
Yes.
those who take things to the next level, right?
Yeah.
Fandom. Whether that's you're talking about Phil, Marvel, or the Dallas Mavericks, right? Like there are people who can look at things logically, and then there's some people who just take it a step too far. There's gonna be people in our community that do that. There's gonna be people in every community.
All right,
So,
well, this is boring. It's fucking boring.
This is boring, where they, you know, actually justify their position on the detractors and explain how there is you know, a middle ground, and that everybody in all of the fandoms or groups of people who enjoy things, there are people that take it a little too far, and there are people who just have fun with it and enjoy making the content. We don't need to hear that shit, dude. That almost sounds positive about detractors. Yeah, humanizing people is boring. Of course.
You weren't letting him.
Everybody's just a psychopath when they become a detractor. That's the last step.
You put in for that.
But grab the white coats, get them in the jacket.
Combination of you being prepared with really good questions and me just like soaking in what was happening and just, you know, calling it as I see it. You know.
You knew just enough. You knew just enough to where you could say like, well, that's not right, and I knew way too much.
Yeah.
There you go. I knew way too much. No, you didn't know. Craig, you didn't know. You were told things that were supposed to be considered circumstantial evidence, and you were supposed to formulate an opinion. You didn't know anything.
You didn't know anything, dude. You know, when you like when someone tells you how to do something, like a recipe, and then you make the recipe and you're like, yeah, I knew how to do it because somebody told me how to do it. No, you didn't know. Come on, dude. That was circumstantial style evidence. I don't know if that was the best example. Don't worry about it. Super Sentai guy with the 2. Are you going to do Craig reading the emails? I didn't think that far ahead. Every stream is thought of during the week while I'm at work. I'm like, what am I doing this weekend? I don't even know. Day by day style. So maybe that's an idea.
All you knew was what people had said about me. Now, you have evidence, just what they said about me and all their circumstantial bullshit. You didn't know anything. That's the problem. He went in to this interview, I know everything. So now we're going to ask, and hopefully we get the confession. Instead of, I'm going in, here's what I heard from this side. I actually did research on this side, and now we're going to meet in the middle, and we're going to have the interview. It was 1,000,000%. I listened only to the detractor side. And then
because nobody goes to bat for you, stupid. Who are like I said this earlier. Who are they going to contact? That's not on them. If nobody's willing to come to bat for you, DSP, you can't expect them to find people who don't exist. That's an insane expectation that nobody could meet. It's not an argument.
That's completely different, right? Completely different.
To me, it seemed like Craig had the substance and Adam had the style.
Yeah, it's all Derek's fault. You're right, John Smith. He dropped the ball.
He didn't have any substance either.
They should have contacted the champ.
That's the way it.
Craig, you have no style.
Or that you don't have any style.
Continue.
All right, moving on.
Did yesterday, absolutely. The Pounder says, does it cost $5K a month for each?
So here we go. It doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense. You don't even know where it came from. How are we going to say it doesn't make any sense? Because you're ignorant? Because you don't know what your own bankruptcy documents say?
Does not. No.
It's like, that's a laughable
simple no.
Simple no. It costs
Token Trav, get out of here, brother.
Of
You were,
webcam.
All right. On to the next.
Something, man.
That's a long bike
Oh,
ride.
dark side fail. Yeah, did you go on a 5-hour bike ride? That's insane. Lord.
He's like, I don't want this bike ride to end because I still got more to listen
You're
to.
listening to on a bike?
It's gonna be good.
Okay.
He was doing exercise. Gross. For context, you know, things that people were doing while the interview was happening. I was at work. I was running my machine, and I was listening to this. I was like, this shit is insane, dude. Work is awesome today. I don't give a shit what's happening at work. Interview's happening.
Gamer 2 says,
Oh, here we go. I'm toxic on my own streams. I ban anyone who brings evidence that contradicts his narrative. He lied about literally
It's
everything
true.
yesterday. There you go.
That was all a true
Look at all
statement.
that corroborating evidence of that statement. But they're going to keep
Phil
reading
Stick,
it,
nice guy,
right?
affiliate.
Anything that's associated with
Fully
money,
he's
they're going to
very
read.
Toxic on his own streams
Yeah?
and bans
Anything.
anyone who brings evidence that contradicts the narrative. He lied about literally everything yesterday.
You don't have to tell me, gamer.
Hey, you don't have to tell me. Adam knows. Wesley H, I like that idea, and I love that video, the John Rambo and Howard vid. I have thought about watching it before, but I don't know whether to watch the original one or the one that DSP reacted to. He took like a whole day to do it. Maybe it was even 2 days. I forget. But yeah, I've thought about it before. I love those videos. They're classics.
It says, thank you so
What
much.
what does this mean?
Great.
Phil looks like he's going through puberty backwards and sweating like nuts. I didn't sweat once. I literally didn't sweat at all. Did you ever even see me like wipe my forehead? There was zero.
If I didn't wipe my forehead, I wasn't sweating. This is what I was talking about earlier. But again, if I didn't do this one specific action to prove that I was sweating, then I wasn't. Guys, I don't sweat then, because I'll tell you, pretty much 100% of the time, I don't wipe my forehead when I sweat. I don't typically sweat off my forehead that rigorously. So I've never sweat. Big ups.
Sweating, and I don't even know what that means. But do you see they're reading everything? Just read everything so that we can make fun of Phil. This is literally the Phil shit show.
Job, Craig and Adam. Best
Shit
part of
on
the
Phil
interview
the
was
entire
looking
show.
Like he was going through puberty backwards.
I didn't sweat. I wasn't sweating at all. In fact, it was nice and
like
cool yesterday.
nuts.
Today, it was hot in this office. But yesterday, I was sweating, and I was in here for 5.5 hours. Right?
And notice that they just read the super chat and didn't actually respond to it. He didn't even get finished through reading the super chat. All they did was laugh. That's it. All they did was laugh, and apparently we're shitting on DSP. They just read the goddamn super chat. They didn't write it, dude. They're not in charge of that. They're acknowledging that somebody that was watching their content gave them money and had a message attached to it. Pretty normal standard thing for a stream, but whatever. Blame your ISP with the $1.99. I appreciate it, brother. Big ups to DSP discovering his sexuality through BG3. I agree, dude. The gay bear marriage scene was very robust and meaningful to me. I'm glad that he managed to find a way to do that. That was the best outcome possible, really.
What are you talking about?
Never know.
Alman John says, is it technically the third time SideScrollers show has been brought back to life?
Yes, it was. Okay.
Oh, I'm so cool. I brought them back to life. I'm the most important thing they've ever done, will ever do. It's all me. I'm the main character. We get it, DSP. Insufferable bitch.
I think that if I was to change the intro, people would riot. But yeah, it's very similar to it, and that's mainly in this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Something news industry would want from you.
That's a good point. He's got a good point. That's true.
The problem is it's too long. Like if we.
You'd think he was talking about his own pre-stream. The problem is it's too long. This guy talks to you for 2 hours every day, where 45 minutes of it is a recap of a recap, a schedule segment, and then 30 minutes of it is a Q&A. But it's too long. I hate it here, dude. I really do.
You can sit here and react to the whole show, but it's way too long. I'm not going to stick around for all night. So I have to skip a lot, and there's not a lot going on here. Right?
Breaking news.
I'm pretty sure Yellow Flash is booked. I need to look at the chat, but I know we were talking, so let me triple check. Hold on.
Mr. Knox, how you doing? Mr. Knox says, was DSP stupid or desperate for any form of clout to be a part of the interview?
You tell me, what clout did I get out of the interview? Zero clout. What?
You were hoping to get clout. You wanted to make a piece so that people would go there and watch it and obviously get views on it and have all of their questions answered. Of course you were trying to get clout. And by doing it on a different platform with other people, trying to engage with their audience, I would assume, because that's why you would, go on somebody else's show, other than, you just want to do it. Like, of course you're going to get some form of clout. It might not be good.
Benefit did I get?
But don't sit there and pretend like you weren't.
Any of that money that they made? Did I get any positive press from the interview? No.
You don't get positive press from anywhere, though, because you suck and nobody likes you. That's not a failure on their behalf.
Guest on their show. It wasn't supposed to be an interview to begin with. I was doing them a favor.
Yeah, I was a favorite of them.
Interview. Either way, this is freaking gold. Yeah, that. I don't know. I think that he likes our show. He said he watches our show, and we have a lot of fun on this show. And I think he desperately wants to be relevant and desperately wants to be successful.
Yeah.
And just does not know how to do it properly.
Despite the fact that I literally said on the show, I have no aspirations to be a big YouTuber. I have no aspirations to be successful. All I want to do.
I have no aspirations to be successful. What does he tell you all the time when people tell him that he has a failing business and that everything that he's doing is wrong? He tells you how successful he is, but he has no aspirations to be successful. Imagine saying that, by the way. How? How do we have no aspirations to be good at something that you're doing? If you don't intend on, you know, actually trying and being good at something, then why are you doing it? What's the goal here? I mean, I know the goal is money, but you know, you're not supposed to think that. That's a detractor style mindset to have. Dude, they said the same thing to his face while he was on there, and they said after, and they gave him an out on every single effing point, but he wouldn't take any of them, just deny. Yeah, you're right. That was the entire interview. We were there. I just, come on, man. Every time I hear it, I'm just like, how does this guy exist?
Is put out content for my audience and make a living doing it. Meaningful content.
Meaningful.
For a small group is what I want. That's what I actually like more. I literally said this on the show.
No, big ups,
And
Cosmo.
he thinks the opposite. Well, maybe if you would take that fucking hat off and take the cotton out of your ears, you'd hear what I actually said in your own interview.
In this world. And, I mean...
Real big and brave, DSP. Real big and brave. Take your stupid hat off. You can hear these kids in their hats.
He's never going to be able to...
I would never wear a beanie boob.
That stigma that he has.
How was I never honest or held myself accountable? Did you not see me react to my own Down the Rabbit Hole, react to the John Rambo and Howard video from last year, and literally fess up to so many mistakes that I have made?
Not the mistakes.
Right? Like, what are you talking of? You're talking about, here's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
WWE champions.
Yes.
Like, literally, that's what he's talking about.
And the racism and the bankruptcy style numbers, right? These were huge points in the interview that you really didn't have an answer for and refused to take accountability on. And why would you expect them to see the John Rambo thing that you did, where you apparently took some accountability? You didn't send it to them. They asked you what they were supposed to watch in preparation, and you didn't send them that. That's on you, man. That's it.
That's it. It's like
exactly, that's it.
Out of the entire history of everything, they took one fucking thing, right? They took one joke from a stream last summer. It's a joke that's completely out of context to my normal content. I don't
completely out of context, dude.
It was a joke that was misinterpreted by a lot of negative people being negatively saying it was a racist joke. Wasn't intended that way. It's still a dark joke. It's definitely still too dark. It's not in my normal style.
The most important part is it's still not a funny joke. That's the real crime here, right? It's not that it's a dark joke. It's not that it's a racist joke. It's that it just wasn't funny. Whatever you were going for was missed. That's the real crime of not being funny, not being entertaining.
Well, that's him every stream then. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Right? What do you speak? What? None of what they're saying makes sense. It's like they weren't paying any attention.
It's impossible. Right now, unless he owns up to it, it'll never happen.
Own up to what? To the one thing? You're literally harping on one fucking thing. You ignored everything else.
Because everyone will always hold that against him. And, you know, he just wants to, like, pretend like all of it, oh no, it's all in my past. Like, let me just start fresh. And it's never going to happen, dude. You
Right.
can't start fresh because the internet is forever. And all your shit's on the internet.
Yeah, but so because people have done things in the past
Yeah.
that are bad, you can never forgive them and never believe that they ever got better. That's what he's saying.
No, that's not what people are saying. But you have to actually show some sort of improvement, DSP. You have to, like, prove that you've changed and show why you're not still that same person. You're incapable of doing that and always have been. You've always been the same person. And yeah, the internet is forever. They're going to remember forever all of the things that you said that are shitty. You just have to try and minimize those things and live with them. You're incapable of doing that too. You always try and retcon and tell people why it wasn't the way that it actually was. It's embarrassing. Yo, big ups Bill Paulson for the gifted one membership.
Wow, you're an awesome person.
There's supposed to be a notification that plays for the gifted thing. I was messing around with it,
man.
and now
Holy
it doesn't
shit.
work.
No one drudge up his past, right? Like, what are you talking about? You're not supposed to fucking ever improve and be better from your past, according to this guy. You can never, ever, like, wow. That's interesting.
Own your shit.
Own it.
It's going to keep piling on you.
Right. I think the closest he was going to get would have been after the show.
Wait, hang on. I'm going to try this real quick. Not dead air style. I'm still talking. No. What? All right. I messed it up. I'll figure it out. Maybe one day.
This was the closest he ever had to finally resetting, and he chose not to confirm with you, Craig, and he chose to fucking talk shit on Keemstar after the show. And it's like, bro, what the?
Because Keemstar's a piece of shit. We said
you're allowed to talk shit about Keemstar after the show when he's not on because he's a piece of shit, but they're not allowed to talk about you? Make that make sense, brother. Because they probably came to the same conclusion than you did. Came to the same conclusion than you did. That you did. There we go. Figured it out. I'll get there eventually. Yeah. Stupid. Double standard style.
we were going to do it on the show. That doesn't mean shit. Keemstar is a piece of shit. No one likes him. All right? People deal with Keemstar because they want clout or they want money. All right? That's why. I can say whatever I want about him. I talk shit. He talks shit about me too. Way more than I've ever talked shit about him. You're out of your mind.
You're out of your mind. I'm the victim.
I want nothing
it's
to do
me.
with the guy. I already said this multiple times. I want absolutely nothing to do with that man at all. Like I said, if I ever had a business arrangement with Keemstar, he would literally try to control.
Yo, big ups for the 2. I appreciate it, okay? We can see your past. We can go fact check you. And the detractors do all day, every day.
Control me for the rest of my life. He would literally like a puppeteer with strings. He's like, well, I helped fill out that one time, so now he's beholden to me for the rest of the life, right? That's the kind of guy he is. He's ultra controlling. Why do you think when he tried to control me with getting me to do this show, and I would not play by his rules, right? I would not just do exactly what he wanted, right? Drop my entire stream to answer the phone for him when I didn't even know it was him, correct? He's so upset because he wants to be in control of everything at all times. Why in the fuck would I ever want to go be in business with someone like that? Why do they like him?
There it is. I did it. Yeah, there's the new animation. That's what I was working on before the stream started. And it wasn't playing because I messed it up. So there you go. I did it.
Are you stupid? Have you not done any kind of research on this man on the internet that's factual? And that's the difference. They'll say, oh, Keemstar and Phil are the same. They both get the hate. No. The things Keemstar has done are well publicly documented, and they're not circumstantial evidence. He fucking talked shit about mental illness to people like, people like Etika and what happened there.
Oh, we're gonna, we're bringing up Etika. We're literally leaning on a dead man right now. R.I.P. Etika and R.I.P. T. Come on, dude. Come on. Don't do that. Actually disgusting behavior.
On the internet, and he literally factually proven he's orchestrated events, dramatic events that weren't real to get stuff, popularity for his content. It's factually proven. The stuff you're accusing me of is not.
Dude, it's a drama show. Like, what do you want? It's not the end of the world. It's not literally murder. You again, takes this internet shit way too seriously, man. It's not real life. Raziel, he said he just described Keem as himself, both control freaks, but somehow Keem is scum for being a control freak, but he's normal. Well, yeah, dude. Keemstar's literally the devil. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And actually, by the way, Kat agrees. That was almost the context of the original, I believe.
Not factually proven is bullshit.
The one time this
bullshit.
actually makes sense.
There's a difference. Hated for bullshit, hated for facts. It's not rocket science unless you like the guy because you want to kiss his butt because you like riding on the clout that you have having him on your show. Let's be honest here.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, I know we got smart.
Well,
I got to say, I'm just...
just so you know, Flash will be.
The funny part again is that none of this was said when I was there. Do you understand? Why do you say this behind my back?
It's not behind your back. It's public for everybody to view, DSP. This is not behind your back. And they did bring up some of these things during the interview, and you had to defend yourself the whole time. A poor job at that. So, you're a goddamn idiot, dude. Behind my back.
Right? Why is this said? Where?
Wesley H with the 5. This explanation for how Keem doesn't make sense because he can't claim to have no idea he was calling and act like he refused the call on purpose. The whole story doesn't make any sense, dude. The whole thing is stupid.
I was there. I was fucking there. If you have things to say to me, say it to my face. Why did you wait till the next day?
Guys should have just did a 10-hour interview and said all of this to his face. Come on.
It doesn't make any sense at all. None. Except we wanted to profit.
On the show April 7th. So
And you're right, Roachbait. You're absolutely right. Why didn't he ask to be on that show? Because they outright said that they're going to have to address all of the super chats at a later date in a separate video. DSP could have heard that and went, well, I would like to be on for that too, because I'm sure those are going to relate to me in some way, right? I want to be able to address any of the questions that they might have had in those super chats. Would you guys have me on? Maybe they would have said yes. Maybe we could have pushed that second interview even closer and done it the following day or whatever and really capitalized on the situation. But no, we'd rather just bitch, moan, and complain on our own stream and act like a victim.
right, nice.
Happy birthday.
In a private Discord. Yeah, that viewer actually came in yesterday and last night when I was talking about this a little bit, and yeah, I was actually going to bring them up during the stream, but just didn't have an opportunity. So
Who what?
Yeah.
Who what? It wasn't even listening. All right, moving on.
90% of all of this stuff.
All right, Token,
I
shut
know
up.
way
This
too
is
much
nothing.
about Phil. Way too much.
This is just, it's again, they took every super chat, read it out, and just, yes, it's all true, 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 yes, it's all true. That's not professional. I'm not there. I'm not there.
Those are the conclusions that they came to. This show is not not an interview style show. They're allowed to be themselves. They're not playing personalities. They're giving their genuine thoughts on the show after they did the show, right? So I don't understand what the problem is here. You don't want them to play characters. You want them to be real. Here are their real thoughts. They think you're a liar and a scammer. They don't believe anything that you said. That's what they're telling the people. God damn.
Here. You had me on the show.
And streaming, they can't finish it like a show that goes.
Odds that someone gave him time codes to skip to, and that's why he knew where to skip when he threw that bitch tantrum. I'm not sure. I'm really
Bill
not.
Paulson has joined the 60 Skulls. DSP is so delusional at times it is crazy. It's like when he blames all the RPGs for being boring but refuses to understand how he himself is boring.
Yeah, DSP absolutely lives in like a completely different reality. The pignosis
What
was so
in the goddamn-
strong on himself that he's convinced himself that he's not the problem. It's everybody else but me, Doob. I promise. Yeah, we read that. Very cool. Very cool.
like horribly wrong after.
Thank
like,
you
6
for the
seasons
3 months.
after
Bill
you
Paulson,
watch
big
it,
ups.
You want to know how it ends?
I think
And
it's more
that's
like
it.
I think it's more like why Jersey.
Anyway, no.
All right, don't want to hear about Jersey Shore.
Shore, you fucking moron. Good lord.
Yeah, comparing DSP to a reality television show is completely inaccurate. That's why people do it all of the time, and it's probably the most apt thing to do when discussing why you keep up with DSP like this. It's like a reality show. It's like Schadenfreude. Like you want to see the car crash. It's interesting. And following the storylines is like it's like following like a murder documentary or something. You're putting the pieces together.
Congrats on that home ownership, dude. Way to go.
Sounds smart.
But you'd probably watch Jersey Shore. It's probably your favorite show.
What does that mean? People like Jersey Shore DSP. A lot of people enjoyed it back in the day. Not me, but you know, a lot of people. You like wrestling. Who the hell are you? Oh, you probably like Jersey Shore. You like sweaty dudes like climbing all over each other. Who the fuck are you? I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much.
Still, golly,
They're never going to end.
Chat
This
is
is their
so
whole
busy
show
with
is just
it.
reading negative super chats about me.
Mr.
That was the point from the jump, DSP. It's a super chat stream. God damn it.
Doctor Inspector.
Okay, one actually had nothing to do with me. I can't believe
We'll
it,
probably
right?
pay taxes on it first before we spend it.
Extreme with the two. You should bring up the theory about 1 Minute Man with ALT. I like the theory. I'm behind the theory, but I don't want to derail ALT. You know how he is. Old. He might get derail style. I don't want to mess up the program.
Rise FN says Adam.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Just keep going. Let me just, for the sake of it, let me fast forward a bit. Let's go like 20 minutes forward and let's see what they're talking about. Okay?
Oh, what is this theory? If you
Hey, good
didn't
morning,
see the
Kanye.
video, yeah, it is the extreme pop-up. Big ups. If you didn't see the video, I think that the 1 Minute Man Baldur's Gate 3 tip the other day where he was talking about picking your words carefully and you might lose somebody important was kind of a hint, you've been treating me like shit and you don't like my favorite game, so I might be on the way out style thing. Maybe not, it's a Theo theory, but I like it. I think it's interesting.
Inner peace or whatever, you know.
Right. I 100%.
Because he has been treating 1 Minute Man like absolute trash recently with all the Baldur's Gate 3 messages. Holy shit. 1 Minute Man is getting dunked on left, right, and center all the time. And he's getting his messages pre-read, which is kind of disrespectful given how often that 1 Minute Man actually, you know, supports DSP every single day. Yo, Darksea back on the screen with the 5. Big ups.
Here we go.
Darksea to flow
This
says,
is 20 minutes later. It continues, right? 20 minutes later, this is the whole show. The whole show is just about me.
Everyone wants to know, what are the chances you'll appear on That Being Said or other distractor streams? I've told, I've been in talks with That Being Said. I'll definitely appear on their show, 100%.
I don't remember if he did.
I just gotta lock.
I don't remember if he did go on That Being Said. Somebody let me know. I would appreciate it. Yo, big ups
Extreme has
Extreme.
joined the 60 Skulls.
Welcome to the 60 Skulls, brother.
Coming up.
He did? Okay, cool. I thought he did. I thought I heard about that, but I don't think I've ever actually seen it.
Great show.
Shout out That Being Said, obviously.
Don't know what that is. Anyway.
Start fresh if you don't hold your. It's impossible to
Here
start
we
fresh
go.
if you don't hold yourself accountable in any way. Congrats for the great work, guys.
All right, skipping
I'm
that,
gonna skip
skipping
ahead
that.
even further. Here we go.
This whole stream is all about me, you guys. Look at how much we're skipping. We're 47 minutes in, and we've only seen like 4 or 5 segments. Maybe I'm being a little exaggerated. Well, let's say 7 segments about DSP in 47 minutes. All about me, you guys. The worst.
Agile.
Jade, have a good
And
night.
I think that's why he's still sitting at, you know, like World 1-1. So.
Well, and he has such a high view of himself. You know, I said it to him, illusion of grandeur, man. Like, you really think that you're this freaking king on this pedestal that everyone needs to worship you.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a king on a pedestal that needs to be worshipped. We explained what the King of Hate moniker meant, right?
Yeah, that you're a hateful bitch. Big ups Extreme for the 5 gifted. I'm sure everybody appreciated it. Thank you. Yes, the King of Hate moniker is actually that you're a hateful bitch, and people called you that before you decided to come up with your stupid meaning. Shut up.
We did. We actually went through it on the show. That has nothing to do with anything like that whatsoever.
And Crescent Cannon says with the 2, if you noticed he only reacts to big donations. I didn't notice, but I'll be looking now.
Right?
550 Canadian isn't too big though.
I'm a flawed. You know, everything I said.
I mean,
on
hey,
the
$5
show
is $5, so you really can't
explained
complain.
I have absolutely no big thoughts or aspirations about myself or my content. But you see, it's a giant king, and everyone should kiss his butt. Yes, you're right. That's why I take it.
Yeah, that is how DSP runs his streams, though.
Everything right. I totally don't. What a real wow. Yeah. If you want to talk about people who unprepared, this guy knows absolutely nothing about me whatsoever. Zero besides the hate that's come in. That's what he hears. He knows nothing about me or my content whatsoever.
You had it really.
But most of the detractors address your content, DSP. I'll never understand this. What does DSP think that detractors do? I know he watches the content. I know he knows that they restream his raw shit and cut clips of him. What does he think that they're watching? If not his content, where the context is. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, for a long time, because there was no competition. You got into YouTube
This is correct,
early, man. Like, good shit. But you didn't continue to evolve with the
This
internet.
is all correct.
You stayed stagnant, like thinking that you were worth people's attention.
Correct. I've talked about all this publicly in the Down the Rabbit Hole and other places. 100% correct. I've admitted to this.
And you weren't.
Correct.
You have to adjust and cater to your audience, and he didn't.
Correct.
His audience slowly grew in the wrong direction by people making fun of him, and instead of owning it and using it like
yes,
talked about, that's what he does. He's like, I got the most detractors, and I use them. They're my fans. They make me more money because of the hate. And
But he makes shit content that's harmful to others. That's how he got over it.
Okay, then why don't you figure out how to get over doing your content, DSP? Why don't you figure out how to monetize in that fashion while still making the content that you want to make? That would be a successful thing for you to figure out how to do. That would be something to actually brag about. Oh, Keemstar, I make as much money as you and I don't have to do that and people hate me. But no, we just cry victim and we don't want to be successful. We want to be the little guy all the time. It's obnoxious, man. It really is. It's just obnoxious. Wesley H with the 5 months after this, he would ban Lavinia for asking for an apology because he treated them badly. Truly a king of hate. Absolutely, dude. Shout out Lavinia. They agreed the other day in a video. And I believe they commented on the video. I don't know if it was the real them. I didn't look into it, but I seen it.
He doesn't make gameplay videos, Adam. He doesn't interact with his audience in a nice, positive way. He's a jerk. He hurts people to make money. Everything he does is deriding others, making fun of others, bringing others down, and then making money off of it. He's like, he has a giant chessboard of what he considers the world of lolcows, right? Anyone who's having a problem, and he moves the pieces around the chessboard, and he watches money fly off the chessboard into his pockets. That's how he made his money.
When you describe it like that, I'm not a Keemstar fan, but that kind of sounds impressive, does it not? He's figured out how to wrangle lolcows and make them money for him. Again, doesn't like that's not how this works at all, right? But the way the DSP is putting it, like you would think you would be impressed by something like that. You know how difficult it is to wrangle a lolcow into doing something and making you money. Say what you want about Keemstar, but that's something.
How are you okay with that?
Bitter.
Tell me, and again, what I said is the difference between me and Keem, I've never hurt anyone with my content. Who did I hurt by making a bad Let's Play? Who did I hurt, right? With this stuff? Nothing. This guy's constantly hurting people.
No, out on his own audience when they didn't support him anymore. And it was just like, he just got worse and worse and worse. It's just like, bro, it's so obvious, like, but he can't see it.
What are you talking? What?
What? I never said that.
This guy is a fucking dunce.
This guy's a dunce.
Nothing. He literally didn't do any research at all. Like, what are you talking about? I outright admitted it. We've outright talked about it on streams in React events. You fucking tremendous black hole.
What does that mean? You tremendous black hole? Chat, tell me, is that an insult you're allowed to say? It sounds racist. Mitchell Bay asks, what the fuck is that shit on his neck? The toilet seat, dude. It's so he doesn't get an infection by wearing headphones? Egg.
Of emptiness in your brain. It's documented that I fucking talked about it.
Raziel, that's all true. I agree.
Why is no one countering? No, actually, fair enough, he did say this because no one did the research. No one here did the research. It was just, we only listened to what the detractors said. And according to the detractors, he never grew, he never admitted, nothing. They only listened to the detractors. What a bunch of fucking idiots.
You got a point.
They asked you for evidence, and you sent them one video, and none of your fans stepped up. Again, not their fault. What did you want them to watch? Do you want them to just go out and find this shit by themselves? Of course they found themselves at the detractor channels, because that's all that exists for your content. It's you or detractors. There's no fan-style content. Even Lil Shake and Bake doesn't make any videos anymore. Those classic videos that everybody loved. Robert Williams with the 2. Bro, he is so close to crying again. LOL. I hope so. I don't remember. It's been a very long time.
And I think what King was right too. It's one of them things. Like, I think if he would have owned up to his mistakes as they came along, it would have been way different.
Correct.
But instead, he got to a point where he denied, and it's so much now. It's just a mountain.
Well, it depends. Cause I out of all these people, I think Travis is the most. I hate to say it. The guy who thinks the best about this shit. And
DSP is a Travis fan. LOL. You know, this is actually kind of lining up.
Yes and no, because yeah, he's absolutely right. When I made mistakes and things went wrong, I was always like,
out of all of the people to side with, it's Trav.
That was old
classic DSP
today,
style.
With you guys call me out on stuff, and all the time. So you're right. Let's change it. You know what I'm saying? Like Travis, I think out of
Ludwig, you got a point. The guy who wasn't on the interview knows the least about DSP is the guy that DSP agrees with.
Kind of like a figurehead, but when you listen to all of them talk, Travis has some good takes, in my opinion.
He ever let it go? How could he admit? Because he has to admit so much all at once. You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous now. It's so much.
I'll say this. I've been doing this longer than Phil, and
that's
there's
true.
A certain time.
By the way, guys, there's a lot of tips and things coming in. I'm absolutely going to shout them out before the end of the stream.
I'm going to shout them out, but on a different stream. We'll do this shit on the SideScrollers stream. It'll be super robust.
I can't watch 2.5 hours of this shit. But I think I'm proving my point here, no? How unfair this was?
Yeah, you're definitely proving a point here. It's not the one you want to prove, but you're proving something.
Somebody needs to go like, hey, dude, like, look, Screw Attack was a very big deal in its time.
Correct.
Right? During its time, it was a big deal. We did billions of views on the internet.
Yep.
Right?
I never even heard of Screw Attack before this interview.
Right.
Not gonna lie, I wasn't alive.
And whenever do I say today I'm big or I'm popular or I'm you know what? Never at all. It's completely the opposite.
But you're constantly telling people about how successful your business is. When you're attacking LTG, you're like, oh, I make more money than LTG. Who watches his stuff? How does he have all these viewers? You're constantly trying to put yourself over other people when you're actually the nobody. Everybody knows these other people's names. They know who these people are. LTG, despite all of his flaws, not an LTG fan by any means, got to present an award. Nobody's doing that shit for you, DSP. You're actually the nobody at all times. But you constantly think that you're better than everybody. For what? Because you make shitty content nobody wants to watch? Yeah, that's very robust.
Relevant online, I'm a piece of sand in this giant, vast ocean.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's important to understand and for to be humbled at a point. And that happened to me. That's happened to me where, and I don't think that's happened to Phil.
What are you talking about? Oh my, again, they watch nothing. They literally watch nothing. They've watched no content of mine. Anything within the last few years, they only watch detractor highlights. There's no way they could say shit like this and actually watched my content. It's not possible. It's just not possible. And they're supposed to be objective interviewers. They watched nothing. They did not. They did all the negative research and none of the positive. Again, did they ask a certain person, any one person who's a fan of my content, what do you like about Phil? What's the positives about him?
They put the invitation out there.
He has all this hate again. They didn't do that.
They put the invitation out there where nobody answered. That's all you can do, DSP. That's really all you can ask for. You get on Derek's ass. Tell Jade he should have responded.
It's a Gundam. Yeah, you're really going to get an intelligent discussion out of that guy, I'm sure.
Oh,
wow.
Come on. Don't insult Gundam like that.
Literally,
he didn't
every
ask
word
for
they're
this.
saying is wrong right now.
And I hope that yesterday was an opportunity for him, but I don't think he's going to take that.
It was an opportunity, but
right,
he's so stubborn that he probably is sitting there thinking that we fucked him over.
Yep, right now.
You didn't fuck me. This is what fucked me. Right here. This is.
Yeah, that applies right now. Adam could tell the future, dude. He knew you were going to do this shit. And he was like, this is what DSP's thinking literally right now.
This is what fucked me, you idiot. Not the interview. The interview was fine. The interview was exactly as I expected it to go. But the day when you decided I'm just going to do a
Wait, what? The interview was exactly how I expected it to go. But earlier when he was talking about the interview, he was like, I expected them to just run down the list of all these horrible things I did. And it didn't happen like that. So I was delightfully surprised. Did we not do that earlier? Was that not only like an hour and a half ago or something? We've hypnotized ourselves into believing that? That didn't happen. We memory hold it. All right, cool. Whatever, man.
Shitting on the guy that's not there to stick up for himself, that's where you fucked me over.
We were giving you the realest opportunity you have ever had to win back your audience.
Again, how? By saying I did something I didn't do. You came into the interview 100% believing I was guilty. That's not an interview.
Adam didn't even know who you were, bro. All he knew is that you had an incident on stream.
You told me one thing. I came in with the notion of what you told me. You completely lied to me. You just proved it with that statement. Well, yesterday was that we gave him that opportunity. You can't give someone an opportunity unless you already think they're guilty. You see what I'm saying? Like,
no, that's not it. Because you're given the opportunity to prove your innocence in court before you're found guilty. If we want to keep doing the stupid court thing, right? If we want to pretend this is a trial, you're given the opportunity to prove your innocence. That's why you're there. That's why you have a lawyer. That's why they're supposed to present evidence that says otherwise. What are you talking about? You're so stupid. None of the things that you say make any sense. You talk yourself in circles and forget what your point was. I wonder why I'm lost all the time, because it doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's just filled air to be filled air. Which I guess is better than the dead air we typically get, right? I should be grateful we're getting content.
You fucked up horribly with this interview. You don't understand that now all of your integrity is gone. Anyone who goes
all your integrity is gone, stupid. It's all your fault.
Ever again. You're really like, thank God I didn't send them anything. Really, like what the fuck?
To actually evolve and level up. But he
level up
because he's so stubborn.
My God.
Dude, all right. Well,
he doesn't even know what to be angry about, because like his anger is simply because they said level up, which is a troll thing now, right? But he doesn't have a response. He doesn't have an excuse as to why they're not allowed to say that. He's just upset at the fact that they said it. if that doesn't show you where DSP's mind is at right now, is just being upset and offended. It's not actually trying to defend himself. He doesn't actually have any criticisms about this. He's just angry people are being mean about him, being mean to him, about him. Whatever. It's incredible, dude.
There it is.
Wet Floor says it was a train wreck.
Same thing.
What did it say? What did train wreck say, dude?
But
level up.
Because
yeah, level up. We're angry.
My God.
Dude,
It's a train wreck that keeps rewinding after the terrible fiery crash for the past 14 years. That is of Phil's streams. Rather mesmerizing, to be honest. And that's how I feel about it, dude. Every time you can't think that it gets worse, it just resets and we do it all over again. And then it resets and we do it all over again. There's always a story. There's always an arc. You just have to be a little patient sometimes.
all right. Well, there it is.
Wet Floor says it was a train wreck.
Same thing. Here we go. Let's skip ahead again. Right? All right, let's try here.
Have you noticed this blast?
If I'm grateful, does that make me the Grateful Dead? I can't name one Grateful Dead song, so I can't say yes.
Is that it?
Of his expenses. He doesn't keep track of them.
I got
So
it
funny,
all
Trav.
right here.
Thanks.
Trav, you know the funny thing is there, you know that paper was just blank. It was blank.
Well, here we go. Here we go. Triumphant stand up, walk off the camera. This makes for good content. People love this. You can hear it. Yo, listen to him like whipping it back and forth. I touched the microphone again. Listen to him like whip it back and forth so you can hear it in the wind. Very, very cinematic style.
Expenses written.
We'll get the whole stand up.
The paper right here with all my expenses written.
There's writing on this paper.
The paper with writing all over it. Here.
I'm glad we listened to that earlier. It's very
It's
topical
literally
style.
still at my fucking desk, you idiot.
Yeah,
God,
you
these
idiot.
people- Again, you want to talk
Show
about
it.
disingenuous?
Yeah, show it. What's
You
on
didn't
it?
believe a word I said.
Yep.
Here, let me.
Here we go.
I just want to make sure that I don't have personal accounts on here, right?
Let me make sure I don't have any personal accounts on here. This was the paper you were going to show yesterday. What did you put on there? You were so ready to just show everything that was on there and going to show all of the expenses. But now, the following day, let me make sure that there's no personal accounts on here. This doesn't add up, bud. How's that make sense?
I'm trying to think, like, how could, because I don't want you to see what accounts I have, right? Obviously.
Oh, that's not what you were saying yesterday.
Not really. Right off the bat, there's like 2 accounts that are personal accounts, you know, you guys should know about.
All right.
Because I wish I could have folded it. Yeah. Already, because all my utility companies' names are on here and everything.
Oh, you guys are going to figure out that I use Comcast. Heaven forbid. Shut up.
Away. Not that I should have to do this, right?
No. Actually not right. You should have to do this if you're going to try and defend yourself and say that everybody else is lying. You should have to prove that they are in fact lying to prove your innocence. That's how these things work.
Here, maybe if I do a crazy folding job, right?
Okay, yeah,
That's
origami.
really stupid. But just to show how dumb they are, okay?
All right. Mr. Brunel?
I'm literally just going to show you one tiny part, all right? One tiny part of it.
I can't show you the whole thing, but this is...
You know, I could cut it up, maybe. Again, I'm trying to show
God.
you without, again...
I could cut it up. This is supposed to be the paper that he's tracking all of his bills on. He's like, maybe I could cut it up. Don't you need that? What are you talking about? This whole thing is insane behavior.
Phil wants to prove what he's saying is true. But even just to show you this paper has personal shit on it that can expose. You understand what I'm saying now about proving innocence? Like, literally, I'm like, right here. Well, here's a utility company. You can't show you the name of the company, right?
You could. Everybody knows where you live. Like your power bill obviously goes to whatever, you know, power holder is in your area. Maybe there's a couple, but does it really matter if they know which one? Everybody already knows that you use Comcast. Like, what are you really going to, your gas company? You're only going to have 1 or 2 gas companies in your area, I would imagine. Does it really matter if they know which one?
Here's this. Here's the account. I can't show you. If you see this, you're going to fucking, people will do shit. You know? Literally, because I wrote all the names. Instead of putting like garbage removal, I put the name of the company. I can't show you that. So.
But people know where you live, dude. They know what garbage company that you use if they want to know, because they just have to look up what garbage company services that area. What garbage company goes to that specific gated community they know you live in.
Sucks. But this is the fucking paper.
It's so
right here with all of it
stupid.
on.
Any excuse why we can't just, be
I
honest.
think you understand the point. Even that. I was going to read it off one by one. Like the only thing I can show is website charge and mortgage probably is the only thing on here that I could show you that doesn't have anything on there that you should know about, right? Yeah.
Website charge, very generic and vague, DSP. That'll definitely prove your innocence.
Because everything else puts me in exposure, right? Two last names is any earnest person would understand why you can't.
You might as well have written informal transaction, when you were doing a drug deal. But it gives as much information as necessary, I guess.
Like, even if I fold it this way, right? Like this, and fucking like this.
Making a swan.
Right?
It's gonna be
like
robust,
this,
I promise.
It's like origami. I have to fold it 400 times to even show anything that can be shown. Right? Here. I'm gonna try this. Just to show that I'm not full of shit. Right? So... What is that? What is that account? Okay, that's okay, I guess. That's
oh my
okay.
God, dude.
Hulu. You can see.
He was so excited to do this.
So here we go.
He got up triumphantly. He thought he was dunking on Adam here.
All right.
But instead we get this segment.
So just to, I'll pre-read it. It's the website that I have, my website, dspgaming.com.
Okay.
The mortgage payment, my phone bill, which I'm going to cover, the name of the company, and my car insurance. Okay?
All right. Oh my God.
Oh, there you go. Can you kind of see the writing? Oh my God.
No,
You can't see it. The
can't
camera
see
will
anything.
adjust, yeah.
No.
Fuck,
Wow.
You can't see it.
Okay.
You saw writing. You see writing.
It says website $60. Does that say 1950? 1950 what?
You can see writing. You see, I'm not full of it. There's fucking writing on the paper right there. I can't. The camera won't.
All right. Yeah, we definitely proved it, guys. We figured it out.
Every month, paper, my expenses. That I'm gonna.
We got debunked. Stream's pretty much over, you guys. He showed us the paper. We won. I mean, he won, not us, as we couldn't see a goddamn thing written on it.
Read to them. And the point they're making,
Whatever.
all right? Here's the point they're making, because we can address this, all right? I know, you can't see shit. I wasn't going to prove nothing.
All right, so I'm glad our evidence was useless. Very cool.
They asked, what are $5,000 a month in business expenses? I don't even know where that comes from, because I don't know what they're talking about. You understand? Well, I don't get it. I don't even know what they're talking about. All right? I don't, I have no clue what they're speaking of. Because I don't know if that's from the bankruptcy report, if that's a tax return, if that's data that was taken from a tax return and transferred to a bankruptcy report. I don't know what that entails. Because I don't
know where this number came from, dude. My own financials, I'm not familiar with them. Keeping track of my own money is difficult.
I have no clue.
How am I supposed to know?
Expert on this shit. I would never be able to answer that question for anyone. So instead I said, here's what I can do. I can literally pull up my monthly expenses and read through this. So you guys can know exactly what I spend every month. Would you like to hear it now? Because they wouldn't let me do it. They cut me off. Here's my monthly expenses. Are you ready for this?
They cut me off.
There's a reminder on here that at the beginning of every month I should,
They cut you off because it wasn't important and you were talking about shit they didn't ask for. They want to know about your monthly business expenses and you're sitting there reading off your Hulu expense, and then when they ask you that's a business expense, you say no. So it's irrelevant information. You were going to waste their time simply to waste their time knowing that they were going to cut you off for wasting their time on their show. It was a play, dude. That's all it was. It was actually a play.
Cash out what I make on Patreon and then send my Patreon private DMs for people who are owed their perks. We've got Hulu, Comcast, which is my internet. Everyone knows that. My monthly condo dues, my Game Pass subscription, YouTube Premium. I have a note on here to pay federal taxes every month. My garbage removal, my water bill, my website charges, my mortgage, my phone bill, my car insurance. I still have monthly payments to Amazon for a few things I bought last year that are almost done. Payments to attorneys. Okay.
I think it's very strange that DSP is one of those people that does payments through Amazon. Not knocking you if you do that, but I don't know anybody in real life who has ever done that. Made the payments through Amazon like that. It seems like if you can't afford to buy something off of Amazon, you probably just shouldn't be buying it. That's just the way my brain works. Let me know if it's not like that. But none of these are business expensive. None of these are business expenses, nonetheless. So they're irrelevant.
Good morning, Kanye.
Big ups, Matthew. Fachin? Fachin? Big ups for the 5. Phil is some piece of work, isn't he? Always has been, dude. Always will be. That's why I do the guy content. It's so interesting all the time.
Medical payments that I'm doing ongoing every month. My back tax payments that I do every month. My car payment that I do every month. My electric bill. My health insurance. And then I have notes at the bottom of things that are important. And for example, be sure to prepare for your dues next month or whatever. Like, that's it. And then I have a note at the top. Every, like, quarterly I have to do business taxes for the state. It's quarterly. So I have a note of what month that I have to pay those. Okay? Like, literally, that's it.
Okay, but how much did that amount to? How much were all those things?
And of course, not on there would be, for example,
WWE Champions,
buy a specific game,
iTunes,
stuff like that. Something comes up.
Jasper's food every week.
There's nothing on there like groceries.
Yeah.
This is my list of expenses every month, right?
So this is my list of expenses every month, except for all of these expenses that I didn't include on there that I was, providing as evidence or proof that I don't spend that kind of money. How the hell does that make any sense, dude? Here's all the music I listen to, except all of these songs that I listen to every week. Sound good? Sounds good to me. What a useless list that would be. Big ups VXXD with the 5. This is unexpectedly funny. He's so regarded in every way. Absolutely. I agree. He's always more regarded than you think. Like, giving DSP the benefit of the doubt is always a good time because he'll always prove you wrong. Or he'll always prove you right. Wrong. Because he's so extra stupid.
So I don't know.
I figured it out in the end. We're getting there today.
How the fuck would I know?
Bit by bit.
Why am I expected to know that? That information on that bankruptcy report is not supposed to be something that's supposed to be
okay?
Public. You know what I mean? No one goes into that shit. Like I said, that was the most ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous bankruptcy ever. Even the judge admitted it, said, I've never seen anything like this before. This circus that it became, right?
What in the goddamn?
Because dealing with DSP is always such an event, an extravagant event, that anytime he interacts with anybody, they go, I've never seen anything like this. Not only are you so insufferable, but everything has gotten more complicated because you can't tell the truth.
Like, even something as easy as that. You think, oh, that's easy. That's, it's not a big deal. It is. That's exposure. Right now, if I showed you the name of companies that I'm paying, utility companies and shit, that could hurt me. They've done it before. Years ago, they called my electric company, tried to turn on my electricity. Right in the middle of my work. That would have been terrible if I didn't have the notification that was going to happen. Right?
That is kind of messed up. That's not funny. People should not do that. Do not try and get his electricity shut off. That's a little out of the realm, please.
So, Stuttering Craig wrote me an email. That's nice.
You're so funny, Mark.
Craig, apparently right now you're ripping us a new asshole. What do you think I was going to do? Do you think I was going to be happy of what you did today? Your actions are heinous, dude.
So he's justified. You're tearing into me, and DSP's like, well, I'm justified. But when, they were supposedly ripping into him, which was just reading their super chats, that was unjustifiable, dude. Them interacting with their audience and explaining how they thought the show went and their thoughts and feelings about a piece of content that they did, unjustifiable. But DSP just shitting on you for an entire stream about something that really didn't even happen, that's all kosher, dog.
You literally came at the interview completely
ridiculous.
Unfair. You didn't approach it objectively. You admitted it in your email to me. All you did was sit.
Yeah, can we get back to the video, please?
Then you sat and took money from detractors, and then you sat and took money from detractors.
40 minutes, boys. Hell yeah.
This is not an interview. This is not professional. This is not what a professional would want to do. You literally are happy, right? You are happy, very happy that you got this. Don't lie now. Come on. I'm serious.
That dude, me every time I watch a DSP video. Don't lie now. Come on.
Right? Anyway.
BLX with the 2 agreed. Make him uncomfortable, not ruin his life. There are some people out there, man, that's their whole hope. I just, I'm here to laugh. That's it. We're here for funsies.
The paper was blank.
Tickle Bruno came in with the $55.
See? So keep reading the negative stuff because he keeps
Pickups
doing
to 55,
it, right?
I guess. Skipping it though. What did it say? I started watching Phil 2 months ago because I didn't believe he could be this bad. And he's even worse. He does the things he criticizes others for. He gaslights his audience, dunks on people more successful than him, always blames everyone else. Shame. That's 100% true. None of that is a lie. He does all of those things, but you're not going to get a rebuttal from the guy
good morning,
because he
Craig.
can't think that quickly. What is he going to say? I don't do that. There's factual evidence you do.
He says, goes without saying.
Yeah, exactly, Mike. He hates when they laugh. It always, like, that's when he starts to skip. Oh, they're having fun. They're enjoying something. I have to leave. I don't know what having fun with anybody is like anymore. Actual jealousy.
Great job.
And Christian C with the 5. I decided to unsub from all detractors to mostly get out of the vortex, except for you and Memology, lol. I feel like a fresh person taking a break. Sometimes you got to take a break from the Snortex. It really do be like that. I've definitely taken my fair share of breaks. It's good to detox from the toxicity, you see. Unless you're Iviga, in which case you live and breathe it. And that's why they call him Venom Viga.
Interview, you really brought up a good point about DSP's mental health. I think we're dealing with someone that's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Normal thought.
Hey, sandwich style.
A to B to C. Instead, his process goes from G to hey to blue to hey Macarena. I think he needs to get help first before he tries to fix relationships around him. There's only so much someone can take before it sends them to a dark place. Hopefully, he finds clarity.
If it were true that my mental health was bad,
it is.
Why do you think that is, Craig? Maybe it's because when I have an opportunity.
It's because you don't go outside and interact with real people and you spend every single day online thinking this shit is real life. That's why your mental health is bad. It's because you don't have any friends.
Hey,
it's
good morning,
because
Craig.
you have no social interaction. That's it. The social isolation is killing you.
That I actually think I'm going to be treated nicely or fairly, I still don't get treated nicely or fairly, right?
It has nothing to do with how you're treated on the internet and everything to do with how much internet you're ingesting.
End all be all of it. And that was it. That's it. You right? It would have been done and it would have been over with. Instead, you did this. This is completely underhanded, dishonest, shooting gallery, attack Phil, take money to shit on him constantly. This is wrong, what you're doing here.
And I think that's probably one of the.
And Craig didn't say that. He read the super chat. So none of that had anything to do with Craig. You're shooting shots at him for reading a super chat, man.
The biggest things from yesterday.
He didn't write it.
Like, I know personally, and I know everybody here wants what's best for him as a human.
So what are you doing? So what's best for me is to sit here for 2.5 hours and take payments from my detractors and literally regurgitate the negative memes about me. This is the best thing for me?
It's not their responsibility to get the best thing for you. I want the best thing for a lot of different people, but it's not up to me to make those decisions and hold their hand through it. I'm not going to sugarcoat everything and not do what I'm going to do every day because I want them to figure it out. Nobody's responsible for your shit but you. And again, these super chats have nothing to do with their thoughts or feelings until they actually give their thoughts and feelings on them. I feel like I'm on loop now.
You, bro. Let's be honest here. This whole thing was all about you. You reached out for a fun guest on your show. You hit the gold mine with the amount of drama, and you capitalized on it. You've banked on it, right? Or else this would have been Mario Kart, Craig. This was Mario Kart. See the four of you playing Mario Kart right now? Isn't this a great stream that you planned on? No. No, you literally are...
Okay, but hang on. He has no proof that they aren't secretly playing Mario Kart, right? There's no evidence that specifically says they're not playing the most casual, relaxed style Mario Kart in existence. Just want to... Maybe Craig just doesn't care whether he wins or loses. That's why he's playing with one hand. You don't know.
Capitalizing on the...
I don't think they are, but...
1,000,000%. It's fucked up, dude.
What chance I think that DSP consummated the marriage? I think that's the one he was allowed. That was in the agreement. Everything after that was off the table.
Like, dude, listen.
All right, enough of this. I'm just curious if we go like another 20 minutes if they still do it.
All right, we're skimming still.
Nice big super chat.
Oh, we're actively looking for the nice big super chat. That's what we want. Okay.
Tell you what, I'm literally 45 minutes behind on the super chats. I want to give you, Adam, an opportunity, and we will read all these super chats, all direct donations. We will read.
Here we go. Adam's gonna go off. This will be
But I wanna give you,
hilarious.
Adam, the opportunity.
Yeah, Ryan, I saw the Dark Sea to Flow DSP/RTU rap. I did see that. I've played it on the stream. I love Dark Sea's songs. I think they bang. And the shout out came out of nowhere, so big ups. Didn't expect it. I was like, whoa, me?
I don't even know how to start like, to really give my thoughts on it. I'm almost. That's fine.
No, I did not pre-watch this. I don't know what you're about to say.
I'm going to scroll the super chats on the bottom so they get acknowledged while you're talking, and just know that we see them and we're reading them and we acknowledge them and we thank you. So the floor is yours, though, Adam.
Okay, so
he actually has a business degree. If you didn't know, let that sink in. 100% true, dude.
I've traveled around a lot in the world. I've met a lot of people in my life.
I'll let you know.
People that use and lie to get ahead.
Could you summarize for a clueless singer why they gave why that guy is so hated? Educate me on the lore. The lore is too deep, brother.
And it feels like that's kind of the world we live in right now. People don't want to work hard for easy living. People want the easy path to easy living.
I've definitely had the easiest path to an easy living, guys. Let me tell you. This
you
is
could
the
have.
Easiest, least bumpy
You did
ride.
for a while,
I've
actually.
Had no hurdles and no problems. It's just been an easy street all along the way.
Dude has been making a living playing video games since 2010. And for several of those years straight, he was making money hand over fist for doing actually fuck all every single day, all day long. The dude was eating what he wanted, when he wanted, made his entire schedule by himself, answered to nobody, and was paid money hand over fist. Okay? You want to talk about an easy life. Everything that happened during that, all of the little ups and downs that go along with that, don't even come close to the cakewalk that had to have been. Okay? Yeah, sure, maybe there was some problems with your ads or whatever a couple of times, or you weren't getting the views, you had to figure something out. You don't work real jobs though, dude. You don't know how much of a blessing that is. People really have to go to work every single day while you sit on your ass, and have been for the past decade.
Right.
And life is a challenge. You have to work to be successful. The most successful people work their ass off to become successful. And I feel like most of these internet personalities, they try to get the easy path, and a lot of the people that are successful in this world work their ass off. Like, say what you will about Tim Pool, that dude works his fucking ass off and deserves the success that he's made, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what happened between him and I.
We're talking about Tim Pool. Okay.
Is very knowledgeable about what he does. And he earned his success.
All right. DSP doesn't even know who that is.
Do with me,
right? Someone like
what does that have to do with me? Why isn't the show about me? I was told this was all about me, and now I've shown several parts that weren't. It's kind of messing up my narrative. Come on, right?
He just wants that success without any of the hard work.
I want all that success without any of the hard work.
Yes.
I haven't worked hard.
No.
I'm one of the most. I won't say I'm
Say
the
prolific.
most.
Say prolific.
Prolific.
Let's go.
Content creator.
Let's go prolific. The only reason he uses the word prolific is because it's the only word that sounds positive, but when you look into the definition, it doesn't actually mean anything positive. Prolific just means he shoveled a bunch of shit onto the internet. His catalog is massive. It speaks nothing to the actual quality of the content. Yes, DSP, you're the most prolific because you didn't give a shit. Because you actually, factually did not give a single shit about any of the content you put on the internet. What a real win you've got there. Put that under your fucking belt. Bozo.
History. Over 100,000 videos, 15 years of almost everyday full-time.
I don't know why I'm so aggressive today. It's really not that serious.
Right? This guy has absolutely, positively no
Inks isn't here for fun. We're just in attack for some reason.
And they're giving him an avenue to just spout nonsense. He literally knows nothing about me. I lost friendships and relationships because I was addicted to work. I was addicted to putting out so many videos in a day, right? The reason why I actually got the popularity I did early was because I was the guy who was beating games so fast and immediately getting those playthroughs out within 2-3 days.
Oh yeah, that's so hard, dude. That's how.
Speaking of,
dude, that's so difficult playing all these games nonstop. Super stressful. You wouldn't believe how much his ass hurt from sitting on the couch all day long. It's way harder than your 9 to 5. Shut up.
You have absolutely no concept of anything. You
Yeah,
went into the interview with
I'm thinking
zero
that same
knowledge,
thing,
you walk out
brother.
With all the negative associations, all you listen to were the bad things about me. What you're saying is factually disproven, but you don't care.
Yeah.
Eric
Yeah, I
thinks that
don't.
He's working hard. I work 6 days a week from he tried to lay out this whole thing that he works all day and 12 hours. He only gets an hour with his wife. Like, bro, that's a problem.
Yeah.
You should spend more time with your wife.
You're right.
Spend more time doing other things.
You're right.
And
Then do that,
I want
DSP. Then do it, guys. Please be reminded, he makes his own schedule. You know how I canceled the React stream tomorrow? I don't even know if DSP was going to be live, but I intended on doing a stream tomorrow for Easter. It's just not going to happen because I forgot that it was Easter and I have stuff to do. And those are things that I want to do, so the stream's just going to be canceled. It is what it is. Like, you'll figure it out. You'll do something, I'm sure. DSP can't do that. He can't spend time with his wife, even though he makes his own schedule and could do that exact same thing whenever he wanted to.
I turned into a fucking therapist yesterday, and like,
Yeah, big up Zombie Jesus
just a logical base
for Easter tomorrow, of course. I should have played Gouty Road on the stream. No, we love Gouty Road.
Honest asshole, because I'm always honest with them, but they appreciate that with me because I'm gonna be honest. Like, if you're doing some shit that I think is stupid, I'm gonna call you out on it. I'm gonna tell you, like, you're being a fucking idiot. Be smart with your money. Stop.
Again, I had no issue with the interview. The interview was fine. When I got out of that interview, I defended these guys and said I thought the interview was fine. This segment, this whole show is fucked up and wrong.
$1?
Yeah, because it wasn't 5 minutes, you guys.
$1.
Lord Kane with the 2. Man's acting like he had baddies and he was dumped. Man's never had baddies. Never. Appreciate the 2. And Matthew Fachin with the 20 Canadian. I personally believe that nobody. Oh, it'll be red. It'll be red. I promise it'll be red.
Afford to fucking eat.
It'll do the TTS thing.
Correct.
Fucking electricity bills. What the fuck are you wasting money?
I'm not spending $1 on it when I can't pay my bills. What are you talking about?
Who knows
Where's
when it'll
the
proc
evidence
though?
of that? Right? When did I ever say this? The question they had asked me was, "What did you spend on games this month?" I said, like, probably $15. You know, and they said, well, and I said, it wasn't even on WWE Champions. It was on the new, the new Street Fighter game. I did like those daily $1 or whatever.
Yeah, right? Dude, it wasn't on WWE Champions. It was on that other mobile game that I'm addicted to and wailing out for. Come on. You got to understand, it's not the same thing.
What are you talking about? Right?
You shouldn't spend a cent. So it's like, even that he admitted that he's
Matthew
spending any
Fakeen
amount of
has
money on
joined
that
the
shit,
60
it's too
Skulls.
much. It's like,
Big ups, Matthew. I appreciate it. Welcome to the 60 Skulls.
Clear throughout yesterday that he's a fucking idiot when it comes to spending money. Yeah, I said it, Phil. I'm not.
Oh, I don't care.
I'm just being brutally
Say
honest.
what you want about that.
Asshole.
You are bad at spending money. That's factual, dude. There's no other way to put it.
And clearly, fuck, that was a bad pun too. Jeez. You know what I mean? Like, you came on our show, and things happened, right? So.
Don't care about what happened on the show.
You're hiding something.
I don't even care, dude.
People are making really good points that you're probably scared you're going to get in trouble from going through that bankruptcy. You said yesterday the bankruptcy saved you. Like, everything was going to be good from now on. Twitch was paying you well, and these fucking assholes ruined your shit on Twitch because you say racist shit. And it's like, all right.
He did say all of that. And Ann pointed this out the other day. He had a really good point. You would not be able to tell that a DSP went through a bankruptcy at any point. At no point did he change anything about what he was doing before or after the bankruptcy. He spends money the exact same way. He didn't cut back on anything. He didn't lose anything. It's been like the bankruptcy happened, and the only thing that was that happened out of it was like his debts were forgiven or whatever, and we moved on. To me, that doesn't sound like a man who needed a bankruptcy. But what do I know, dude? I've never filed for a bankruptcy.
Right, you do. Like, all right.
I guess I don't know how they work.
That's not what happened at all. I didn't get banned from Twitch because I say racist shit. I never said racist shit on Twitch. It never happened.
Not on Twitch, dude. I said racist shit elsewhere, and that thing didn't proc yet. Why are they so delayed? I'll never understand. It didn't go through yet. Why didn't? Whatever.
They banned me for things that happened a decade ago, completely out of context. It's like something you did from your past when you were young and you were an immature idiot. And by the way, it was allowed back then, and now you're getting banned from things today for it. Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, good morning.
When do I say this?
There it is.
This guy has
this
no
guy,
idea what he's
dude.
speaking of. None.
Those fucking jokes.
Ain't no fucking way.
Matthew Fakine just super chat 20 Canadian dollars. I personally believe that nobody who does YouTube does a hard job. All they have to do is sit on their asses and talk. They don't have to go to a 9-to-5 job like I have to. No offense to you, I know you have a normal job.
No, but I actually 100% agree. Like, I understand you if you do like a real production style and you put a lot of work into it and there's editing involved, but the things that a lot of content creators do where you either stream video games or you just hang out and talk or whatever, it's not that complicated, man. It should be just something fun you do and enjoy doing, and you should be grateful for it. The second that you take it up to that next production level where you have a business and multiple people involved and you're doing all of that, then it does kind of get to be like work. Like Markiplier probably really does work. He's got like a movie and shit coming out. That's that next, echelon. But DSP's not doing that. That's completely different.
But don't be surprised when you get booted off the platform who are very clearly in the woke, man. Twitch is, I don't like Twitch. I don't like they fucked over the partner program. It's not even worth being a partner anymore. And they have the freaking a deer on their freaking.
Thank you for the 20 Canadian though. I appreciate it.
I don't know what the hell it's called. Like who gets to be on? Like I think it's a they. No, it's a deer. It's a deer self. I don't know what the fuck they.
By the way, we have a lot.
What are we talking about, man? What are we talking about? Can we move on?
All night. I just wanted to hear what he had to say, and he doesn't have much to say. It's all lack of knowledge, talking out of the ass. Don't even know what I'm talking about. Same shit detractors say, because that's all he had. The knowledge he has is what the detractors told him. He hasn't watched content. He doesn't know anything about.
Dude, he's talking about Deerkin on Twitch or something. We're not even talking about you.
That's who's working at Twitch now. So what are you surprised that your whole Twitch career just got flopped because some people called you out?
All right.
For making some racist jokes?
I was on Twitch for 4.5 years, and then it happened. It wasn't like I started on Twitch and I got banned. I was on there for 4.5 years, and I never did a damn thing on there to get banned. And then they removed me from the partner program. How do you know the difference? Don't you understand the difference? It was a concerted effort. How is it that it also happened at Twitch and other places all at the same time? I told him this on the show, but they don't listen. God.
Fine. Make some race.
Dude, they had one interaction with you that was 5 hours long. Sorry, he's not the, most in-depth lore scholar on the DSP snore tags. It actually takes quite a while to get all of these facts straight. It's kind of a lot to take in. 15 years of garbage that you have to figure out and sort through and cross-reference because you're constantly retconning everything. I don't think that 5 hours is enough.
Just jokes. Do it. Be you. Don't fucking try to act like you've changed. Own who you are.
Don't make racist jokes,
you
idiot.
Bitch.
You do. You made it.
Okay. Be the person you want to be and fucking own it. Find a platform that's going to allow you to be that person. All right? I gave you 2 great ideas for a show, right?
I wouldn't say they were great. They were a little uninspired.
Way too old for too late for that. That would have worked when the This Is How You Don't Play movement started, a decade ago. That definitely would have worked. But then I admit,
I'm too late now, guys. I didn't capitalize when I should have. That's their fault.
Capitalize on it like I should have. Instead, I got angry. That is my fault. But again, I've already publicly admitted this. He doesn't know that because he didn't do any research.
Advantage. Own who you are. All right? Put that fucking box of tissues behind you because you did wank on screen. All right? Fucking own it.
I did.
You're never going to catch me fucking pulling my dick out live because I'm not a fucking
well...
idiot. All right? You made the mistake. You were so
this guy done dumb shit. Probably not that bad, but he's probably done some really dumb shit. Like, you got to really think, like, what are you doing? You're just setting yourself up for the fall, dude.
Coming from DSP, the guy who hypes up every single video game just so it can flop. Yeah, I really need to hear you talk about somebody setting themselves up for a failure. And it's really not difficult to not, whip it out on stream. Most people make it through their entire life without ever whipping it out on stream, actually. I'd say more people make it than don't, So I don't think that's an insane statement to make.
Everyone who said shit about shit like this to me, then they get exposed years later. It's not me that does it, but then they get exposed years later. It's way worse. Remember Pro Jared? Remember when he tweeted about me for no good reason? What happened to him? I mean, dude, you can't.
He's still holding on to that, dude. He's so angry about it. He'll never forget that time that he got to dunk on Pro Jared because he held onto a grudge for actually, 3 years or something?
Be fucking saying shit like that. That was just dumb.
Own it. All right? I'm sick of people that are just like, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Yes, being a victim happens.
Mola Viking says, actually, he's already done worse. He was booted off of one of the most
popular. Yeah, Mitchell Bay. The whole Pro Jared thing did just kind of, just went away. Like, who talks about Pro Jared anymore? Why? Who is it? Is it relevant? Does he still makes content, doesn't he?
To do this show instead, really?
But it's a key point in DSP's personality now.
So you're saying he was on a popular YouTube show, he got kicked off, and now he's on this show, but he's gonna laugh at me and make fun of me because I made a stupid mistake, huh?
But you're choosing to remain a victim and using
Yeah, you're so much cooler than him.
The people that support you. You know what? I have no respect for people who take advantage of the people who support them. I love my chat. My chat.
And I love my chat. I love the great conversations that
I love my chat, dude. They ask me questions all the time, like if I ever punched a bee and if I've ever gone a wandering under a cold blue sky or something like that. I always mess up that line. I'm never good at it. Ag, ag, ag.
That's why I come to stream every day, to have nice personal conversations with the people who I spend time with all day long, right?
Reason why I'm successful and I'm able to sit in my house and talk about my opinions on online.
Me too.
It's not that hard of a job. It's fun.
It is fun. It's supposed to be fun. You should enjoy it. Streaming is cool.
Play video games.
Correct.
You get to do the same. You lucky fucking asshole.
You're right.
How dare you fucking bitch about it?
Who's bitching about it?
Every day, dude. RPG overload. It's a sacrifice to my channel. I don't have time to spend time with my wife. How am I gonna pay my bills? These goddamn Argentinians, like literally every day, nonstop bitching. What do you mean where? What do you mean when?
That I have nothing to do with. That's the
These games are too long, dude. How am I supposed to reload my save? Come on.
That's what I'm bitching about. All the nonsense that people have made up about me, right? Who's complaining about? I love my job. I love the games I play. I love my audience. What are you speaking of?
All right, I'm sick of it. Stop being a fucking victim.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not a victim. I outright said on your show, no one should be contributing to me because they feel bad because people are hating on me. No one. I don't want no pity party on the internet. If you're supporting me, support me because you like my content and you like me. That's it. I don't want people coming in. We don't have pity party streams and shit. We don't.
Save the house? Pay the taxes? Do either of those not sound like pity? Because they do to me.
So what are you talking about? You're lecturing the wrong person.
But you're absolutely right. The podcast stream every day is basically a glorified victim segment every single day.
Adam, with the most uninformed rant of the year award. Yes, Adam. So everyone, applaud this man.
Quick laughing into the microphone.
Man I've ever heard talk about me, actually. Like my detractors intentionally are uninformed and say wrong things. This man just made.
I'm uninformed and I say the wrong things. You've all been played. You heard it here first.
No effort to be informed whatsoever before he went off. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I don't think I've ever really seen someone as misinformed about me and then actually pretend like they knew what they were talking about. Right? Wow. But again, doing it on the show that I'm not on, so I can't counter it. That's pretty impressively amazing, isn't it?
Get it out. Get it out. I love it. I love it. Like, I think that at the end of the day, look, there are common themes on this show, right? Common sense and responsibility. Right? Those are.
Ray's yell, any taxes are too many taxes for DSP. When he moved out to Washington, he really thought he was paying 0 taxes. That was his game plan. He was going to give the government no money. He thought that was going to slide.
Hell yeah,
correct?
Dude.
We all are. Anyone making content on the internet is insanely lucky. I've said this a million times. The only reason I'm popular is because I started when I did. If I had started later, I never would have had absolutely anyone at all who would have watched me.
Yes, because your content is trash. He's literally a victim of circumstance, and the circumstance is that he got popular because nobody else was around. That's it.
Like me, what he's saying, which proves he never watched me if he thinks that we're different. We're literally like kindred spirits in this regard with how much we love what we do.
We're kindred
He
spirits.
just wants to insult me because everyone else says I'm a shithead. Good job, Adam.
I love my house. And it's all
I also love my house.
Like
this sounds exactly like me every day.
Around the globe.
I don't know what that means.
All in different countries.
I love my house style segment. What? Huh? Yeah, Nugs, he is moving different. I guess moving into a house that we love. Hell yeah, dude. When's the tractor style house coming along?
That are like, man, you're fucking great. Thank you for doing what you do. Shout out from Panama. Shout out from Ireland. Shout out from fucking wherever. And it's like, this is fucking awesome. Like, I got people all around the globe trying to support me, and it's like, I will never.
All right, why don't you flex some more, Adam? Goddamn, we get it, bro.
Right.
And I have zero respect for it. there's many people in this circle that do that, and it's like, man, as soon as you do that, the audience knows.
That's why I need to change for the better. I need to stop with the e-begging shit. I know that. I'm trying my best. That's why when I fall back on my
I always think it's so funny when you go back and you listen to him say, like, I need to quit e-begging, and then you can think about all of the recent streams that we've been through, right? And we're constantly talking about how we can't play RPGs anymore because they're not good for the channel. We're down thousands of dollars due to Argentinians. The RPGs are the channel is dying. We're down so many memberships, but I need to quit e-begging. And you know, this was, I don't remember when this was posted. Obviously the day after the interview, which was last year at some point.
ways, and when I have my fans emailing me and shit saying, dude, what are you doing? I appreciate that. And it's happened recently, and it really pisses me off. It
really pisses me off. Me too,
you know
dude.
What I mean? It really pisses me off.
I shouldn't yawn into the microphone. I apologize.
And I gotta get better at it because I'm in a situation, unlike him, who probably, you know, he's not financially tight. I am incredibly financially tight because of all the shit I've been through over the years. That's
he white run
to get better. I don't see my viewers as dollar signs. I don't say, oh, time to turn on that stream and let the dough start rolling. It's like, no, I want to turn on my stream and have fun, play a game. You know.
I know. Yeah, it does literally say March 17th on the screen. I can't read. Ack.
Conversation, do a fun podcast. That's what I want to do, and then the money comes along with that. But again, this is something I've reiterated a million times in my own content. This guy knows nothing about me. He's lecturing no one. He's literally lecturing the wall at this point, right?
Feel it. They could sense it when you don't give a shit about them anymore, and then you start guilting them. Like, dude, you can't guilt your audience. They're gonna support you if you're worth supporting. Okay, and
that's the mentality DSP claims to have.
Their support when you see
who
them
is he
as
ranting
signs instead of
you.
That live lives. That's life. As I said, life is tough. All right, they're choosing to.
I'm not even gonna listen to the rest of it, dude. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't know me. I mean, it's so bad.
He doesn't know me, but he's pointing out the fact that I treat my audience like shit. Huh? Weird.
Like you're yelling at someone who agrees with you.
Skip a large chunk. Maybe those were about you.
It's like you walked into a church and you yelled out, "God is great." Yes, Adam. Anyway.
All right. Shout out God being great, I guess. I don't know. Kind of a terrible analogy.
Got me hat in hand. You guys crushed it. This is a great intro to side scrollers, and want to see what's.
All right.
Echidna says
Moving on.
DSP said he promised his wife he would quit mobile games. Admitted he sank money into WWE, might cause a lot more trouble than just embarrassment.
What?
Well, that would actually make sense as why he can't let his username get out, because he said that it would harm his family if his username got out. It's like
he did say that, and he did promise Kat that he was going to quit playing mobile games. You guys remember that talk where he was like, I had to promise Kat when she moved in, like, I'm not going to play mobile games anymore. Yeah, so I remember that.
They're making new conspiracies up now. Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude.
I got a fucking headache, dude.
Yeah, the forehead smack was robust. Can I hear it again?
Well, that would actually make sense as why he can't let his username get out, because he said that it would.
Hell yeah, dude. I love when people smack this shit out of their face on microphone and on camera.
Harm his family if his username got out. It's like
an actual pet peeve of mine.
Being honest,
they're
really
making
don't
new
like that.
conspiracies.
He does it all the time.
Oh my god. I got a headache.
You got a headache because you just smacked the shit out of yourself,
headache,
you bozo.
I got a serious headache. Yes, what I said, just to clarify, because now people want me to clarify on that statement.
Yeah, let's clarify.
What I said was I stopped playing mobile games like I used to. Remember, I admitted I used to play WWE Supercard, I used to play Dokkan Battle, I used to spend insane amounts of money on them. I know I admitted this. When I got with Kat, that was the end of that. When I got with Kat, that was it. More important things.
Yeah, I don't play them like that anymore. When I got with Kat, and then when you go to the interview that you just did yesterday, when this was recorded, they asked you if you still spend money and play those games, and you say yes. So apparently, like, both of those things can't be true, DSP. Either you do play them or you don't play them, and you admitted that you do. So why would you bring up the fact that you don't play them when Kat moved in? Whatever. Actually doesn't make any goddamn sense. You're so stupid.
SideScrollers crushed it yesterday and also gave us one help.
All right, well, there's really nothing else to say. This is the whole thing, right? There's literally nothing else to address, correct?
Help, right?
Except all of these super chats that are on the screen.
That when you have any sort of family member or community member or even friend, you just, you know, you can be harsh to them while spouting the truth.
Well, it's like the problem.
All right, because I got to start wrapping up with my own
All
shit.
right.
You know.
Yeah,
my
we got to
stream
start
usually ends
wrapping
around
it up
this time.
here. Got to start wrapping it up. Has 22 minutes left in the video.
I
Sound
need to come
good?
to a conclusion here, and I actually have something to say. All right.
Yeah, I got something to say.
Here's how this all
This
ends.
is how I'm feeling.
All right. Here's how all this ends. It's this simple. Okay. Because I'm done with this now.
Done with it.
No, I'm not going to Duty Stream. Duty Stream can kiss my ass. Okay.
Shout out Duty. Dude, we got a Duty stream shout out? Hell yeah. I didn't even know that existed in this clip. Hell yeah.
Here's the deal.
I think that's
all
3
right?
hell yes.
Here's how we end it. You gave me, you promised me one thing, you gave me something else, right? I thought from what I was doing when I was sitting there that it actually was legit. It was not. It was 100% coming from the wrong direction. Only talk to detractors.
What's the right
You know,
direction?
it was really, really disingenuous what Craig and his people did there to me. Okay.
Craig and his
The
people.
thing is,
shout out
you
the
know,
people.
I'll be honest with you guys.
Except for
to tell you
Trav.
the truth, this was all expected, 100%.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. This was premeditated, you guys.
Basically, what I wanted to do, this is similar to last year, which we didn't talk about, which I said I wanted to talk about on that interview, and they never brought it up. This is incredibly similar to the situation where I had car repairs last year, and I wanted to test the water.
Oh my
and see
God,
if
I remember
well,
this.
mentioned
This
to
is
you
so
guys publicly
stupid.
What would happen, correct? So last year my car broke down. I mentioned it on a stream, and basically what happened is all of my detractors used their bullshit, identity theft information.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I am a guy. I wish it was the wheel theft. This dude is actually going to talk about his stupid goddamn spark plugs again. This shit is so regarded.
And basically, what I've seen is, again, the more information you give, they'll do whatever. And they hurt me. They actually used identity theft to find the documentation of the car repair that I did. Did it matter? No, it didn't matter at all, right? It had no purpose. But
Yeah.
it was a test. If I just give a little,
It was a
information
test.
out, what will happen? What happened is people used identity theft for no good reason.
Identity theft. Literally all they did was call. Where's the identity theft? They didn't damage your credit score. They didn't steal any money from you. Identity theft. All right. Speaking of identity theft, somebody was LARPing as Durag Danny yesterday in DSP's chat. That is so funny to me. If there's ever an op that I can approve of, it's LARPing as Durag Danny in DSP's chat. He will love it. I promise. He won't be upset.
To try to find out all my shit online. All right. So the test was successful. And that's what I said. It's like, man, if I give out my information or whatever, it doesn't even matter who I give it to. It's going to backfire. But in the case of this interview, this was also a test. These guys were supposed to be, okay? These guys were supposed to be neutral. They told me they were neutral. Like that was the thing.
Adam didn't even know who you were for the most part.
Fair interview, and that's definitely not what it was. But I believed them. I was like, let's give this a shot, right? Let's give it a shot.
Right?
Let's see what happens. I told you, I went in, did I trust Craig? Yeah, probably about 98%, but I always had this inkling in the back of my head that this is what it was going to be. I did. I had this inkling in the back of my head that that's exactly what it was going to be. All right?
Okay, so then why did we agree to the interview? Why did we agree to have Keemstar on? And then why, when we were done with it, did we say that it was super fair and that we thought it was fair? We agreed that it was super, and that doesn't make sense. Anyway, but we always had this inkling. So what, we could fall back on it and pretend we were right the whole time? This was our Deus Ex Machina? Very cool.
And
Wesley H with the 5. Wait, but that helped to prove the bank leak's accuracy. Does he not realize that? He must not. Yeah, because the Firestone is like the linchpin. That Firestone transaction went through at pretty much the exact same time he was having those issues. That's the bank leaks. Confirmed style. Jeez. Yeah, anyway, he doesn't know. He's too stupid.
And that's exactly what it ended up being. It ended up being, we're going to do an interview, but then immediately benefit. And then what are we going to do? We're going to, the next day, crap on him for an entire stream. And just benefit again. Just to let the money keep rolling in. Literally, not knowing to read. You got people on your show crapping on me, know nothing about me, did zero research, right? But that's
They
okay.
asked you for the research. You didn't hand it to them.
As long as the money's rolling in. Keep reading the super chats, right? So congratulations. Congratulations to Craig, right? You proved who you...
Oh, is that what it was, big guy? It was the same Firestone, not the same time? Tomato, tomato, you asked me. Sounds good.
You really are.
It doesn't change my stance. I appreciate the correction.
Disingenuous.
If true.
And it's messed up. It's pretty messed up. All right?
Messed
Not
up.
once... You did not go into that interview even thinking that I was going to be innocent at any moment. You actually went in with
They
all
did,
preconceived
because Adam didn't know who you were.
Right? So it's fucked
Say
up.
that till I'm
It
blue
is
in the
what it is.
face.
But you know what? You live and you learn, right? And this was a test. For me.
Vida
What it
loca.
really was, it was a test to see what would happen if I did something like this. It went pretty much the worst that you could expect, right? Let's be honest here. Pretty much. But that's to be expected when it comes to me. No one giving me a fair shake or anything, right? So, it's this simple, all right?
Mr. Victim, never fair shake. Nobody ever is
In a
honest.
second for contributions, I'll read through them. Moving forward, excuse me.
All right, Jesus
All right?
Christ.
I have no aspirations to be,
To be
anyone's
successful.
interview or
Oh,
anything like
okay.
this about this shit.
I still can't get over. I have no aspirations to be successful. What an absolute line to say. Nobody has ever said that before, DSP. Because why would you?
Zero.
I'm not even trying,
I don't know if I
stupid.
can trust anyone. If you know these guys,
I lost because I wanted to.
How
I
could
was
I
only using like
possibly
2% of my
be,
power. I could beat
trust
you if I
anyone
want.
moving forward, right? It's just, it's crazy to think how it turned out after the fact, right? But I don't know. How could you trust anyone? It just seems everyone out there is just, they want to use me to get a rise, to get popularity, right? That's 1,000,000%. That's what this is, and I've had it. I'm not gonna let other people use me in their shit like this. You want to make content about me, then, you know, do it in your own content, your own streams or whatever. Crap on me nonstop. Profit.
We will.
That's what it's all
Everybody
about,
will.
right?
It'll be super
My
cool.
misery is your benefit.
They'll even make song parody contests that'll be super meaningful and robust and a lot of fun. Big ups TBS for putting that on for 2 years in a row. It's actually really cool.
I can't stop you from doing that.
I'm sure it's a lot of behind the scenes style work for all of the song creators and the
Moving
hosts.
forward, I haven't really focused on that to begin with. I'm not going to make my misery your misery my benefit, right? Moving forward, if I want to talk to someone, they're going to be on my show. You understand? So if someone actually, I have something interesting I want to speak to. Like, for example, I mentioned earlier, Review Tech USA is someone I would very much like to speak with. And
Hi,
have a
Tractor
civil
Goose.
conversation about, like just talking with this guy back and forth about civilly, about everything, about our history and the vitriol between us, and kind of squash the beef, because I actually feel like that's something I need to do. That's important.
We gotta squash the beef like we're rappers, you guys. We're big time celebrities. We gotta squash the beef publicly, of course, because people give a shit. But I don't do drama content.
I think that would be something very productive that would help. You know what I'm saying? I would 1,000,000% do it if it means that at the very, very least, right? It's not going to be something that's then going to be turned into nonstop levels of profit for other people by exploiting me. And it's what that was. This is exploitation. There's a difference between I did an interview and it was objective, and then the exploitation stream is the next day, where you make the money rolling in on it, on shitting on me the whole stream. And literally everything you're saying is wrong. Oh,
Everything you're saying is wrong.
Wrong.
It's not even
wrong.
true,
Oh,
stupid.
yeah, nothing on the page. Page is right there. Everything's written. All my expenses.
Everything is written. You guys remember the page that we looked at? Didn't look like everything was written to me. It looked like there was 4 things written on there, and we could only see half of them. And they would look like they were written by someone who just learned how to write. The handwriting was so abysmal. Pet peeve of mine, again, if you have bad handwriting, what's the point of writing something down if they can't read it, dude? Work on that. Get one of them educational style handwriting books or something. Be better.
Everything you say is wrong, but that's fine because you're on your show.
That probably offended a
There's
lot
no
of
one to counter
people.
That was the most wrong thing that could have possibly happened. Literally. That was one
No, a
of the
lot
most
of people have
wrong
bad
things
handwriting.
that you could have done is had that show with no opportunity for me to counter any of it. That's just, I can't believe it. That was so backhand. So that you want to talk about, I'm in a pit of snakes. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude, you're in a pit with Vega.
After I give you 5.5
Pit
hours
of
of
snakes.
my time, that's how you thank me? Wow.
Yeah, yeah, Yuki, all the doctors are
on
punching
that
air right
fucking
now.
show, right?
Atlas is talking bad about them.
Right? But that's how you do it. You have a whole show that's just crapping on me. Like, wow, amazing, right? Just stupendous. I defended them last night, saying that it was fair or whatever, right? Anyway, I'm done. This is the end of my stream. I'm gonna do shout outs and get out of here.
Going to shout outs, getting out of here.
I will, like I already said, I'm planning to have people here on DSP Reacts to have conversations with people. All right, I would love to have a conversation with Rich and maybe a few others.
Oh,
I already have a couple other people who I'm interested in and or lined up, and that likely will happen. I don't know exactly when. With Rich, I'd actually like to do it soon, but I don't know, when that would happen. I'm sure he'll contact.
When that would happen. It's a good thing that we apologized to Rich. That totally went somewhere. We took advantage of that situation.
This is the end of it. I'm happy now that because again, the bait was set for this to happen. It happened, so now I know. I will never get a fair shake. It's never going to happen. There will never be a fair shake for Dark Side Phil. People see too much in the possibility of benefiting from making fun of me, right? Than the offset of, oh, just do it fairly. So since the benefit is
they did both though. They literally did both, did they not? If you thought that the interview was fair and your only gripe is that they did a very one-sided after show the next day, then they literally did both. They double dipped, bro. How are you going to be upset about the double dip?
The morality part of the equation, I won't put myself into the position of risk. You understand? There's no point. So I'm not going to do that any further. I'm just going to...
He does look particularly sweaty right now, Desert Claw, and I think that's because he's got that strand of hair that like hangs down on his left side there. I think it makes him look super sweaty. He does look kind of drenched though in the face. He looks exhausted, which is kind of embarrassing given that this is only 2 hours and 18 minutes into a stream. He looks just beat, man. Look at this guy. You'd have thought he just ran a race. Holy
MST
shit.
Armat has joined the 60 Skulls. Big ups to the Eggkeeper for this robust weekend-style entertainment. Have a good Easter, man, rabbit.
You too, Mr. Matt. Appreciate it. Appreciate the 3 months. Sorry, I can't do an Easter stream for everybody. I'm sure you all have plans anyway, but I would have loved to.
If they want to have conversations, and that's it. Fair enough? Like, that's done. I'm just not going to do nothing else. I'm not wasting my time. This is it. This is the end-all, be-all. I address the nonsense. You come on my stream, you bring up nonsense, you're out of here.
You're out of here. Man world, buddy.
I'm not putting up with any of this bullshit anymore, okay? It's just, I can't. I can't entertain your narrative of bullshit anymore. I just can't. I'm not. It's not worth my time. I'm too old for this shit. I just want to make my content for my audience and move on. Now I had to waste another stream tonight to watch that, to watch them beat me up. For what?
No one said you had to watch it. You could just have ignored it and done what you were going to do today.
Here. I mean, 90% of the super chats tonight were pretty toxic. I didn't really pay attention to much of them because they were so toxic.
They're so toxic, you guys.
These tips here.
Here we go, dead air style. I love it. I love it for us.
I don't even know what that means. Someone did $1.50 saying trolls are whales donating hundreds of dollars. I don't even know what that means. Are you talking about on their stream?
All right. Sure.
So someone to me $1.50 says, I'm not your biggest fan. I agree Adam was scummy today. Dude has a massive superiority complex. Like, who is he to fix someone's life with shitty advice? There you go.
Somebody who has their life more put together than you. Like, that's really all of the qualification that you need. And even then, sometimes they don't even have to be more successful than you to give you advice. Sometimes somebody who's worse off than you can still offer something worth this shit. But DSP doesn't take advice. He doesn't take feedback.
And by the way, this is, I told you, I'm done with this. I'm not retorting.
I'm done with it,
anything.
though.
I'm not responding to anything further. I'm done. Tomorrow, we're back to standard content. No more drama shit on the internet. I'm done with it, man.
I'm done with it. The drama. The bullshit.
Tip.
I'm done with it.
Troll again. Ignore this.
Desert Claw has joined the 60 Skulls.
Yo, big ups Desert Claw for joining the 60 Skulls. Appreciate it.
Sasuke man. Wow, that's a... I don't know how to pronounce this. Sasuke, maybe it's supposed to be Sasuke, but it's with a Q instead of a K. Says, it's a $5 tip, by the way. He says, nasty how they trashed you after that interview. Props for sticking, with it and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Even.
Dune Messiah has joined the 60 Skulls.
Yo, Dune Messiah, thanks for joining the 60 Skulls. Big ups, brother. Appreciate it. There's gonna be so many names to add into the intro.
Okay,
that's gonna have to be a third page eventually.
Another $5 tip. Haseo just $5 tip. He says, "Man, I'm glad I missed the event. I don't know if I should have attended it and watched it after this."
Well, you missed out,
literally,
dude.
the event
It was
is
huge.
5 hours of them grilling me answering their questions with the answers you guys have.
They didn't grill you for 5 hours. They were a little stern, but they didn't grill you for 5 hours. Come on now. Let's not misrepresent the situation.
Ever heard?
Anybody can just go watch it if they want. There's no reason to lie about it.
Edition of anything, and then, now their post-day show crapping on me for 2.5 hours and making money doing it. So there you go.
There you go.
Jim Martini shaken not stirred did a tip that says, I agree Adam is passive aggressive. He's getting all his info from detractors. My only criticism is, are you not going to read the super chats? I could go through them, but I'm not reading the negative ones. Like there's a million troll super chats tonight. All
Adam is doing is responding to detractors when the only information that he has on DSP is the information that DSP gave them. That's it. How is he getting all of his information from detractors? He didn't talk to them other than reading the super chats, which again, he didn't write. And what is he not? He's not supposed to react to people who gave him money and had something to say. That's how the system works.
Someone just tipped me $1, says, I'm actually an ex-con. I don't know if this is true or not. This is an ex-con, and your question was, according to society, if you do something wrong, should you pay for it forever? According to society, yes. Especially if you're an ex-con, good luck 20 years later even trying to get a certain kind of job or whatever. I mean, I guess that's a good point, but the difference is, saying something really stupid on the internet versus you went to jail for a crime, a serious crime, is a little different. But then again, even, maybe there should be at some level there's forgiveness, right? You'd think. So what Super Chats did and didn't I read here?
What? Sorry, I missed the end of that. I was reading.
A serious crime is a little different.
Yeah, doing a serious crime and being a piece of shit religiously on the internet is totally different. Because sometimes a crime is just, in the heat of the moment and not something that you would usually do. DSP consistently is a piece of shit all of the time. Has huge amounts of time to reflect on these things and refuses to make a change. It is very different. You're right.
But then again, even, maybe there should be at some level there's forgiveness, right? You'd think. So what Super Chats did and didn't I read here? Let's go through them quickly. Let's see. I did that one. Did that one. Did that one.
We did these ones.
Did that one. The last
amazing
one
content, dude.
What was the last one I shouted out? Seraph? Where is Seraph? Is it even here? There's Seraph. So that's the last one I did. Okay. So, Korawa Devil did a super chat and said, hold on, now it's scrolled. This is
oh my god, dude, come on. Figure out how to read.
Find it again.
Figure it out. Sound it out. Do phonetics. Tap it. Tap the syllables if you need to.
So, Korawa Devil did a super chat. Trolls are mad you're more successful than them. It's not about levels of success, but they certainly know that all this drama that was created this week is going to benefit them. Why do you think that they're giving the SideScrollers money? Of course, that's why they're giving the SideScrollers money.
Well, I'm sure some of them just gave the SideScrollers money because they were happy to see a piece of content that was that they've been asking for. Because that's how the content is supposed to work. You remember, if you like the content, you support it. That's what they did. They like to see you get dunked on and get proven stupid. So they gave them money. I thought that's how the system was supposed to work. Jealous again.
Wait,
of course.
Wow, Sweaty Gaming Productions did a $20 super chat saying real men are not sensitive. Well, there you go. I didn't know that.
All right.
Radical cool. Jaws, re-upped his membership. Sorry, Phil, about this. Hope that you're doing okay. Listen to me. I'm fine. Tomorrow, we are back to normal stuff. Tomorrow, we got a podcast. We got React stuff on this channel. We've got all the normal stuff coming up. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, Raziel, really exactly. He does. He looks absolutely trashed. Like, I'm glad somebody pointed out how sweaty he looks because he does. He looks either, like, drunk or, like the day after hungover style. Or he looks like he just got done running a race.
Half hours.
He looks completely wiped, sweaty,
it's just
gross
Kira Blanca did a super
Shine on his face,
Infinite
greasy
super chat says,
bitch.
Debate them and have destiny prepare you. No. Danny the Foot did a super chat says, you're cherry picking. Yeah, what can I do? I can't watch 2.5 hours. My stream's about to end. I can't do 2.5 hours.
You could. It's your stream. You determine how long it goes.
Time. Bloom Kid did a super chat says they read all the super chats on their show though. Right. But if the entire thing is insulting to me, do you think that's fair? Do you think it's fair to have a show where the entire show is attacking someone who's not there, who was a 5.5 hour guest on your show the day before? Does that make any sense? Right? In any universe, does that make sense to do?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
I'm debunked, I guess. He said no. I said yes.
You thought we were going to be a regular on there? I was supposed to be. I was supposed to be a guest.
And he's so upset he didn't get that.
Not someone to be grilled, interrogated, and treated like a criminal who needs to confess. I was supposed to be a guest on the show. And that's what they did to me. You know?
He's so upset he didn't get, like, he wanted to be the Melanie Mac, the Razor Fist, right? He wanted his permanent spot to constantly be on the side scrollers, get him a cut, and draw some eyes to him. He thought that he was going to make that money move.
To find out they had ulterior motives all along. Isn't that nice? Radical Jaws had gifted a membership. Congrats to the person who got it. It was... doesn't say. Whoever got it, congrats.
Yeah,
Two last names did a super chat. He says, RTU mod here. Adam makes me sick to my stomach. Well, there you go. Danny the Foot did a super chat. He says, you're doing what detractors say you do by picking what you want to hear. It was a 2.5 hour show. I don't have 2.5 hours. My stream goes till 9:15. It's 9:38. Two last names in a super chat. Any earnest person understands why you can't show anything. Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here.
None of us are earnest.
Troll, ignore that. Troll, ignore that. Troll, ignore that. Brosov says, Adam is a former male model and he went gay for pay. I don't believe that. I don't believe, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to listen to slander about that. That's bullshit. That's stupid. Let's see here. I don't even know what that means. So Uzi Gohar did a super chat says, I think you're messing up being confrontational. You had a chance to make connections. I think you blew it. Wait, dude. They interviewed me for 5.5 hours. I did exactly what they wanted, correct? And then they shat on me for 2.5 hours the next day. How am I being confrontational?
You were confrontational during that entire interview, trying to constantly defend yourself, thinking everything was an attack, right? Is that not confrontational? You don't have to be on the attack to be confrontational, I don't think. Is defense not part of a confrontation? Anyway. And then yes, this 100% is confrontational. Even though they really weren't even doing anything that was that bad. We watched it. All they did was read the super chats and laugh. Yeah, the worst thing they could have done.
What are you talking about? They did this to me first.
I'm the victim.
Appropriately.
He pushed me first, you guys.
You're out of your mind.
I shot him because he pushed me first.
How are you saying what are you talking about?
He was so upset he got laughed at. You're right, Cadence. His ego is just shattered.
Let's see here. Andy did a super J says, let's see. I follow Rich. I'm not a fan of yours. I do support you here. Adam is anti-woke. He's a nut that just learned about you. What he's saying is unfair. I don't care about anyone streaming with anyone. Nobody cares.
Okay, nobody cares. Shut up talking to me.
Goober, I don't know if I saw your super chat. Oh, no, Goober.
Oh, big ups Goober.
And Cody is saying, look at you chew on your lip. My lip is very dry right now. It's been dry all day, actually.
I'm chewing on my lip because it's dry, actually. Come on. Why don't you put something on it instead of chewing on it like a goddamn maniac? Why don't you actually take care of the problem?
I think it's because the air is kind of blowing on my lips tonight. They dry out sometimes. It happens, right?
Okay. Anyway. Shout out Keenan Trom with the 50. 100% of Pig is a hug box filled with wheelchair symbols. Sycophants. I agree, dude. I agree.
All right, guys. So I'm going to leave it at this.
He wouldn't last in the real world. He needs his hug box bubble style chat at all times. The real world is hard, and people might say mean things to him.
So ignore that. So Big Papa Phil tipped me $2. It's sad these guys decided to cash in on you instead of being neutral. I was enjoying their content for years as many others. Keep your head up because your true fans will always appreciate you. Yeah, and it's sad. Guys who make good content, but they never made content like this before, that's for sure, right? They literally never made any content like what they made about me. Like I said, if there wasn't money involved, would they have been playing Mario Kart today? Or would they have been, you know what I'm saying? Why did they do that today? Because there's money. It's the only reason.
They already got the money. They owed it to the people who super chat them, DSP. That's part of the exchange. You send the money, they read the message and interact with it. A lot of streamers do that. It's kind of par for the course. What is the problem here? You wanted them to just ignore it because they were saying mean things.
Literally 100% the only reason. So, I got another $2 tip from Radical Jaws, letting you know it was Hybrid who got my member gift. Thank you. Congrats, Hybrid. Be sure to thank Radical Jaws. I feel like your pain today is I have post-nasal drip now, tonight. I'm sorry to hear that. I hate post-nasal drip. It's awful. Post-nasal drip is really bad, and I don't wish it on anyone, right?
Shout out post-nasal drip, obviously. Detractor since the start.
Okay. And is that it? No, there was another super chat, a big one.
Wow, a big super
Mike
chat.
did a
$20.
Spreading the
Crazy.
love. Thank you, Mike, for the big super chat. That's a huge one, actually. It was about $20. Sarah
Whoa,
earlier did that
huge,
really big one, too.
massive.
All right, guys. We're going to wrap it up. In conclusion.
Okay, to summarize. For anybody who wasn't here for the whole thing, if you needed a summary, here we go. What do we got?
About $20. Sarah earlier did that really big one, too. Thank you, guys. All right, guys. We're going to wrap it up. In conclusion. The 2-hour shit show stream that I didn't want to do tonight. It's very simple.
Yes.
All right. Moving forward, I'm not appearing on anyone's show. Don't ask me to. I've already addressed all the bullshit to the best of my ability. I'm done with it. There's no point bringing it up ever again. Let all these idiots talk about it on their own content and leave me out of it.
They will.
I'm here to put out fun gameplay, interactive podcasting, react content, and have a fun time with my small audience. I'm happy.
Well, you fail on that every day.
I'm very happy with that, and I will continue to do that and enjoy that for as long as I can.
Okay.
Right? And I hope that you guys will continue to join me.
Most people will not. They'll LARP, though.
I appreciate that. All right. The experiment worked because this was an experiment to see if someone could actually treat me fairly.
God.
It did not.
It was an experiment, guys. I got dunked on purpose. I promise. I let you win. Ack.
It was completely one-sided, as evidenced by who they spoke with, how they approached it, the emails I just got from Craig. I mean, it's all evidence, even what they're saying on the show.
It's all circumstantial evidence, which isn't real evidence, dude. Come on. That's what you said.
As if they're factually true with an audience, a captive audience. You know, it's messed up. No one to retort or say, what are you talking about? That's wrong. You know, it's fucked up. So I'm done with it. I'm not.
In conclusion, I'm done with it.
In an interview like this ever again, there's no point. All right. However, if people want to appear on my, over here and do a nice civil conversation or interview or whatever with me, and we go back and forth, we have that's what I mean. Like, if I have Rich on from ViewTech USA.
Holy shit, dude! I thought we were summarizing. I thought we were done with it. We're still going. Why do you have the longest summaries possible? It's such a waste of my time. Everybody's time.
I don't want to interview the guy and grill him about shit. I just want to have a conversation. Just shoot the shit with him. Talk with him a little bit.
Did I see that? Yo, Jay Wuso, is that true? If you type the word Stellar Blade in his chat, you get banned? I'm already banned, so I don't know. But that big if true. That's so funny.
If he asks me something I don't want to answer, I won't. If I ask him something he doesn't want to answer, he won't. Just be civil with each other. You know what I'm saying? That's it. It doesn't have to be some crazy, over-the-top, dramatic stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
There you go. So, Goober, yeah, sorry. And then Dead Dog Productions did a super chat. It's been a while since I said hello. Been around watching and liking your stuff on demand. Shame to hear about this and them screwing you over. What can you do? The dollar signs are too powerful for a lot of people, man. What else can I say? Slayer's here tonight. Re-upped his membership.
Big up Slayer.
I joined the stream not expecting this reaction. Even if I was not a fan, I could see that this aftermatch criticism is totally unwarranted. I was just wondering, did you finish Hogwarts? We did. We did.
Okay.
Sadly, we didn't finish everything. You're probably gonna be disappointed. All right.
Are we really talking about Hogwarts right now?
The ending was disappointing. Let me put it this way: the story ending was great. I actually liked the
Yo,
story.
we're really talking about Hogwarts right now. Oh my god.
I'm curious if people will want to see me play it again.
Yes, PM hungry, please. In the stream.
Anyway. All right, everyone.
All right, here we go.
For listening. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm done with the drama. By the way,
we're done with it. We had to say it 900 times, but we're done with it. Yo, speaking of likes, we got 200. We got the second set of bubbles. I forgot. Sorry.
The best way to avoid the bullshit, all right, is to just ignore it now. We're not talking about it anymore. We're not going to pay attention to it. It is what it is.
Yeah, you said that 900 times. We're done with it. We're moving on.
Let's do our own thing.
God damn, dude.
Just ignore the hate train that they continue to make about me, there's no point in entertaining any of it. I cannot get a fair shake anywhere. This has been proven now. No matter what, those detractors will follow along and give the incentive that they're going to be nasty to me no matter what, and they can't resist. They just can't resist it. So, all right, everyone. Everyone, please have a good evening, and thanks for watching.
All right.
A second.
Yep.
There we go. Thanks for watching.
There we go. Thanks for watching. I actually agree. I want to thank everybody for watching this stream on this Saturday morning. It was rough at parts because I'm slow today. It's been a long week. It's been tough. So I'm going to send you all somewhere. I appreciate all of your time. Big ups everybody who showed up and definitely supported the stream. I appreciate it. You all are all awesome. Shout out to everybody who joined the 60 Skulls. And hopefully you'll join me tonight at 8 p.m. at WPIG for Axe the King. We have a ton of fun over there, and I look forward to it every single week. I'm going to send you all to Bro Side now. So I hope to see you there. Bye.